hey, just need to tell you something that just can't wait. Hey, maybe you'll ride away or maybe you'll stay. But hey, this old guitar and me been thinking for days how to say that our love don't care too much for the unpaid bills on the bedroom floor. Our love lives on cheap wine and singing songs to a wasted sunrise. With you, with you I feel like I am. With you, with you I feel like I am somebody, somebody, somebody. With you I feel like I am somebody, somebody, somebody. With you I feel like I am somebody in control, like I feel it in my bones, like I'm somebody, somebody, somebody. With you I feel like I am. Come with me from New York to LA. Hey, we'll play this song in every city we stay. And hey, maybe we'll stream 1,000,000 times in one day. Be on our way. Hey, 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 hey. Our love don't care too much for the unpaid bills on the bedroom floor. Our love lives on cheap wine and singing songs to a wasted sunrise. With you, with you I feel like I am. With you, with you I feel like I am somebody, somebody, somebody. Somebody, somebody, somebody. Somebody in control, like I feel in my bones, like I'm somebody, somebody, somebody. With you I feel like I am. So we made it in New York and LA, and how they sang in every city we played. I hear we streamed 1,000,000 times yesterday. Oh, how things change, and how the years keep ticking away, and how I wish that you were with me today. 'Cause I'd give anything to do it again. Oh, how we've changed. With you I feel like I am somebody, somebody, somebody. With you I feel like I am somebody, somebody, somebody. With you I feel like I am somebody in control, like I feel in my bones, like I'm somebody, somebody, somebody. With you I feel like I am.
Your first line is, my name is Claude, so just repeat after me. Je m'appelle Claude.
Je te coupe là.
Let's try it again.
Okay.
Je m'appelle Claude.
Je te clean blue.
Gotta smile it out. I've never been a sweet time, hardly even smooth when it comes down to a cute girl in my room. I'm not even that young, can't blame it on the booze, 'cause whenever there's a cute girl, my brain hits the snooze. I got a prickle on my skin, I can play a violin, sing a serenade. Wow, some flowers from my sleeve, so caught up in your smell, down to whatever you say. Girl, I know we just met, you make me speak français. Salut. Oui. Je t'aime. Très bien. Oh, do you know who I am? But you make me speak français. It's like we're in Paris, away from our parents. Kind of a chain smoker, but with you I wanna do better. Never been a go-getter, but I wanna get with you forever, ever. 'Cause you're not just a cute girl in my room. Never. Feels like we're in Paris, away from our parents. Kind of a chain smoker, but with you I wanna do better. Never been a go-getter, but I wanna get with you forever, ever. Cause you're not just a cute girl in my room. Never. I got a prickle in my skin. I can play a violin, sing a serenade. Wow, summon flowers from my sleep. So caught up in your smell, down to whatever you say. Girl, I know we just met, but you make me speak français. Salut. Oui. Je t'aime. Très bien. You're not just a cute girl, don't get me wrong. I love your face, you're beautiful. You ain't just a cute girl, you're my world. When you dance with me, you make me sweat, make me speak. You make me feel like I can do whatever I want. I fear no harm when I stare at the sun. I feel so numb with you on my love. My will so strong, only limits the sky. I'm in a nice day, I've been like no way. Now every day you make me speak français. Salut. Oui. Je t'aime. Très bien. Girl, I know we just met, but you make me speak français. I got a prickle in my skin. I can play a violin, sing a serenade. Wow, summon flowers from my sleep. So caught up in the smell, down to whatever you say. Girl, I know we just met, but you make me speak français.
Tell me I can count on you. Promise me you'll get me through. Just tell me I can do this too. For everything we fight to never lose. Cause everything we want, oh, is everything we need. Just like I need you. Oh, it's just like you need me. Oh, straight unknown, don't you bail on me now. I got the world on my back and my head on the ground. Straight unknown, don't give up on me now. You got a 500,000 eyes staring you to the ground. No, I won't do this alone. No, I won't do this alone. Without my strength I know. Without my strength I know. Strength unknown, don't give up on me now. You got a 500,000 eyes staring you to the ground. No, I won't do this alone. Tell me I can run to you. Promise me a rendezvous. Just tell me I can stand the truth. For everything we hope to never lose. Cause everything we want, oh, is everything we need. Just like I need you. Oh, it's just like you need me. Oh, no, I won't do this alone.
So, who wants to play a game?
My favorite. Let me.
No, me! Try me now. Up. And down. Now this. Ooh. Next.
Damn. What's this thing? Let's find out. How much is in there? And again! Guess we better.
Yep.
It's just as high as we can go.
Expertise.
There's something off about you. It's in the bag.
Watch me now. Yoo-hoo! I always get what I want. In the bag.
Nice!
Such talent. Such sorcerers. You're doing good.
You too! Where are you?
You want me? Come get me.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back here to a wonderful day at the CNDPC. My name is R Cryptic, and I'm here with Lizard and Neff as we're going to be starting the day off with some Division 2. It's actually all Division 2 today. It should be a lot of fun, but Lizard, Neff, how you guys doing? Thumbs up. Neff, thumbs up. Nice. Can't tell. You look a little sleepy there, Neff. You all right, bud?
I am doing amazing. I woke up pretty early. I'm a little bit tired, though. My apartment had an inspection the other day. I had to clean everything up, pretend that I'm not living like a goblin. That's a little bit about me and why I look tired.
Your apartment had an inspection?
Yes. There's like 40 floors to the building. It was like routine thing.
Okay.
So they inspect the way you live? Like they just come in and they're like, okay, it's satisfactory?
That's
kind of dystopian
6 out
when
of
you put it
10
that
here.
way.
We'll just consider that passing. Yeah.
All right. So the person came in, quickly looked around, spent like 3 minutes, checked the bathrooms. I think they were just making sure that no one in the building was living like animals.
Of course.
Yeah. Didn't even notice like the massive gecko and lizard enclosures that I'm not supposed to have that my roommate has in her room. Walked right past those. Didn't even see them. The person doing the inspection didn't seem to speak that much English either. So
nice. Well, speaking of Lizard, Lizard, looking great as always. How you doing today, man?
Thank you, my friend. Well, it's a bit early for me, like 6 in the morning, but I'm doing fine. I got a couple of hours of sleep. I'm ready for some dotes.
Perfect. Love it. Speaking of the Dota, then. We got an interesting game today. iG.V versus YBB. A lot on the line for both of these teams at this point. I mean, iG.V, obviously, they've struggled this season. YBB, not much better in terms of their results. We got a little bit more of a heated match after that, going to be Sparking Arrow versus Dandelion, who, I mean, Dandelion's already guaranteed themselves promotion as well as Aster Aries, but we can take a look at the standings here as we can see. iG.V 0-6, YBB.
I hate this.
What? Tell me, why do you hate this?
YBB got robbed, not of, their standings, but of their players. They ended up losing Lou.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that did happen.
They just robbed him. They put him on Extreme Gaming, took the carry player away. They were looking in pretty good shape for promotion in the previous season. Now they're 1-5. What the hell happened? They got their carry ripped away from them with no care for the team synergy. Extreme just thought, wow, it's a pretty good carry you got there. Don't mind if I Scooby-Dooby-Doo help myself here.
Yeah, that's because they're actually the same organization, right?
Yes.
Like YBB so they it happens. You're our little brother academy team. You have a good player. That's yours. No, that's mine. Did you guys have a older or younger brother? You know how it is.
3 sisters.
Three sisters, never mind. I
I
guess
have an
they're
older brother.
kind.
Yeah, I know how it goes.
Yeah, older brothers, they're like that. They slap you around, they take your candy. They do what they want because they're older and stronger. That's how the world works. Yeah.
Break a couple ribs here and there.
Of course.
You know, it's whatever. It's just like life, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah, you know, YBB maybe broke a couple ribs in that exchange. It's hard to say. But yeah, like this game does have a lot on the line for both of them, like we were saying, right? Like YBB, if they lose this, go down to 1-6, which would be really rough because that's going to tie at iG.V at the very bottom. And Phoenix has a very tough opponent for their last series, right? That's going to be up against Sparking Arrow, which if they lose, we'll have tiebreakers for 3 teams at 1-6. So it's a big deal here for YBB. If they want to avoid these tiebreakers, they pretty much have to get a win.
Is it going to be easy, Neff? Can they do it?
I don't know what to expect anymore. Ever since I started watching IG take some losses here, I think everything is up in the air in this region. I just think the most hilarious thing would be IG Vitality dragging another team down into the dirt with them and forcing tiebreakers or relegation. That is the most chaotic timeline, so that is the one that I'm getting behind here. Why pull out a win all season when you can pull out a win at the very end and throw everybody into shambles?
Yeah, just win when it matters.
Or when it matters for everybody else. You know?
Yeah, least and most. Least for you, most for everyone else. I don't know. Yeah, just make it chaotic. Sure.
Isn't that what happened with Team Secret up in the European with Team Nigma?
I don't know, man. Do you think I watched that region? That's like the worst region to watch.
Right, of course. I'm talking about, Nigma, who ended up, I think, only winning a single series.
It's a Division 2 team in EU, man. I wouldn't give it too much thought.
Yeah, my mistake, honestly.
Guys, I understand your natural bias towards NA and whatnot, but
I have
EU,
no idea what you're talking
EU is so strong. Teams like Nigma are relegated. So
I know.
It only happens in these big regions.
China.
You know, it only happens in these big regions such as China and Europe that you get top-tier organizations relegated. It's just the way it is.
Meanwhile, in North America, you have teams 6-1 that aren't going to be attending the major, right?
Meanwhile, North America, you don't have that many organizations. That's the problem.
True. He's right. That's the way it goes. We have like 3 or 4.
I've had it. Can we take the spotlight away from this European and shift it back over to the Chinese
we're just
region
clowning. No, but one thing we can bring the spotlight to is our draft, though. So we've got iG.V and YBB just starting the game off, and should be an interesting one, see what actually makes it through the opener. But right now, iG.V going to take the first pick of the Bane. I'm sure we'll be able to see that in just a moment. But,
are you seeing the future, Ricky? Is that what it is once again?
Yeah. What is this Bane hero that you speak of? I don't see any draft on
Tell me what you guys think. What heroes are going to make it through the draft?
I think that Lina, Keeper of the Light, Death Prop, and Io are all going to get banned.
Damn, you two.
Wow.
That's some NA skill that I've yet to gain, yet to learn.
Some sort of prophecy telling, some sort.
Sorcery, NA sorcery.
Oh, this is crazy.
And you're right as well. Wow, unbelievable.
How did you do that?
Just that good, I suppose.
A bunch of heroes left in the pool that are usually banned out or picked, at least in Division 1. Pangolier still in the pool. Abaddon went through.
The only first phase ban that we normally see that got banned was the IO. Everything else is kind of niche stuff. Or I guess the Death
Prophet. Yeah, Death Prophet.
Lina Coddle are super weird.
And Tiny first phase as well.
Mm-hmm.
We see Bane TA as a normal standard opening, but Bane Tiny is okay, a little bit out there, a little bit different.
It is, yeah. I'm more so surprised that we didn't see the Pangolier picked up because it is one of the most contested heroes inside the region, but it does end up getting banned here in the second phase. You know what I want to see more than anything else, though? I want to see 928 go back to playing Weaver and Nyx Assassin. The amount of space that this guy makes, the amount of plays, the amount of scouting that he does on these heroes, made me want to call him Bug Boy. I know it's not the most endearing of terms.
Why not?
He plays the... it can be seen as a kind of meme, but I mean it in an incredibly endearing way. The man's just good on his bugs.
People should respect bugs more. You know,
I agree.
It's not their fault that they're everywhere and that they can't be fixed for 20 years of this game. It's all right.
Those are called features. You're thinking of features.
Ah, yeah, features. Sorry, I mix them up from time to time.
Yeah. I saw an interesting feature just today. I wanted to play some custom games, so I clicked on lobby list, and it just made my game crash.
Oh yeah, that's a standard big feature. You know.
Yeah.
I actually probably don't have that one. I guess it came in a recent update. I must have missed it.
It was just today that I tried to do that. Maybe there's something wrong with my game. Maybe it's a copy of Dota Hunger Games that I have installed on my computer that I should probably uninstall. It caused it to crash. But anyhow, back on topic here, you guys. The Bane and the Tiny. This is what you guys were discussing earlier. Tiny, I think his win rate isn't absolutely insane. In fact, in Division 2, it's a little bit low. Yeah, it is absolute garbage. You're 100% correct about that one. It's 47.8%, sub 50 in the first phase.
That's not that bad. I expected way less. I think maybe.
Were you expecting Grimstroke?
Yeah, I was expecting Grimstroke similarities there in the win rate. Perhaps not Grimstroke, but I expected sub 40 or around 40. 47 ain't that bad. It's workable. You can work with that. We can work with that. We can slide it in.
Why do you think Tiny's win rate is so low, though? Or lower?
Well, he got figured out a bit, and he's been picked quite a lot. So teams got used to the heroes that are good against him. TA started being picked all the time. Some teams tried Lifestealer as well. What do you think about Pugna? I mean, we've seen Pugna. We've seen... who did we see? We saw Extreme Gaming try that out on position 5. Didn't work out for them. And it was actually the same duo of supports. Pugna and Mirana. And
I'm not crazy about it. Yeah, there's no reliable disable between the two of them. Maybe Mars will make up for it, but this Pugna 5 is pretty annoying to play against. The, minus magic damage aura coming out from the ward, the fact that he feels a lot better. People just end up building trank boots and either heal their allies up or become a massive nuisance on the team fights. The spam of Decrepify means that people need to pick up a Nullifier, which is an item you have to go super out of the way for. I actually played against this in Amateur League game that I was playing to brush up on Dota the other day, and they played Pugna 5 and absolutely stomped us with it, so it can be very good.
Amateur League?
Yes.
I actually want to... make a slight correction on the Pugna. So the Netherward's actually not just magic damage; it is all spell damage.
Oh yeah.
It is 25% reduction on all spell casting.
Yes.
So it is.
That's why he plays in the Amateur League, Ricky.
Yes.
Doesn't know all these.
Oh my God.
Once Neff gets into the the semi-pro league, I'm sure he'll learn to read.
He'll at least learn that.
DPC players in it. There were DPC players on my team.
Sure. That's which region though? NA probably.
Oh, you're from NA.
It's fine. I know how to dish it out when I need to.
Abandon the ship.
I know what you're talking about. I'm a CN stan. Sand King, on the other hand, here, very, very good hero. Arguably one of my favorite offlaners right now. How do you feel about this, Lizard?
It's solid. It most likely will be the offlane Sand King, right? Not too much versatility with him. Yeah, it's going to be Sand King, Hoodwink offlane, safe lane Tiny plus Bane. Opens up perhaps an anti-mage for YBB. You don't really have a lot of catch for it. Should be able to deal with the Sand King. Your whole lineup would be extremely wonky though with that pick, but it's something that you can work with. Sand King brings a lot of magic damage versus Pugna as well. Do you have a Vessel build? I guess Hoodwink can do a Vessel as well. And on the side of YBB, you'll have Mirana doing that versus Tiny. We'll see what YBB chooses to pick next.
It's definitely not a bad anti-mage game. This is pretty decent. You could also go for Templar Assassin here, which is pretty decent. She does suffer, obviously, to Sand King Sandstorm, but she lanes super easily against that. And the Tiny matchup's not bad either, right?
It's not. I just thought that if you were going for TA, you're picking it earlier. I feel like these two teams know each other really well, and TA would have been banned by now, perhaps, considering what kind of in what kind of broken bracket she is right now.
Yeah.
But
Faceless
they go with
Void.
Void.
Wow. Okay, so this one's a little interesting because I thought we might get the Anti-Mage into the Faceless Void ban because it is one of those heroes you just don't want to play against. But
it would be hard to
fit. Go for the Faceless Void themselves, I guess.
Yeah, it would be hard to fit Faceless Void and Tiny in the same team. Perhaps Tiny on mid lane would be a possibility, but not something that we see anymore. Yeah, okay, Faceless Void. How do you guys feel about that? We have a little bit of arena and chrono damage. I feel like this Pugna needs to be mid now, and you pick... Actually, it doesn't. You can pick some Invoker even, something crazy, right?
Yeah,
for that
I think the
damage.
Invoker is really strong, so that might be a ban for sure. I mean, YBB have last pick, right? So I feel like they have to be pretty happy at the moment because their lanes are pretty solid. Like Mars, one of the better offlaners into Tiny. Like he doesn't really struggle in that matchup at all.
Yeah, they ban out the Kunkka. This should be Invoker ban next, I think. We'll see.
Yeah. Invoker or Queen of Pain would be my guess, right?
Yeah, Lina already out. Is there anything else that helps out with the amount of damage that they need? I don't see it. Do you guys? Maybe?
Nev?
Well, sorry, things that help with the amount of damage they need on YBB.
Yeah, for Chrono in the mid lane?
I was thinking that it might be mid Pugna instead of position 5.
I just can't imagine anyone runs Pugna core anymore.
And then they get what, a Snapfire or Jakiro or something?
The RNG against LBZS game, they ran a mid Pugna. There was no gap closer on... Sorry, there was no gap closer at first.
Tiny, right? Like that's what's so scary if you run a core.
Yeah, if you blink on top of the Pugna, but that means the Tiny needs to go as far as a blink tag. The reason why it didn't work in the previous series is because they ran an Earth Spirit against it, and you just gap closed and found early kills into the Pugna. They could do it here, especially if they get themselves a save with the position 5. The Pugna would do a lot of damage on the mid. It would be kind of a gotcha. I don't know. I'm playing devil's advocate here.
They can get an Invoker as well here if they wanted to, or any Spirit. Yeah, they go with an Ember.
All right.
I think Invoker here is pretty much bring that pick. You just go for it.
Yeah. The Pugna is even worse now up against the Ember Spirit. It's just very easy gap close at this point. Chrono Cataclysm, like you mentioned, though, is kind of a...
Hear me out, a little crazy. What about Skywrath Mage?
No.
I mean, it suffers from the same... I like the idea, but suffers from the same things, right?
Suffers from the same thing that Pugna does.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Maybe you want another Spirit as well, just to have a playmaker that's solid in the mid game.
A Void Spirit.
Void Spirit's the only
it's the only thing left. Yeah.
But I still Void Spirit Invoker.
Oh, not what I was expecting, but I don't like Leshrac a lot of times if he doesn't have a save on his team, like in a banner or something like that, but Pugna can kind of serve that role here. You can keep him topped up with him, you can drop the Life Drain onto him, you can use Decrepify on some of these targets as well. It could keep the Leshrac alive long enough that these team fights are going to put in some damage.
What do you think there, Lizard? You think the Lesh is good enough?
No, I don't like their draft overall. I think it's really hard to execute. We're looking at two bottom teams of Division 2, so sometimes drafts they have to go through the window, and you just have to go with the team that executes better, you know. But I still think that iG Vitality should have this. It looks way simpler to play their game. Pugna plus Mirana, for me, it's not an easy thing to play with and play around on position 4 and 5.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, makes sense. Like the IG draft here is really just straightforward, the cut and dry. Like all these heroes are super like meta right now. They all play really well together. Meanwhile, YBB's got a little bit more of a kind of like new style draft we've been seeing, like with the Pugna 5. The Faceless Void definitely kind of throws me for a little bit of a loop here. I think that's the big question mark in the draft for me. But We'll see how they do. It is, again, a very important game for both of these teams, and we're going to go ahead and jump into this one. Ladies and gentlemen, it is iG.V versus YBB, first game of the night. It's going to be brought to you by the handsome gentleman, Lizard, and of course, Neff as well. Thank you.
I'm surprised he didn't say me first when he was referring to the handsome gentleman. You're kind of like my sidekick in that regard, right, Lizard?
I'm everyone's sidekick in that regard. I'm fine with that.
Thanks, buddy. Let me take the small W's.
It's fine. We need to share the love. We need to empower each other. Right?
Exactly.
What's point of being happy and successful if you're not surrounded by people that are the same?
Also
right?
happy and successful? Yeah. This is true. That's why you like having me around. All right, but
I'm not happy or successful. So it's
I was going to say I think you're successful, Lizard, but one of the biggest doomers I know.
Yeah, there you go. I'm just filtering out my doom into the ether, right? But inside I stay satisfied and optimistic. Do you see? Can you doom about any of these teams? Give me your strongest doom towards one of these two drafts.
Well, my strongest doom is that IG Vitality ends up taking the win here, and then teams are forced into tiebreakers and all go 1-6. That would be the absolute best timeline for a doomer, anyways.
I meant just the game wise, like gameplay wise. Do you see anything going wrong?
Botch initiation by Sand King, Ember Spirit falling off inside the early game, or maybe with Chrono Spears. That's probably got to be the number one thing, because you can potentially set up just a huge Burrow Strike epicenter for the Sand King. And that's probably the number one, is botched Chrono Spears coming out could completely ruin the team fight for your side.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Won't be the first time that I see it. Stranger taking a lot of damage here, trading with the Pagna. Who's got more region? I guess they're kind of even.
Yeah, you have a salve on the Hoodwink though, so he's going to be able to fill himself back up pretty quickly. I'm surprised though, this Pugna ended up going Nether Blast level 1. When I've seen this, people have gone Nether Ward. Why has he done this?
You can perhaps die as Pugna with Blast.
That's absolutely correct. That is exactly what he does.
So it makes a lot of sense.
Alright, that's my number one doomer tech. I'm sorry, just getting the blast, walking up into the heroes, getting clicked down, stunned, and killed.
On bottom lane as well, Mirana getting kind of low.
Yeah,
and they get her.
As well. Alright. Go ahead, Lizard. Analyze this stuff for me.
No, the Nether Ward, yeah, you can take it level 1, sure. Nether Blast is also nice to secure that range creep or help secure when your carry cannot do that, when he has no active abilities to do that with. So, yeah, it's fine. It's not game breaking. I don't think that's why he died. He just died because he got caught out of position.
Yeah. Hoodwink is a hero that wants to click you a lot anyway, so he kind of gets punished. Pugna used to be a lot better of a laner than he used to be, than he is now. Ever since they changed Decrepify around, decreased the cast range and whatnot on it, he stopped really being played in the mid lane at that point. And that's kind of what I dislike about this Nether Blast or Decrepify, and why I see people go Nether Ward. Just due to the fact that you get to play further back, you throw your auto attacks off onto people, you play kind of safe, and you did get punished for playing too far forward there.
Who's really dominating the lane so far? Is anyone? I feel like it's all kind of similar. Void probably having the least amount of fun on the top lane. Mid lane kind of even, as to be expected. Nothing really crazy going on here. Obviously Ember should have an easier time rotating if he finds a nice rune.
There's no warding on either of these mid laners' small camps either. Do you think that is an issue for either team? Who benefits more from that?
I think both of them can farm the small camp easily. So nothing really that should be a game-changing thing for either one of them.
Yeah, up in the top lane, double pull happens there. So we're going to see them contest this one.
I mean, you love that, Azura. Wait, did that creep just chain lightning? It did, didn't it?
It did. And that's surprising. I forget the exact mechanics on it now. I thought it just drops the chain lightning when it sees heroes at low HP. But it drops the chain lightning out. It never used to do that.
Yeah, it should be like it is for everyone else, right? Three units. If there's 3 units, it pops it. 3 heroes, it pops it.
Yeah. Ooh. Big bushwhack there ends up holding 2 people together, and they try to commit onto this netherward, but they spend a lot of time doing this, and so Ember Spear dropping pretty low, but
Stranger.
he does survive. Stranger, he's not going to be as lucky. Runs a courier right through him on the way out. I think Pugna's got a lot of movement speed. I don't think Bane's going to be able to finish him off.
He's got
7
the
seconds,
wind
he's got
lace.
any abilities up.
Yeah, he's got the wind lace. Maybe
5
sleep happens. Let's see. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's dead.
He
Couple
doesn't
auto
have mana
attacks.
for Brain Sap, but there's Sand
Oh,
King.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
Oh,
Coming with the burrow strike. Okay, he's gonna be fine. He had to walk towards the Bane there. At the very least, he doesn't give it up to Sand King, though, right?
no, it's a pretty big deal because you really want this Sand King. You know what I like about iG.V's draft? Actually, I was gonna say, yeah, you need the Sand King to do a lot of work early on, get that Blink Dagger. Yeah, you do, but you do have enough playmaking from your Ember as well, from the supports too. So, like when you compare these 2 teams and how much potential they have in some 1-2 combos in the mid game, it's like 10 towards 1.
Yeah.
Between the 2 teams.
You were mentioning this. It's why you very much didn't like the draft coming out from the side of YBB. This Pugna Mirana support. It doesn't do a lot by itself.
It's possible to execute it. Like you can, definitely. You have the arena to work with. It's doable. It's just not as simple. I'm a simple man. I like easy things to play with. Stuns, point and click, catch. Not the crap fire into arrow. It's too big brain for me.
One lion, throw the impale to the finger of death, hero dead.
Exactly. Some straightforward stuff. Are you like that, or do you like to complicate things? In my life, I like to complicate things. Yeah.
Why press one button to get something done when I can press like 10 buttons to do the same thing?
Yeah, I say that, and then my most played heroes are Arc Ward and Meepo and Visage, so...
That's not simple.
Yeah.
Arc Warden, huh? A depressing time to be playing Dota.
I mean, you can always have some fun.
Wow. It's not as much as he used to. Burrow Strike comes out, Bushwhack, held in place. He's taking a lot of damage over time here on the Pugna, and yeah, stuck inside the Sandstorm, gets the right click, finished off.
They're getting a lot of kills on the Sand King. They're giving him a ton. He also has Heart Camp 1, 2, 3 triple stacked.
Yeah.
This is going to be extremely early, sub 9 minutes, Blink Dagger even. If he gets this, it's blocked. He's wasting a bit of his time trying to stack.
He's going to realize it now. I think ping it out for his team, but he's going to clear it anyways. And while he's not going to have the Blink Dagger done, he'll have it maybe one more creep wave after he finishes clearing out this.
This shouldn't be enough. No way. Plus he gets all the newts.
Oh yeah, 7 minutes.
Perfect.
Big brain plays. Of course, Ember Spirit stopping by towards the end here. I guess just making sure he's safe. Is he thinking about ganking up to the top lane? He does have an Arcane Rune available, but Face's Void is playing super far back to his tower. So
I think he was just lost in the jungle.
No.
You know, it's nighttime. It happens. He got lost, and meanwhile he stole some experience from the Sand King. Oh, just passing by, bro. Don't mind me.
Yeah, down to the trees here. Looks like they're going to find Bane. Yeah, they do. Spear comes out, arrow comes out, and we'll see who ends up grabbing the kill. Goes the way of 928. Typical position 4 gameplay.
Yep. Try to get some experience under that tower as Bane. I think this is pretty good. These two supports benefit quite a bit from getting level 6, both of them, Hoodwink and Bane. So sacrificing one under the tower so that the other can get the tome and then you're both online at the same time could be huge for iG.V. It's not the perfect move, but it's good enough, and I believe Sand King has a blink, yeah.
So who does he try to find this first kill onto with the blink dagger reveal then? Does he just get anybody he can, quick kill?
I'd like to... You see how they're drawing their own jungle? I'd like him to do that.
Well, he sees Mirana with the nightmare. There's the blink. He only gets onto the Mirana though. Rita ends up coming out, throws the Sand King back into the wall. He might get finished off here if this Pulse Nova damage. Yes, it does. Finish them off. Actually ends up getting 2, but he does go down afterwards. Double damage on this Ember Spirit ends up being a little bit too much.
Yeah, 3 and 5 for 4 and 2. I think that's there are a lot of numbers. I could have said that better. But overall, I think that it could have been a bit better for iG.V. I really feel that way. If Ember maybe just use that epicenter a little bit deeper.
Yeah, he didn't go as far. I guess he was just trying to quickly get that kill with the blink dagger and then get back. But if he had gotten onto another hero with it, it definitely would have gone a little bit better for them in that team fight.
They didn't have this ward that they have right now on the high ground cliff beneath the outpost. So he didn't really know how many heroes are there, but if he waited just a second longer, they get easy triple and get out. Flash? He has a hood.
Yeah, but it looks like he's gonna go down anyways, right? Certainly, yeah. Last auto attack from the Bane finishes him off, and he's sitting pretty low. They have to back up. You're dropping so low in the sandstorm. You can't do this. Super punished there. I mean, you do end up getting the kill, but you go down now to the tiny.
Yeah, I think what he was trying to do as well is get as much damage in for a follow-up from Void. As Faceless Void was around and he has that Mask of Madness. But sadly, for the Mirana, there was just not a target for Void to go on. The Sentry as well that Mirana has, maybe he just bought it, it wasn't planted, so Sand King would just get away. By the way, is this a level 30 Void?
This is a level, I don't think that's Grandmaster, that's 25. That's
25?
Master.
Okay, that's a lot of Void games. Not.
Ooh, off the mark there. Doesn't quite connect. But yeah, the fact that Faceless Void is showing here in the mid lane is evidence that he wants to drop a Chronosphere off onto somebody. But without the Leshrac, they don't really have a ton of follow-up damage.
Yeah, overall, they're kind of lacking damage in that Chrono. I believe even with the Lesh, you need to position it properly. It can't be just any sort of a double smoke. Yeah, they're...
You hate to see it. They need this kill to connect on the Sand King here. If he gets away after they drop a double smoke and waste all this time coming up here, they're in a lot of trouble. He's playing it safe, though. Whoa, did you end up connecting with him? The arrow comes out afterwards. There is no chance he gets away from this one.
The saddest thing is, like, a Sand King with a blink should... No, he doesn't have to evade that, but he can, right?
Yeah,
so it's
he just about did.
Yeah, it's even scary for them to do that. Mid lane?
Now they're heading to the mid. The Arena comes out. Spear off onto the Tiny into the side. The arrow connects with them as well. He's going to go down before he gets a chance to get anything off. Stranger, he ends up dropping as well. Now Ember Spirit needs to try to get out. Bane, they're on top of him, but Pig Mode, he's got a lot of movement speed under this one. He might just get away from this. Lightning Storm to slow him down, but he gets away.
That was so much movement speed, insane. Can you still... You can still jump over the wall with Sharpshooter, right?
Yes.
I mean the arena.
What you need to do is you quickly you walk into it once, and then you Sharpshooter behind you, and then let it go.
Yeah.
You need to. So they change it. They change it so the soldiers on the side of the arena will knock you back, but those things have a cooldown. So you activate the cooldown of the soldiers on the side. And
that's the recent change that you. Nice double stun.
Finished off there, trying to keep his HP topped up, but they're playing with him.
That's the recent change you're talking about, right? Because before you'd always be able to...
Yeah.
To jump over, okay. Yeah, I see.
Yeah. There's a trick to it now.
Yeah, overall, both teams just throwing their bodies relentlessly at each other. First, that mid lane that got super punished by the side of YBB. and now they get caught out and the tower gets taken. I think this fight is more in the style that I expected. But YBB so far holding strong.
Yeah. You think this... I think all is going according to plan right now, or does losing the mid tower this early kind of...
Yeah, but they didn't lose even the tier 1 on top lane. Overall, I think that YBB is doing well. I expected a much worse situation at the moment, so... There's a smoke though.
They've got Epicenter up, still have this Blink Dagger available. Fiend's Grip's still cooling up another 40 seconds, but, you know, if they've got Blink Epi, they don't need a Fiend's Grip to finish somebody off.
I feel like this is a top tier 1 tower move, right?
Yeah.
Mirana is breaking the smoke.
Yeah? Smoke broken, but they're going to lose the Mirana from this one alongside that Bushwhack. He's finished off. Now faces forward, he's got his TP available, and he'll probably just move to the trees here, then TP home.
He has a chrono. Yeah, he has a chrono. I don't think he's going away because he spent so much time on this top lane. It would be, I don't know. It still looks like he's setting up. Your carry hasn't hit the creep for the last 2 minutes. If you're dire.
I mean, it's a sign that they're setting up. Spear comes out, Burrow Strike comes out, they back up afterwards. There's the Chronosphere only off into the Sand King, but it doesn't look like they have any follow-up for this. The stun comes out from the left strike. They do manage to bring him down. They get the Bane as well, so there's 2 kills that they find. Tower defended.
Yep, and a pretty big one as well on the Sand King. They still have the Arena and the Blink on Mars, so let's see.
They're about... Ooh. I mean, he's invisible right now on the Ember Spear, and thankfully they didn't see him, or definitely would have dropped that. Oh, they're backing up. I mean... Aenid, you can see him, wants to drop an Arena so badly, but Ember Spirit, not an easy hero to commit that one onto. It's quite easy for him to just dodge that initial spear out with a Sleight of Fist, or just ram it over the side of the arena.
They just truly need a chrono to fight. That's their biggest problem.
Ooh. Let's try the Bushwhack there on Stranger.
If you truly look at YBB and their draft, the only reliable catch at the moment is the Chronosphere. What do you need? You need the Yules, perhaps, or an Atos, and yeah, Lash is going for Yules. Makes some sense.
Yeah, but that means he's spending a very long time before he gets his BKB.
Maybe he'll go BKB first. He still does have an Ogre Axe.
Yeah, they see the courier flying out. And
Flash.
Yeah, Epicenter comes out. They end up missing the spear off from the side of the arena. Stranger tries to get out, but doesn't manage to. It looks like they're about to lose Bane as well. So, 2 heroes. They do go down. They've just lost like 4 heroes in a row up here in the top lane. Oh, almost blinked into that spear there on the Sand King.
Nice little jukes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have to initiate if they dive hard and die for it, so... they kind of disrespected the tankiness of Flash. They went all in on him, and it didn't work out. The sharpshooter was off the mark as well.
Are they fumbling the bag here on IG Vitality? It seems like they've kind of given up a lot of the lead that they built for themselves the first couple minutes here.
Yeah, definitely. It's not only that, it just feels that their draft should do more at the moment. In my humble opinion, it looks that way. But at the same time, YBB have been defending really well, setting up some traps.
I mean, I really like what they're doing at the moment. I mean, like you mentioned, they don't have to initiate if the enemies come and like go too far, dive them, and
Bane
ends up buying them enough time for another Chronosphere. Yeah, Bane gone on here, arrow off the mark,
Run, little
but
piggy.
I don't think he's gonna be able to get out of this one. Razabuke up in 2 seconds, Spear up in 1. He goes down. Up at the top lane as well. Sand King about to drop, finished off by the left track with that Pulse Nova. Now trying to chase down Stranger. 2 seconds until Time Walk's available. Faces Void on top of him. Couple auto attack, no bashes. A miss. He's in the Roche pit. He bunny hops out.
Another hop.
Stranger's just gonna finish him off. Get him! No, Spear ends up finishing him off. That was a sick attempt at a juke there, though.
But okay, the tumbler was amazing, but then I expected the cliff. I expected him to cliff himself with the sharpshooter, but
It doesn't TP from there.
Yeah, it doesn't do that. So I'll give him 9 out of 10. Could have been a little better. Yeah.
The Lizard playbook, he mostly approves, but there's room for improvement.
It's still a lot of space that he bought for his team, but this space, I actually want them to do something with it. Chronosphere is back up.
Haste room picked up here. Bushwhack off of the Pugna, held in place. There it is. The epicenter you were waiting for. Gets on top of Leshrac, but he's got a BKB. They can't commit onto him. He changes minds from that Yule Scepter.
Yeah. There's a BKB, and you also know that Void is nearby, right next to him. They smoke back up. I think Mirana might break this. Perhaps not. Oh, they only had vision.
Yeah. Mirana slated. Oh, Spear ends up missing the trees there. He just goes down the cliff here on the Bane. Now he nightmares. Off of the Mars. He's got a Fiend's Grip available as well. He might just drop him onto somebody. Tiny getting run down by the Leshrac, but he's about to run out of mana. He's got to stop chasing. Searing Chains comes out, holding in place Arena, but immediately hit with a Burst Strike, and there it is finally. The Fiend's Grip, but the Chronosphere catches 3! He's burning them all down! Just getting Chain Lightning to death, and all 3 end up dropping! You do end up catching out Pugna on the back line, but beautiful Chronosphere!
This was a beautiful arena, actually. That arena brought 2 supports and the Sand King to 50% HP. Just the arena, just the damage from it. It hit Bane and Hoodwink like 5 times before the Chrono came. And iG.V, they really need to stop overcommitting the way they are. It's especially when Chrono is up. When Chrono is not up, perhaps you can do it, but so far they have been punished every single time they overcommitted. Every single time they went a bit too far when Chrono was there.
Do you like fun facts, Lizard?
I love fun facts. It's my favorite thing.
Well, get back to you in a second there, Unity ends up dropping, but I do have a fun fact for you. IG Vitality, they actually have a lean advantage rate, you can see this on the Perfect World website, of 53%. On average, they're ahead on net worth at 10 minutes. But despite that, they only have a 14.3% win rate.
I mean, both of these teams don't really have the best win rate, do they?
I mean, no, but it's interesting that they they come out of the laning phase ahead more than half the time, but despite that, they're losing a lot of their games.
Because they have really early game oriented drafts, and then they don't do a lot with them after the laning stage. That's the problem.
Did the second just dodge the arrow and then hit the Tiny?
Mid lane?
It did, over the mid lane, yeah, getting run down here. Pig boy, he ends up melting. Oh, Burrow Strike ends up coming off for the Mirana, but held in place there. Finished off there on Stranger. They fortunately get on top of people, time walks forward, but don't manage to catch anyone. They do have Arena available, but getting on top of the Ember Spirit is not going to be easy. Tiny TP's out.
Yeah.
That spear went into the trees there. That would have been kind of sus, man.
A little bit, right? They didn't have Chrono there for 30 seconds, but 3v5, kind of difficult to take that fight, so perhaps better to bide your time, fight again a bit later. What do you think about Ember? He's going for a Blink Dagger next. BKB Blink Dagger? Oh, okay, I guess he...
You explain this one to me. I'm copping out on this one. You're an analyst now, Lizard. Explain to me this Blink Dagger.
You can blink out of Chrono before he casts it. you can jump.
I need more to go on than that.
You can
do that with this.
You can jump the backlines a little bit easier, I guess, as well. It's one of those items that aren't necessary on Ember, but some players really enjoy playing with them. Some extra mobility. It's not the newest thing. Void.
Yeah.
Can they kill him?
It's that Blink Avalanche sharpshooter. Yeah, finished off there. Pugna now going to get run down. Have them place for a couple seconds while I deal with this Nether Ward and wait for their skills to come off cooldown. There's the stun, the Bushwhack on the Pugna. They've had enough of them. This hero is very annoying to deal with, even as position 5.
Yeah, one Decrepify after another, then Life Drain is extremely annoying. Can they catch more mid lane? They have grip.
Well, they're gonna try, yeah. They're just gonna Epicenter this one. There's the burst strike off into two. He blinked into it. And he throws the spear on the side of the arena. It does actually end up interrupting the Fiend's grip onto him, but it doesn't matter. He goes down anyways.
That was the most unfortunate blink from the Mars that I've seen in a while.
As they say in NA, what can you do?
That was like server tick perfect that he jumped in. You couldn't even see the Sand King underneath him. He was just stunned. Very, very unfortunate. I think he blinked in the same place where Sand King blinked before the stun.
Yeah, that was like blinking on top of like the line effect on the ground as it was happening. Very unfortunate. Even if you activate a BKB, like shift Q a BKB, you still get stunned there.
Happens.
Yeah. Unlucky.
Never lucky, never lucky. They need to use this chrono again, but the problem for YBB right now is the fact that you're playing versus an Aegis. So you don't want to use that chrono, you want to save it for afterwards.
Yeah, Burrow strike off on the Faceless Void, meanwhile the toss off onto him, but okay. Chronosphere ends up coming out, they want to finish off this Bane, they're afraid of him. They manage to grab him, Tiny sitting at half HP, Spear off the mark now, and he's going to try to walk away. On top of here by the left rack, but again, he does have the Aegis available, so he'll get back up in just a second. Backside of the team fight, the Ember Spirit, he ended up blinking in on top of these here. He's got the BKB active as well, trying to deal with the back line. Tiny, he's long gone, and managed to get the Python before he gets himself back. Bash, he does get the bash off onto the Sand King. Listen, you cursed him. You're not supposed to call these things, man.
Isn't that the caster's curse when you call it? It doesn't happen?
No, it doesn't happen, alright. It was a caster's blessing, then.
It's a Void with Mask of Madness Maelstrom. More often than not, you will get bashed. Tiny, top lane.
Ooh, Arena comes out, there's a spear on the side. The Tiny, despite the fact that he got out of the last team fight, ends up walking right back into danger. Guess you figured they would have cleared out of the jungle by then?
They just blundered their hand a little bit. After they were in a pretty solid position, they got back into the game with that Aegis. They fought around the shrine, the outpost that is, which is already hard. They lost the Tiny with Aegis, Sand King. They kind of traded the fight as Pugna did buyback. But Tiny moving back into that position to farm. Yeah, it's a bit sus. It's hard, it's dangerous. You have that cliff right next to you, it can be warded. But it happens. You greed out a little bit. I like to see them just fight straight up. The moment Tiny is back alive, he can finish off the BKB, you can search for a fight before Chrono is there.
Yeah, it's odd for them to take a team fight so close to this BKB being completed, in my opinion. I think they're just, getting ahead of themselves here.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think it's perhaps even YBB forcing it a little bit. But playing without that BKB on Tiny means that Vessel will just take half of your HP. So...
Yeah, you were mentioning that at the beginning of the game. Bane caught out and caught by the arrow. And quick work of him, but... Oh, Bugda actually ends up surviving that one. Gets a Decrepify off on himself and heals himself up thanks to the friendly tomato clapper. Faking out this
they have Chrono.
Epicenter over here.
Yeah.
They do. Yeah, you probably don't want to take this team fight. So close to tower, you've already lost Bane. I mean, it's a great place you could buy back and you take the team fight in, but into the Chrono, you want to get favorable initiation and not have the enemies know where you are.
Where are Radiant Wards? They have one on the cliff, which is about to expire, and one on the mid lane. Okay, so maybe they can fight around it, around this tier 1.
Yeah, they've got good vision here. But getting on top, getting on top of his Ember Spirit is not easy. Again, he blinks into the team! In fact, there it is! Burrow strike off into him, Arena comes out, ends up getting the Chronosphere off onto 2, so tanking, they're trying to finish him off, and he's got a BKB, he's not going down so easily. Can he get out? No, he can't. Epicenter doesn't get off before he melts. Fiend's Grip doesn't finish off the Faceless Void. Time to walk off, so a lot of that damage. Second place there on the arm, Bushwhack manages to finish her off. Held in place there thanks to Split Earth, and Tiny ends up going down as well. Now Bane getting run down. Ember Spirit, this side of the team fight, manages to find 1-2, but they lost the tower. They definitely lost this fight. The position 1 going down as well as the mid-tier 1.
Well, they traded evenly, right? They did lose, well, sort of evenly, because they didn't kill the offlane. But Ember is doing a ton of work. Like, I was questioning the build, but the Blink Dagger actually allows him to stay on top of Void. It allows him to get in and out of fights even more often. He did a ton. Killed off more... Like, Mirana took the majority of the damage from the Ember. Same goes for the Void and the Pugna. And now he has a full Skadi completed. I mean, December is pretty much carrying this team on his back.
The 10, 0, and 7. It is wild to me that the only thing a Spirit Hero really needs to carry is a BKB to just not die. These heroes have way too much in their kits, man.
Yeah, of course. Not only is he a playmaker, his stats are decent. One thing that I disliked about iG Vitality is that they took the most obvious bait. You could see that YBB want them to go on the Lash. That's their plan. This Lash has a Hood, he has Kayan Sanj, he has BKB, and the Pugna behind him to heal him up. If you go on him, and there's Chrono, you will all get Chronoed, and then that Lash will be in the epicenter of everything. Dishing out all sorts of damage, yeah. So...
Oh, interesting. They actually put the Paladin Sword on the Leshrac, give him that spell lifesteal.
Some more sustainability as well, right?
Yeah. But healing, so like you mentioned, he's in the middle of all those heroes and just spell lifestealing back up once that Chronosphere comes out onto him, and has the Pug to heal him as well. So,
but that's really their plan. So far it has been put Lash up front, when he gets gone on, use Chrono over him. It's a good plan, I like it.
One fun fact is, Bane. He's gonna get caught out there. Committing the arena onto him seemed a little bit odd. Faces forward, woken up, arrow comes out, and they hand the kill off into MS.
Got him.
Got him. The arena's a decent commitment, but
still got him.
It's not easy. Yeah, they still got him. I can't argue with that. All right, let's talk item bells that are coming out here. Refresher Orb queued up on Mars. Optimal?
Yeah, standard, I would say. What else would you get? I think Refresher is fine.
I mean, I'd just get Refresher. Whenever I play this hero, I just go Blink Dagger, BKB, Refresher. Exact same thing. Nothing too creative. I don't go Desolator. I don't go Armlet that often. Nothing too fancy.
Yeah, you usually are a bit greedier on the map if you're going for those builds, right? So leaving more space to your teammates and being still effective is probably an easier way to play the hero. What did you say? Faceless Void has a Linken's, actually. He just completed it, so some of these spells from iG.V will become harder to land, but you still have Tiny, you still have Sand King, Hoodwink with Bushwhack, a lot of ways to break it as well, to break that Linken's fast. It's still solid on the Faceless Void, makes him a bit tankier.
Yeah, I think he'll drop this on Leshrac a decent amount as well, because Leshrac's going to be the person hitting towers.
That's a fair point too, yeah. You can just put it on Lesh and, again, just Chrono over him. Use all the bubbles on the horse.
If we don't have an Abaddon bubble, then, we'll create a bunch of other bubbles to drop on him.
Yeah, you just create your carry Abaddon, like Void, Faceless Void, I don't even know.
What else? It looks like they're grouping up, like they want to smoke over here. Bane is carrying one. I mean, you're going to have to make a move in the next couple of seconds here. Roshan just respawning down. Both teams know it's going to be up relatively soon.
Oh, there's a smoke from the opposite team.
Come on. What? The timer's at 0. Why didn't it respawn? You see this?
Yeah, it's bugged. It's featured, sorry.
Yeah, it is featured. Roshan's still not back up, despite the fact the timer has been saying 0 for a couple of seconds now. Wow.
Well, he just refuses. He's still eating his cheese. Leave me alone, people. I need to finish off my... I don't know, what's your favorite cheese? Gorgonzola, perhaps? No?
I don't know. I like a mix of cheeses. I'm a big fan of Tex-Mex, if that counts.
Sure.
Does it count?
Why not? Like, the more the merrier.
Cool. That one then. Whatever's good on nachos.
Like gorgonzola is like a blue cheese, right? And
Ugh.
I hated it as a kid. It smells like dirty socks, but I don't know why. As I get older, I love it more and more.
You've lost your taste as you got older.
Probably. One thing that I ordered that I'll never forget, a really nice like Italian place. I would take my girlfriend there, and we'd have really nice food, like for big events. I took a gorgonzola cheesecake. I never regretted anything in my life as much as that.
Yeah, that sounds
it's terrible.
Absolutely awful. Did like the waiter insist it was really good? That stuff's got to be a scam, man.
I don't know what I was thinking, man. Let's experiment.
Yeah, I'm never experimenting again.
Blue cheesecake. Okay, let's not experiment ever again. Smoke up.
Supposed to be...
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Smoking up. They're going to try to connect with somebody. They run right into Tiny, but he blanks out. There it is. The quick fingers there, as your position one should have. They're going to keep going, though. Blinks in there, the Ever Spirit, the Searing Chains. They actually get the Fiend's Grip off onto the Mars, but the arrow comes out. The team doesn't want to commit for this one. They're ditching him. The arena comes out and got him.
Yeah, he used Refresher, though, so they can go into the pit, force this fight. Bane does have a buyback to use, but iG.V, look at their positioning. They're so afraid. They moved far, far back. Smoke up.
Yeah, they have. Mm-hmm. I don't think they'll buy back on Bane because he doesn't have the Fiend's Grip available. In fact, I'm not sure they'll even be able to take this team fight. Again, you have another arena. The Epicenter comes to the pit alongside the Burrow Strike, and he just healed back up. There's the Chrono. It ends up coming off onto 2. He's forced back here on the Pugna. Just take a lot of damage there from the Sharpshooter, but LG finished off there. He got the Epicenter off, but it didn't end up doing enough in this fight. Tiny taken down as well, and you did end up buying back on the Bane towards the end of his respawn timer, but you've lost your team. You have no ultimates to help you take this fight in the Roche pit.
Yeah. It was not that great for iG.V, obviously. First, I think you need to buy back on Bane no matter the ulti or not. It helps out, like even sleeping the Pugna or breaking Lincolns or whatever. But the bigger problem that iG.V had in that fight was they jumped in thinking that they will jump the Faceless Void, right? Because he should be the one hitting Roche. If you jump Faceless Void, you can actually maybe kill him off before the Chrono comes. But right at that moment, he moves back and they only catch Lash. And that's what we already said this. YBB want Lash to be caught. They want him to get gone on. He's the easiest one to save.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. I mean, he ends up getting off the BKB and whatnot. He's stuck inside the Chronosphere. The Pugna's life draining him outside, keeping him topped up. Everything went according to plan for them.
According to Keikaku, yeah?
Yeah. Have you been watching any Death Note, Lizard?
I have no idea what Keikaku is. I never did. I just, copy what the cool kids are saying.
Of course.
I did watch Death Note, though. Like, I actually did.
Did you enjoy it?
No, I didn't. But I did watch it.
Of course not. All right, we'll get back on topic because talking to you about anime is only going to make me sad.
Well, I'd appreciate nothing more than not talking about anime. So,
since I no longer have you outnumbered, I usually do on these panels.
I'm usually outnumbered. I don't know what's up with all Dota people being weebs. How did that happen? I don't understand.
Yeah. As they say, we will inherit the earth one day, Lizard.
I don't judge. Whatever, floats your boat. Do what makes you happy. If it's anime, it's anime.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah.
Ooh, doesn't manage to connect onto that sinking there. But a lot of them grouping up. I mean, they're doing their best to split push all over the map, but...
Yeah. And they can do
like
that,
everything...
right? Mm-hmm. Like, they can definitely do that. They have December with a blink. Split pushing should not be that hard for him. He pretty much one-shots the creep wave now. Crit Dezo as well. The only question is, will YBB just go high ground here? Which I believe should be the case.
Yeah. I thought they'd give the Aegis to Leshrac, but I mean, Faceless Void holding it, so he's can probably be the one standing on top of this hill, whacking away at the tower.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to kill any of them, really.
He's like super far forward here, gets Burrow Striked up on the Mars, but he's got BKB and Refresher. He just pops the BKB. He's afraid of them committing onto him.
That was interesting BKB, but better safe than sorry, I guess.
Yeah, it's a safety BKB. He's very safe over in the back now. Rooted up, bushwhack, held in place, but again, this is the guy with the Aegis. Nightmare now committed. But
Tiny.
he doesn't want to drop the Fiend's Grip onto his first life.
Tiny.
Tiny? Tiny? Tiny! Almost managed to take the melee racks down there at the bottom like MSTPs, but they don't manage to get the melee racks up down in the top lane either. Leshrac! Oh, he had the BKB active. He was fine. He was fine. I'm overhyping it for no reason.
No, you aren't, because this was the best scenario for iG.V that they could have hoped for. They forced Faceless Void to rotate, to TP out, and they almost caught Leshrac because of that. It's like 101 book style, like play style that you need to do when you're losing hard. And you're playing versus an Aegis. Yeah, just split push, make a numerical advantage, make someone TP and then strike. And then try to fight on your side.
Yeah. I mean, it worked for them. Another 30 seconds, the Aegis is going to expire. This is IG Vitality's time to get back into the game.
Do you think that they're strong enough, even when there's no Aegis? I feel like MS is...
No.
Yeah.
Oh no, he's up on top of the hill. The arrow ends up connecting, but Faceless Void follows him up the hill. Finds the kill.
Can they get more? Probably not, right? Maybe the Hoodwink. Oh, he scouted. Yeah. Unfortunately for YBB, unfortunately for Hoodwink. They didn't guess correctly.
Again, what can you do?
Tiny on top, creep skipping. That's what you can do. Just delay the game.
I mean, he's doing an amazing job. All he needs to do is find himself a leveler, right? We're at the 37-minute mark.
Yeah, exactly. Or this shard that he's about to buy.
Is he really just buying Moonshard? He is.
Yep.
I mean, we've seen him win base races before.
There you go. Bottom lane is actually pushing in again. I'm just looking. The moment this Ember finalizes Daedalus, they're kind of back. Like, they'll have enough damage. He's level 26. He has that 3 Sleight of Fist charges. Sand King.
Yeah, they do end up scouting him out thanks to that Shiva's Guard, and they drop the Chronosphere on him. Actually, it's a BKB, but I don't think this one's going to save him, no.
Worth it. He needed to know that was happening, though, right?
Yeah. I mean, he had a small window to, like, burrow, strike out, and get away, but maybe he was afraid that he'd go down anyways. Once that Shiva's Guard ended up connecting with him, his Blink Dagger was disabled, and it was a little bit difficult.
He had that pulse coming out of his shard. I felt like he could have gotten out. Top lane, Tiny?
Yeah. Yeah, finished off. As you say, got him.
Yeah,
you can
Tiny...
actually leap out of the arena as well, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
sorry. Same team. I wanted to bring that one up, though.
But it's still, it's still a fair point. Yeah. Most of the things you can use over the arena, but they recently changed it. That's why I was asking about Hoodwink with a sharpshooter recently in the last few months.
Yeah. As long as you walk yourself into the arena once and then like try to hop out again quickly afterwards, it lets you get out. So
Nice.
2 hops on Mirana or walking into it and then leaping out afterwards will get you out, or with Hoodwink walking to the side and
Mars, you're deep, my friend.
He's been interesting with his positioning and activations of his BKB this game.
No, he's a boss, a bowler.
No fear.
He looks like The Rock a little bit. Like The Rock could be playing Mars if we had a Dota movie. Who would be Pugna?
Dwayne Johnson is. Who would be Pugna?
Joe Pesci. Or Al Pacino.
Danny DeVito.
Okay, Danny DeVito as well. Sure.
I feel like this is the conversation you'd be having with B Cop, though. He man watches a lot of films.
Yo, I do as well. My problem is I don't always remember all the actors' names.
Yeah. No BKB available, so he ends up taking a lot of damage here on Mars. He does have the refresher orb available. There it is. He ends up dropping a second arena. Ends up catching 2 with this one, but 2 of them just walk out with their BKB. Stranger looks like he's going to be the only casualty. Leshrac hops forward, though. He's going to stun off on a Tiny. His BKB on cooldown. Faces Void jumping forward. He's got Chronosphere available if he wants to drop it. There it is. Grabs the position 1. Stranger about to be finished off by the Spirit Vessel. 928 with the kill. Tiny buys back from the game, held in place. There it is. The Fiend Script coming out of the Leshrac. The Tiny finally here, but spends a lot of time walking back and forth. There he is, gets on top of the Leshrac. Couple auto attacks might finish him off. There's the crit. And now they're forced to get back, but a lot of buybacks expended.
On both sides. Do they know that there's another Chrono? He has a refresher orb on Faceless Void. He could go in, but I'm afraid that they don't have enough damage without Lesh, and Lesh has no buyback.
I don't think they realize that he's got... They certainly clicked him in the last fight. Otherwise, they'd be playing further forward with this Leshrac dead. They got another. He's got another Chronosphere.
Yeah. They of course they do. It's just that no Lesh still for 60 seconds. If they scout this rush, could they get it? They have the. I think they could. They have the Dezo and everything. Let's see. They smoke up.
That's if they scout. Come on. He's Roshan's on lunch again. He's just not responding at the 0-second mark. But they find 928 for it.
You know what Rush is doing? He's taking his lunch break and then going to poop afterwards for another 15 minutes.
Yeah, pooping on company time.
Yeah, on company time he's off. He's doing the trick. I think Valve should fire him. Get a new Rush.
You can't do that. If they're going to the bathroom, you can't just fire the lizard.
Doesn't matter. Get new Rush. Everyone knows what you're doing.
All right, there it is. He's up.
Too late now. Lesh is back.
You're the world's worst boss. I mean, yes, they're cheating you at a time. However, you can't get mad at them if they're in the bathroom. I had one coworker who would spend the last half an hour of his shift in the bathroom.
Yeah, think about your colleagues. It's not about the company's time. You're making them work more.
Yeah, Arena comes out, but they only end up connecting with the. Here.
I'm kidding. I'm not blaming anyone.
I'm not evil.
Stick it to the man.
Yeah, you're the most anti-corporation person I know. Actually, Ricky's up there as well. Listening to the two of you talk during DPC was interesting, as you guys put it. Oh, interesting what just happened to the Pugna there.
You see, it's always the little guy that gets wrecked first. 2 position 5s. And the Pugna, little man. Can they get more?
I don't think they're going to go for more. Both teams look hesitant to fight into each other. Again, on one side you're fighting into the Aegis. You still don't have a Refresher Orb available on Faces Forward. You're missing the Pugna. I think Pugna plays a much bigger part in these team fights than the Bane does.
I think, yeah, it's an easier job he's got.
Yeah.
Right. Much easier. For Pugna, it's all these deck reps and whatnot. Faces Forward actually already top lane. He's setting up. You have 2 Chronos to work with, so...
Oh, there's the first Chrono that ends up coming out. Tries to finish off Tiny, grab his first life, and he bought back previously as well. If he goes down here, they just win the game. I don't know why he doesn't commit it. Chronosphere, he doesn't have to, that's why. He ends up going down. What? All right, they committed preemptively there now. Spirit off to the side of the arena. He is down 125 seconds with no Tiny. He just is gone.
Oh, Ember now needs to just completely split push every single lane for 100 seconds.
It's easy.
For Ember it is. Like, he can do that.
You click Ember there, he just, as soon as I said it's easy, he used up a Divine Rapier.
I don't know what happened on top lane. That Chrono caught Tiny and Sand King just blinked into it. He just... Yeah.
Put out more damage?
No, he didn't even use Epicenter. He just blinked into the Chrono and died together with the Tiny.
Yeah. All right, they've got one lane pushing it, but this is really all they need. They're going to try to end maybe here. I mean, they can't push. They still have a tier 2 up in the mid lane. They're going to walk all the way down here?
Yeah, we can go bottom.
I mean, they spend a lot of time doing this. This is pretty ineffective as far as a push goes, and because they back up like that, it gives Ember Spirit a chance to grab his Divine Rapier. It's on his Courier.
Yeah, it's sadly for him, it's on the side of the map where Dire is right now.
My bad, but they buy a lot of time. This is the issue with trying to push this one when the mid tier 2 is still standing. This takes so much time. They spend like a good 15-20 seconds. Arena ends up coming out. Bane throws a sleep off himself, buys him a little bit of time, but he still ends up dropping anyway. He's got buyback available. He's going to have to expend that if they want to defend. But backdoor protection is kicked back in. They didn't have anybody naturally pushing into the top lane. So it's taking them so long to go through this. Tiny, he's back up another 20 seconds. I'm not sure they're going to be able to get another set of racks here.
I don't think so as well. The creeps are coming from the bottom lane, so maybe because of that they should be able to. 10 seconds. 9. Yeah, I think they can. Let's see if they do it.
I mean, it's dangerous all of a sudden. Tiny is back up now. They might try to catch somebody on the way out.
They just have this talent for edict explosions, right? So you just sit around and you take that Rax. It's anyone's game still, though. Now you have that Rapier on Ember. You can take out this Faceless Void even with the Skadi.
Man, I'm excited to see the damage coming out from this Ember Spirit. He's got another Divine queued up, by the way. I want to see the double Divine Ember Spirit.
It could be the one that you will leave in base as well, right? But most likely he'll swap some BKB for it or Dezo. If he does end up even buying it.
Yeah. Taking them out, they know where they are. I mean, Faceless Void might just jump on top of the hill. They jump on top of Faceless Void first, so the Burster comes up, but he's force-staffed out, pops the BKB. Meanwhile, the other side of the fight, Leshrac going to work. There it is. The first Chronosphere comes out, finished off there on the Sand King. You might just drop another Chronosphere if he has to. On the Tiny, he doesn't. He's dead without buyback again. He is able to buy back another minute here, but I'm not sure they have a minute.
Yeah, they have creeps going in, and it just feels so difficult for iG.V to kill anyone. Like, even with this Divine Rapier, they just seemingly deal absolutely no damage. Whoever jumps in just gets chronoed, Pagna forces Glimmers, and just life drains everyone up to full HP. So you're not killing this Slash, he has a Shivas and the Heart of Tarask. Faceless Void with a Skadi and Lincolns. It's just... Even with the Rapier, I thought the Rapier might change things, but it truly isn't.
Yeah, I mean, that was a 2,000 crit right there. He barely felt that on Leshrac. Yep. Now he's back up to full HP again. Arena comes out off on the Sand King. They grab again. Can he get his cheese off? He can't! He just goes down before he can pop it. 120 seconds, no Sand King. They're going for this next set of racks, and there it is. They just called the GG. Yep. So they know there's no way to defend from this one. They played right into YBB's hands. Run over the road.
They had a couple of moments in which they definitely could have taken this game. On the side of iG.V, they didn't manage to capitalize on them, and in the end they got punished. They waited a little bit too long, and I can completely understand why they have a high win rate when it comes to coming out of lanes, but not a high win rate when it comes to winning games. As you draft around these heroes that are extremely potent early on, but you don't necessarily use that full potential in the mid game. There are still some things that they can fix, and if they could play the later portions of the game the way they play the early game, they'd be set.
Yeah, I mean, YBB has one of the longest average game times for teams in Division 2, let alone the entire DPC almost. But Man, iG.V, like their Ember finishes 13-0 and 10, but towards the end of the game, like you said, it didn't feel like he had almost any impact at all. Like he couldn't get onto the back line to find these heroes. They couldn't burst down any of these cores.
Yep.
Is this just like itemization from YBB that was just too on point, or did you just did IG's draft just kind of like fall apart?
What do you think, Nev?
I think the fighting in the late game against the Slushrack and Faceless Void was just too difficult. The double chrono and the double arenas that you had to play around, you weren't able to do this late. And you played an amazing game on the Ember Spirit, man. Absolutely incredible. 13-0 and 10 he ended on, but big team fight coming out from YBB. There was just no beating it late game.
Yeah, you really can't blame the Ember for doing what he did. He was on point with everything. Perhaps you can talk about the teammates.
Yeah, that was the arena that you were mentioning. Yeah. That we're seeing on the replays. That really did set up for the Chronosphere.
Mm-hmm. Like the positioning from his teammates, also the amount of work that they've done. If you compare them to the Ember, you can see that there's quite a difference. Like let's just say I didn't even watch. Let's see the damage from Tiny and damage from Ember. Tiny dealt 20k. Ember dealt 42k. Okay, it's understandable. It's kind of easier for Ember. But let's compare even two offlaners. One of them should do a lot of damage. Other one is just control. That's Sand King versus Mars. Sand King dealt 31k. Mars dealt 28k. Okay, yeah, that's close enough.
Mm-hmm.
I don't wanna pit them against each other and make someone look bad or anything like that. I'll move back from that. But I really felt that as a team, YBB did quite a bit more. Like every single one of them did outperformed the relative player on the other side.
Yeah, it definitely felt like they just had like a really clean-cut plan in terms of what they wanted to do this game. It seemed, right? Like they did definitely draft for like the late game. The lanes did actually go decent enough for them. You were talking about it earlier, like you thought iG.V would have a little bit of a stronger lane performance, but it was actually pretty even for about the first 20 minutes of the game.
Yeah, pretty even-ish, I would say.
Yeah.
Every time there was a big ulti used, I guess. Honestly, like I wouldn't even call it that even, considering how the drafts were set up. I felt that YBB only could fight when they had chronos, and they got more kills, and they had better fights when they didn't have chrono early on. And like for me, it didn't really make sense. Like, how are you winning almost every single fight, whether you have chrono or not? It felt weird, and that's mostly because iG.V, the way they approached objectives, the way they approached towers was so reckless early on, right?
Yeah.
Remember that tier 1 on the mid lane?
They dove it like twice.
The top lane was a disaster as well. They're like going between the top tier 1 and 2, trying to take that team fight there, just fighting into them while MS didn't have Chronos available.
They severely, Lizard, you pointed out too, they were severely underestimating the tankiness on the Lesh, like in the early game, right? He went that Hood of Defiance pretty much immediately into like the Ogre Club, and he was just going for the BKB. And it's like they multiple times tried to initiate on him and got punished for it.
Right, and that's also the thing. Like multiple times trying to initiate on the same target that you can't kill or is extremely hard to kill. Don't you adjust to it? Like,
yeah. I feel like Sand King really struggled this game. He had a couple like really unfortunate blinks. The late one where he just blinked into the chrono. He also like got caught in a couple like pretty unfortunate positions, but he also shined a few instances, getting some decent initiations, but late game was all YBB here.
Had a couple of good plays, but not the most perfect game that he's gonna be remembered for, right? That's probably a fair way to look at it.
Well, we do have to go to a short break. Do you guys have any final thoughts to break this one down, or should we just call it what it is? 1-0 so far for YBB?
I need IG Vitality to win this so they can create chaos.
Okay.
So we're going to game 3, Neff?
I'm hoping so.
All right.
Chaos.
We'll see if we get the chaos timeline. We're going to go to a short break. Everyone stay tuned for more here on the CNDPC. We'll see you in a bit.
I had a feeling you'd come back and save me from all those lonely nights and heartbreaks. And I feel misplaced without you. Why don't we go back to, why don't we go back to, never wanted to end it like we did. I guess shit happens for a reason, but it's like something feels different from back then. Why don't we go back to, why don't we go back to, honestly I'm open wide. I don't feel like waking up without you by my side. I still see your silhouette. Why don't we go back to, why don't we go back to your bedroom? I had a feeling you'd come back and save me from all my slip-ups and mistakes. And I'm just pointless without you. Why don't we go back to, why don't we go back to, never wanted to end things like we did. I'm sorry for all those promises I made you that I couldn't keep. But it's like something feels different from back then. Why don't we go back to, why don't we go back to, honestly I'm open wide. I don't feel like waking up without you by my side. I still see your silhouette. Why don't we go back to, why don't we go back to your bedroom? Just take me back to you. Wanna go back to you. Baby, take me back to you. I just wanna go back to you. Baby, take me back to you. Your bedroom.
So, who won? wants to play a game?
Yoink!
And again!
I always get what I want. In the bag.
Hey everybody, and welcome back here to the CNDPC. Hope you enjoyed that short little break. Maybe got yourself something cozy, something to snack on, but we are going full swing here with this lower division action. It's YBB versus iG.V. Currently up one game here on YBB. Lizard, Neff, what's got to change for iG.V in game number 2?
Well,
You've got to have an idea, right?
Go ahead, Lizard. You're the...
I should have targeted
brains.
this question because I Lizard's
You
probably
targeted
on.
both of us.
Yeah, I should have targeted
I'm
the Lizard.
shy compared to Lizard.
Yeah, my
Go
bad.
ahead, Lizard.
Yeah, you don't have to target it. I'm sure Neff has more than enough to say about it, right, Neff?
Yeah, Neff, you want to take this one?
Oh my god. All right. What do they need to do differently?
Yeah.
Different strategy for late game. Not letting the enemy team take the late game is hard this time. Before the draft, Ricky was saying, oh my god, I can't believe they let Pugna through. But let me tell you why it doesn't matter. Shadow Demon Miranda, the El Clasico. We banish them, you throw the arrow out, ends up landing, 5-second stun. These are two supports that can do something together. You know, in Pugna, he doesn't do as much. And sure, IG Vitality had the advantage as far as supports go for them last time, but they couldn't fight into the massive... All right, never mind. It's all over for them.
That's it? You just needed the Mars for it to be over?
Yeah. Ooh, this is rough all of a sudden. I mean, this was the winning combination last time.
I think it's pretty ridiculous, like how much work the Pugna Ward does, not only like just in the lane stage, but in those late game team fights. The Ember doing 25% less damage on like all his sleight of fists is not a joke. Like it is a lot of damage reduction.
It's 25 less added damage on the Sleight of Fist. He still does his regular. It's a complicated formula on that one. But most of his kit does significantly less damage just because the Pugna drops a ward in the middle of a team fight. It is so much harder to fight into them. It throws you off as well. You look at a glance, you're like, okay, this should have enough damage to finish somebody. If somebody doesn't go down, they're able to get their spells off. All of a sudden, team fight completely turns on its head. So I'm a little bit surprised they ended up letting Pugna through. I'm surprised it took us this long for people to start grabbing Pugna as much as well. I didn't think that he was one of the big winners this patch. I thought the big winners were Brewmaster and Clinks, but you're the Pugna, baby.
Danny DeVito. Green Danny DeVito,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like it.
The Dota 2 movie.
I'm still not completely sold on the Pugna. You can see some benefits from that position 5, but you can also see a lot of shortcomings that the hero brings to a team. You can see.
You're saying that because the hero's short, or
you got it.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. He's short and he sucks. Anyway, I really think that the lack of control can get punished by a lot of teams. You could see that Ember, he had 0 deaths throughout the whole game. Why was that? That's because they just had no way of controlling him, literally. So, like, if you catch him with the chrono, maybe, but you can't really just always be relying on your big ulti to kill off a spirit. So, but it's about the combination of heroes, right? If your position 5 doesn't have it, then your 4 needs to, or an offlane, and they really had not a single hero that does that job, and they won with it. So I'm all on the YBB bandwagon right now.
Now, do you think the Shadow Demon Purge is good enough at dealing with the Pugna hero? Because we saw a lot of times in these last fights where, one of the Pugna's biggest points is that he just decrepit life drains an ally that gets in trouble, right? And now you have the Demonic Purge, so it's obviously a much better tool for having to deal with it because you don't have to itemize for a nullifier and all that. But is it enough is the real question.
Def? What do you think?
I don't know, man. I was just distracted
It's better
by the
than nothing,
Brewmaster
right?
ban. Yeah, I was distracted by the Brewmaster ban. I was thinking that I wanted to see this hero inside the game. That's all I was thinking about.
Neff ignoring me. I feel
Oh,
it.
but it's for a Brewmaster, so it's kind of understandable, right? Like, so it's,
Neff is definitely into the bear panda type.
yeah, yeah, that's his favorite one. Interesting bans coming out, like overall Night Stalker, Dragonite, and Brew, all offlaners, and they go with the Lifestealer. You got that Rage to work with. You can still suffer quite a bit from the Crepify, as there's absolutely nothing you can do to that. But you are a natural Nullifier builder as well.
I don't think anyone's a natural Nullifier builder. I'm going to disagree with that one.
You have
Lifestealer
some.
is.
Yeah, you have some
Lifestealer
heroes.
definitely is. Yeah.
All right.
Some heroes
Maybe I'm
enjoy
just
it. It's not great, but you can buy it on some heroes and not really feel that you're doing something wrong. Let's see.
I mean,
is there Bane still in the pool? There's Bane still in the pool for YBB if they wanted to switch up the
completely counter.
Pugna. Yeah, it would ruin Lifestealer, but at the same time, you're playing versus a Shadow Demon, so it's maybe not the best.
Ooh.
Leo for Lina instead. So they need some sort of gap closed now on the side of IG Vitality. Best thing they could do is pick up a Spear Hero. Ember Storm and Void Spirit are all still in the game. So if you're Storm, I think you suffer a lot in the lane against Alina. But then, once they both hit level 6, Storm gets himself a little bit of an advantage there.
I'd like the Ember that you called first. I think it's solid. Storm as well to get versus a Hoodwink versus Lina would be good.
That's not what I expected at all.
It's not what I expected, and it's something I don't like one bit. Your two cores are fully focused on right-click damage, and you're playing into a Pugna. You also don't have a playmaker. This Lifestealer needs to go some. It's a normal build, like some armored halberd right early on, and then just create space for the TA, or maybe TA goes for the blink together with him and you fight. But do you like the draft, or do you feel me?
No,
in the same,
I don't like the draft. I like the draft more last game. Picking up the Templar Assassin after the Lifestealer feels very weird because they both serve the same purpose. They both get countered out pretty hard by the Pugna. They're all phases of the game. I mean,
to me,
Demonic Purge kind of helps. But
go ahead.
Go ahead. No, that's all I got.
I would say to me the biggest issue they have is like you pick this Marana, and anytime you pick this Marana, it's like really important you have multiple forms of setup. Otherwise, the hero like definitely struggles, and that's why like the Ember Spirit felt so strong in the mid lane. Is like you have chains to set up for Arrow. You could have gone for a Kunkka even. Like there's a lot of options in terms of like heroes that were still available to pair with the Marana that create like a potentially kill threat on this Lina. But now you just don't have it, and so that's the part.
Fine. Lifestealer's got open wounds. It's 2015. EG just won DAC, and they're about to win TI as well. Let's go.
Okay.
You can have SD on bottom lane, and on top lane you can pick something like a Sand King still for yourself.
Yeah.
We'll see if I think Sand King did leave a little bit to be desired after that last game, so maybe it can be his comeback arc, revenge arc.
His Metal Gear Rising Revengeance.
Sure. Yeah.
Thanks. So it's very weird to see them ban out the Slaughter and the Chaos Knight as well. Faces Void. I mean, if they got bodied by it in the previous game, it makes sense they want to get rid of it this time. What are they most afraid of on the side of IG Vitality?
Yeah,
they
PL
need.
literally been impossible.
I mean, there's got to be something else that they're super afraid of.
There's TB as well that you could go for. There's Morphling as well that you can go for on YBB. Yeah,
I think TB's actually probably better than the Phantom Lancer. Yeah, they have one stun to fall back on.
They have actually no way of dealing with TB at all.
Yeah,
can make those illusions off him. which is annoying, but that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, your offlaner has to do so much work in this game, and I don't really know what you can pick that actually beats Terrorblade here, because the only offlaners that are really left in the pool are things like Necrophos,
which is pretty damn awful versus all these
so
heroes.
greedy too.
And they
Could
just
you go? Oh, okay, they're just sinking.
It's it's understandable. They couldn't just counter TB with their offlane. They needed a setup stun. They needed something that initiates. It does round up their draft nicely, and it allows them to play the game right. I'm not saying that they have a good draft versus what YBB have got, but they have a solid draft. When this Sand King comes into play, they can take it. I would still go like 25% in their favor, maybe 75 for YBB.
You're a generous man, Lizard. I call this 90-10 for YBB.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, pretty heavy favorites is what you guys are saying. I mean,
Run, Ricky,
we saw what
what's your
happened last game, right? Well, I mean, I'm looking at YBB's draft. It just makes more sense to me. I feel like this TA is going to get bodied mid, and like Terrorblade will just kind of be left to farm. So I feel like YBB are in a pretty good spot to just take this 2-0. But you know, maybe we'll see something special from iG.V this time around. It's possible that they could you know, perform a little bit better in the lanes and pull this game back. But who's got to like perform for iG.V for this game to go well for them? Lizard, you're saying it's the Sand King.
Yeah, it's 100% the Sand King, because you have no one else to make these plays in the mid game. There is no other options, really. Like, TA can go for some blink, but she's not going to be constantly making stuff happen. Same goes for Yukio and his Lifestealer, so it really needs to be the Sand King.
Okay. Well, we'll be jumping in this game here in just a little bit. Neff, what's what you say? You're pretty much in favor of YBB, but what does iG.V got to do?
Pray.
God damn it.
I really don't like Lifestealer as a hero. I'm not a big fan of the Templar Assassin run alongside it, because they both fill very similar roles.
All right.
I think they needed something that could jump the backline here. I was talking about that, but that is the opposite of what they did. I mean, they got there eventually with the Sand King, but then they set up to just completely bodied by this Terrorblade as well. I mean, we were all calling how obvious it was. I think even worse than the Phantom Lancer, which they did ban out.
Yeah.
So,
well,
pray.
Before I hand this game off to you guys, I want to give you one little fact here, and it's about the Lifestealer. The hero currently rocking a 58% win rate.
Wow.
In the CNDPC, so maybe iG.V knows something's up. But we're going to find out, as this is game 2 between YBB and iG.V, a must-win game for the Academy team. So we'll see what happens. It's going to be Neff and Lizard bringing you the action. We'll see you guys in a bit.
Happy to be joining you again. Oh, look at that. You hate to see it. Already dewarded.
And dewarding your own ward afterwards.
Yeah.
Not letting them get it.
Yeah. Are they going to finish it off?
We can leave it on one hit.
Yeah. I imagine there was a long conversation about that just before they finished it. It did take them a little while.
Who got the last hit? Let me see. It was...
It shows you, look, they got these super helpful tips to observers and casters now. The TB got the last hit, but the gold went to the Pugna. It's got them in brackets over there. There it is, the arrow with the Shadow Demon setup. They find the kill at the very beginning. This is what we were talking about, my man.
There you go. MS.
Yeah.
There's no way I think you catch that.
Yeah, he's got too much MS for them to get.
Nice, nice.
Yeah. We're dropping the bait jokes this game.
Just let it all out, man. It's fine. It's early morning for me. You'll probably make me laugh, you know.
Nice. All right. Throw another disruption off, the banish out of the Pugna. I mean, it is very annoying. The hero, it's actually got more armor than I thought. He's got 4 armor at the beginning. That's pretty insane.
In the Pugna?
Yeah.
Yeah. Tankier than you would expect, right?
Yeah, from a child. Think they'd have weak bones or something.
Yeah, he's all bones, even all weak bones, but doesn't matter. He's got his netherworld or whatever the hell protecting him. Yeah.
There's the flame from the nether reaches protecting him. Speaking of flame from the nether reach, he went nether blast again. Burrow strike and arrow. He's probably gonna be able to walk away from this one. This is what I don't like about it, though. All right, LG taking a little bit of terrace here for the metamorphosis. He'll be able to get away. But the fact that you have to play so far up when you go for this build rather than the nether ward reduces enemy spell damage, punishes them if they want to drop anything off onto your carry. I definitely prefer the nether ward at level 1.
Can they
arrow
kill
after the
TB?
burrow strike? He might just drop here. 2 more auto attack will finish him. Actually, just 1. Rana has huge right clicks. LG playing forward. They just want to get on top of this Pugna.
He's got
they
the fairy.
trade with them auto attacks. The fairy fire. They end up getting 2 kills here.
You know, that's one of the ways to make our predictions completely useless.
Yeah, anybody who would have predicted YBB were in this game, very stupid.
No, but no, for real. Like, these kind of things, sometimes they just happen. He popped the meta to bully the lane to push it out and get all the last hits. And instead of doing that, he actually just died to a Mirana and Sand King, just making their lane 10 times easier.
They both have level 2 now. Stranger, is he sending himself out, Regen? He is. He's got tangos, completed magic stick and whatnot on the curry. I mean, like you mentioned, things would be a lot easier. Top lane. Shadow even getting run down here by the hoodwink, but not be able to finish him off. Instead, goes for the courier and just snipe that. 30 gold to everyone on the team. That's 150 gold going their way. Quick maths.
Damn, you're really good at this. One of the better Dota talent when it comes to math.
You know, for such a complicated game, I will say that a lot of Dota talents are surprisingly bad at math.
Right?
Arrow coming out, the body blocks end up setting this one up, and the Pugna's just going to drop again.
Yeah, there's a ton of kill potential between the Sand King and the Mirana. And like you said, if the Pugna is a little bit too far out, it's so simple to kill him off. Even the TB. And it doesn't get easier once Mirana gets an urn, let's say, a couple of levels.
I will say that TB is a lot tankier than he used to be now. You know, he's got 2.0 strength growth right now. It's gone up quite a bit over the years.
Yeah.
They take a little bit of agility away from him. They nerfed his metamorphosis damage, but he is much harder to bring down. I worry about them in the late game, how they're going to deal with him.
Yeah, for sure. This game in the late game, once he gets, like, let's say a Skadi or something, it feels like he's unkillable. Skadi, BKB. But, yeah, they still need to get there. And like we said, iG.V, they're this kind of a team that does dominate the early game. Pugna got arrowed, maybe? No. This time. iG.V is this team that can dominate early game and then they fall off quite heavily afterwards. We'll see if a similar thing happens here.
Yeah. By the way, up in the top lane, I wanted to touch on that one. He had double bracer on this Mars, so he's just standing in lane and trying to trade with the lifesteal. And I'd say that he's doing pretty good with that. I mean, man's ahead of him in, as far as net worth goes already.
Yeah, it's a standard build as well, right? Like, you go for this double bracer, you tank up on the Mars. You can stay almost against anything in the lane. No matter if you're countered or not, you just regen up anyway.
Yeah. Bottom lane, Stranger taking a lot of right clicks from the Pugna here, but he's not really in any danger. He's able to leap away. He tries to get on top of him. I'm more concerned about the Pugna. He's playing kind of far up. You don't have that much mana.
Would you be flaming him if he's playing that far out with you? Would you be like, come on, bro?
In my lane?
Yeah.
I would trust my support to do the right thing.
No,
he
you
has died
wouldn't.
twice, so... Yeah, you know what? You're right. If he'd got down twice, I would be incorrectly flaming this pro player. I would say, what are you doing that far up? Just play further back. And I would be wrong.
He'd tell you...
Is that what you wanted to hear?
Yeah, he'd tell you, shut up, amateur league. TB, he's dead.
Yeah. Brought down under that sandstorm. How much damage did he take from that? Sitting there for a while. He ended up taking almost 200 magical damage from that sandstorm. Mid lane, Electric Rake comes out, tries to force this Templar Assassin back. Laguna Blade ends up throwing a lot of damage. People throw this out way easier these days than they used to, ever since this mana cost nerf. I'm sorry, buff.
Buff, yeah. They just threw it in case there's some follow-up for the TA. Sadly, there was none. But because of Pugna also being on the mid lane, TB died, right? So they're giving a ton of space to this Sand King. What was the carry last? Void, right? I feel like Terrorblade is way easier to kill once Sand King gets that Blink Dagger. And he is getting closer and closer, so...
Oh yeah, 850 gold already, only 6 minutes into the game. He's doing very well for himself. Keep saving.
I feel like he was maybe even faster last game, right? At minute 7 last game he had 1500 gold already. I remember that because that's when he went to the stacks.
Yeah. I don't think he'll be that quick this game. But again, it's easier to deal with the Terror Blade. You were just saying that.
Yeah.
Once the Faceless Void. The only issue is you're not going to get as much out of your safe lane in your mid this game. I don't see, him having this 13 and 0 and 10 performance. Yeah. Pugna pretty far up. Oh, ends up dropping the Decrepify on himself, and he survives this for now. He's got a salve in his backpack. So as long as he can continue to juke them out, Sand King's about to walk over. He tried to put the Nether Ward to body block them. They'll take a little bit of damage going on him here from this Nether Ward. This is space that he's creating right now, okay? Witness the Terrorblade farming the jungle while you drop here down the...
If they had a spirit of a hero on mid lane, he could rotate in, get the double even. It would be huge for them. Sadly, Lina is out of resources, plus farming the stacks.
Yeah, no mana available. Regen rune. 928 denies that from the Templar Assassins. Nice quick pick up there. But it would have been great if Lina could find that. Now her farm is taking a massive hit. And Pugna's trying to soak up XP behind this tower here.
He's done that really well. Like even when he lived the last time, right? The one thing that he did really well is dish out a ton of damage to the Mirana and the Sand King, so they couldn't just continue tanking the tower or taking it.
That actually forced Mirana to TP back home, which wasted a lot of time that she was spending on the map, time that she could have been, like you mentioned, chasing the Terrorblade through the jungle. He does that now, which I'm sure he's finding very annoying, but he's going to back up to the triangle now. Alright, unfortunate. The Lean is clearing out the triangle.
Yep.
What can you do?
Yeah. And Phase Boots, Lina, by the way, no travels early on. You like this? Like Phase Boots BKB?
It's interesting. How about you sell this to me?
How about I sell this to you? Okay. Do you find yourself very often stuck in life, stuck between people, between creeps?
Between a rock and a body block.
That's why you need phases. Fight them.
I'm not convinced, unfortunately. An excellent analyst, but not a great boot salesman, Lizard.
Yeah, I'm not really a salesman, am I?
No.
Sand King, top lane.
Yeah. There it is. Epicenter comes out alongside the Burrow Strike. Union's going to try to spear, but off into an enraged Lifestealer, so he's not going anywhere. Finishes him off there with that infest.
Really nicely done by iG.V. They defend the top lane with that Mirana ulti, plus they take the bottom tier 1 tower. And this was, what, a 4-man rotation towards top from YBB. Overall, once again, IG Vitality doing really well in the laning stage. 2k gold advantage, 7-0.
It sounds like it's going to end with a butt.
No, they're just doing everything that they can at the moment. I want to see that blink on Sand King ASAP, and it's actually there already. Sub 11-minute mark, it's pretty solid one. Solid timing.
So you can be able to set up on these people, but again, he doesn't have Epicenter up for another 60 seconds here. So that's when the big kill threat is going to be available.
Even if he just gets this Lifestealer in with the armlet, which should be completed right now after one more creep. I think even without the epicenter, you can threaten a big kill on someone like Alina.
Yep. By the way, speaking of Blink Dagger, Templar Assassin ended up going one for a first time as well. Banish comes out up at the top, and the arrow to follow it up, landing off onto the Pugna, but they don't want to commit onto the Mars. The Sand King ends up coming in. Spear ends up connecting with an illusion, but it looks like they're about to lose Shadow Demon anyway. 2 more auto attacks. Tries to survive a little bit longer. Doesn't really do the trick, though. Sand King is able to walk away. Well, it looks like they want to continue to chase this. Blink Dagger available on Sand King. You've got Burrow Strike as well, but Pugna's so close to the tower, they start to back up now.
Yeah. Actually, can't believe Pugna managed to survive as well. He was so low, he just used full duration of life drain on Sand King.
It was very impressive how he pressed R there.
Yeah, it's really nice usage of that R spell. Yeah, just the fact that iG.V never stopped it with anything. Perhaps they used all their stuns.
They don't have much to stop it, unfortunately.
Which aren't plenty, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I was talking before that quick engagement. Templar Assassin ended up picking up a Blink Dagger, so they're wanting to play fast. Oh, nice Quelling Blade. MSS was getting in position to bring her down there, and Metamorphosis is available as well. Definitely would have committed that.
Yeah, can't blame her for wanting to play fast. I think when you look at the 2 lineups, if you're iG.V, you want to be in front, you want to be controlling the game, which they so far have been doing. But like Blink Dagger, yeah, it allows you to make plays, but you can continue farming as a TA. You know, with the Blink, you can still farm up. You can still stay in the triangle. It doesn't mess up your item progression too hard.
Yeah. Moving to the jungle here, smoked up on 3. They definitely need to connect with something. Could find TB, it'd be great, but his gamer senses are tingling. He knows something is amiss down here. The Lifesteal playing this far forward, and all the enemies off the map. He's got a TP out now. They're going to see this thing walking out of the trees here, but instead they rotate over to the mid lane, and they are going to connect with either 928 or Lina.
You're on ult. There's no one showing on the map, and your mid lane is being pushed in, so if you're YBB, you'll be extremely careful what you're doing on the map.
Yeah. They see Pugna drop a ward over here underneath their own vision, and they ping that one out. They try to run at 928, but they can't connect with it. They wasted a lot of time just now. Gold advantage diminishing when they go for these failed ganks. They actually end up catching him, but the rest of the team too far away. Mid leap too. It always feels pretty bad when that happens. Alright. They turn their eyes towards this mid-tier 1 now. Sand King sitting up on top of the hill. They can't really fight into this, can they? They're going to try. Enid reveals his Blink Dagger. Spear off of the Templar Assassin on the side. Life Drain ends up coming there. Finished off by the Laguna Blade.
Yeah, so they catch the TA. I feel... Okay, you caught the TA. Sand King there needs to jump in instantly. If you even want to contest. Sand King needs to jump in and just stun a couple of these targets that are channeling spells.
Yeah, Electric Ray comes out from the Sand King. They end up catching him as well. Stuck around too long. No business being around the mid lane anymore.
Just to buy your TA some time. If you channel Epicenter, by the time you channel it like he did, the fight is over. This early on in the game, the fight is already over. You won't be able to do a lot.
Banish comes out alongside the arrows, but doesn't connect with 928, so they're going to lose the tower off of this because they lost the Sand King as well. Sick deny there by Stranger. They're going to try to catch these heroes. Lina tries to TP out. She goes down. Dead before the TP goes off. Spears them back, but damage is done. Now they're trying to catch Pugna 4 stacks, 5 stacks.
iG.V just loves doing this. They love just diving like crazy on that mid lane without a care in the world. Like, remember the last game, they did exactly the same thing.
That's exactly how they ended up losing the last game. Tries to bushwhack, but Quelling Blade chops the tree too quickly.
Sometimes you lose, sometimes you win. It's the game of dotes. I respect that they have their own identity and an idea of how they want to be playing.
I like aggressive gameplay.
It's, yeah, MS top lane Can they catch him? They should be able
They're
to.
gonna try. Is the epicenter. Burrow Strike comes out afterwards. If he could get the Sunder off onto somebody, tries to throw it off a Stranger, but doesn't end up getting it. Spear off onto the Illusion. Stranger, he doesn't know the trick. He tries to leap out of the arena, but he ends up getting caught.
He didn't listen. He didn't listen to our cast. Yeah.
Absolutely shameful.
Of course.
So the trick on that one is I was talking about it in the last game. You will bump into the arena once and then you leap out afterwards, or you can double leap and you'll go out. And just the soldiers with their pushback that stop escape moves from going. But those things have a cooldown.
What if double leap made Mirana like you're playing Smash Bros with the double jump, air jump?
Yeah. I think it's an interesting tech. Dota would probably bug out if he did something like that. It doesn't handle Z-axis stuff very well. There's some very neat tricks you can do with that, though. Like if you force staff a unit live telekinesis on Rubik, they land immediately, and then they're stunned from the lift, as if like...
Force staff just breaks a lot of spells in this game. I believe you can force staff the Primal Beast or the Lina.
Yeah. No force staff for her, as she's Demonic Purge. There you go. That's our segue.
Should this be Roche? I think so. With the Dazzle, with the Armlet and Halberd. Why not? Straight into the pit.
I mean, they're going to know they're doing this. They do have Netherward available. It's difficult to fight in Netherward. It's difficult to fight in Mars. It's got the Spear. How many... They're going to try Spear off of the Sand King. This is probably the best target if you finish him off before he gets anything. And they do. Stuck in the place between the Roshan on the side of the arena on the lifestealer as well. He does have Rage available, but doesn't want to waste this. Yeah. Instead, he gets chased out of the pit. Roshan sitting at 3,500 HP.
Yeah, I think you don't go in the pit if you're Radiant.
Arrow comes out, ends up connecting with the Pugna, but they're not going to follow up on this one.
I think this is really disciplined from YBB, unless they go into the pit.
No discipline, Lizard. No discipline here.
Okay,
they're gonna chase him. They get the Shadow Demon like you mentioned, and now they're just throwing the pit. Buyback coming out from the SD. They need to come over here quick.
This is still.
Roshan is dropping fast. 2,000, 1,500. They're gonna go. Mirana ulted up. Arrow ends up getting blocked by the illusion. They finish it off. Stunned up by the Roshan. It took her a second to pick up the Aegis there, but no discipline and no punish. Right?
Yeah. And SSD. Okay, he'll live. Very peculiar that Sand King didn't buy back earlier. He had that buyback, and they're going into the pit. Metamorphosis is running out. You need to win this early game to kind of stay in the match, I would say, if you're iG.V. They just let the Aegis get picked up by YBB. Not sure. Lifestealer?
Lifestealer indeed. Looks like he's going to be fine now. Everybody's okay.
What do you think about it? Maybe I'm wrong. Do you think Sand King should have bought back? I really feel that's the case.
It feels like one of those... what's the word I'm looking for here?
Blunders?
I forget the word. No, it's like a critical event in this game. Like them getting the Roshan at this point, I think is costing
inflection
them a lot
point,
because,
yeah.
Oh, that's an excellent word.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, that thing you just mentioned. Arrow comes out after the disruption. They're going to go on top of the Mars. The epicenter on the back. Burrow Strike forward. Doesn't have BKB available on the Mars.
Arena.
He is tanky. Ends up going down. This is all because the Netherward blocked a lot of that spell damage.
You really love that Netherward.
I really love that.
The biggest fan, yeah. You're the Netherward stan.
Hey man, it did its job there. That Mars did not die to the epicenter.
No, it certainly did, yeah. Like the double bracer Ogre Axe and Netherward.
Yeah, I glanced at it and I'm like, okay, that's enough damage to kill that Mars. I played so many Dota games, watched so many Dota games. Like, he dies there, but he doesn't die there.
No, you can see that they're really punishing all the moves from iG.V right now. And some big items are coming for them. There's this BKB on Lina, Skadi, almost to be completed by MS, and at this point, the game just becomes so hard for iG.V.
Yeah, finding these kills under the Terrorblade is near impossible at this point.
they'll just have to use everything right and hope that he doesn't get, I don't know, like life drained, decrepified, saved by the arena.
Sunder afterwards.
Sunder, of course, after.
Yeah, and they don't have a lot of stun. Like, keeping this guy dead is going to be difficult.
Well, they might kill him now. He still doesn't have that Skadi, and he's in the bad position. They don't have Sand King, though.
He's got his Skadi. He's got it. It's flying over to him. Not all of them's coming out. They don't find the kill off on the Sand King, unfortunately. And now they're collapsing up into YBB. Lifestealer trying to find something. He doesn't have a great way of staying on top of anyone now, getting on them or slowing them afterwards. Pugna forced himself down the hill, but he actually got stunned by the ogre there.
9 to 8.
9 to 8. Yeah. He ends up going down. Stunned up by the arrow just as that TP was completing. And now Lena getting chased down. Minute and 30 seconds on this Aegis.
Twice even.
She's going to beat KB as soon as she gets up. You have buyback available on Hoodwink as well, and you're underneath the tier 2. Arena ends up coming out off of the side there. Mirana, she doesn't go anywhere either. Now, Sand King, he doesn't connect with anything with this epicenter. This is falling apart. Lifestealer, he is a long way from home. Terrorblade's on top of him. They are in too deep to be able to get back. Aeonid, he's standing his ground.
He has
as best he can. All right, he invests into the Sand King, but Sand King surprisingly tanky. Slowed up a little bit. Blink Dagger. All right, he ends up... Oh, no. Wait, what do they have protection on him? Oh, the sentry right there on the bottom of the hill. Just about missed that one, but okay. It does end up getting the lifesteal out of this.
He had a burrow strike, right? In that last second, he opted not to use it. Doesn't matter, lifestealer does survive in the end. I really think that YBB could have punished this way harder. I don't even think that they needed to run. Like you said, Terrorblade had his Skadi completed. Sand King was sitting on 15% HP, something like that. After that failed attempt on his life in the mid lane. I really think that they could have perhaps been the ones that are going on iG.V and not the other way around. But understandable, they blew their load on the Sand King. They didn't kill him, so they tried to run away.
But still, the later... I want to say the later this goes, the better off YBB are going to be.
Yeah, there are some nice things coming for iG.V too. The Nullifier, TA is definitely one of those heroes that does not mind buying it.
Yeah. Arena comes out, casualty there on the Shadow Demon. They don't have much to defend at this point. Ends up coming in, Burrow Strike, the arrow, but BKB's it off. Meanwhile, Sand King clipped onto the trees there. They get on top of him, bring him down. Laguna Blade doing a ton of damage onto the SK.
Easily taking him down. And they're still sticking around though. Lifestealer.
Whoa.
Yeah, he's got...
Can they take that fight? I don't think they can.
It's hard, right? Especially because of the Crepify. I guess he has a Basher and there's an arrow nearby, so... Maybe if the stars align.
Someone was mentioning to me that Bash is a lot less popular than it used to be, but I think it is necessary in this game.
Yeah, it's
the only thing that they're going to have to disable people with BKBs.
You need it versus BKBs. It's not as great. The Abyssal is not as great, so it's definitely not as popular.
When Abyssal gave you 100 damage, listen.
And range. That range was great. It was a mini blink.
Oh, the range bash, yeah. You jump on top of people, yeah.
Sand King, he's in. Pugna.
Yeah, they end up getting on top of the Pugna. Arrow ends up connecting with him as well, but backside of the team fight, you don't actually end up connecting with anything. MS, he's a long way from home. Demonic Purge as well, so he's not going anywhere. He's got to sunder something. He might just sunder 9 to 8 here. We'll see.
Or maybe no one.
Yeah, or maybe no one. BKB, you don't end up popping it here on the Mars. He just ends up going down. 8-second BKB still available. I mean, stunned up.
It feels like we are reading this game at the moment, at least, completely wrong. Arrow! Oh, so close. Yeah. Nice sharpshooter.
Is it missing both those auto attacks? Takes the scurry as well.
Yeah, like really nice engagement from iG.V again. They used that blink to kill off the Pugna first. One thing that they have definitely adjusted in this game is just going on their priorities. Pugna?
Yeah, this priority, Pugna again.
Like, remember last game? He was never pretty much. Only Ember would hunt him. Everyone else would chill. But they're really selecting their targets much better this time around.
Yeah, you're not getting these big kills, but you're getting the important kills. And at that point, YBB aren't able to fight into you anymore. They realize that jumping this backline is very important. And I was a little bit worried about their ability to jump the backline this game. The Sand King pick ended up coming out last. They grabbed the Templar Assassin instead of a Spirit Hero to be run in the mid lane, but they're making it work right now. I hope I'm not cursing them by saying this. I am impressed that they're making this work.
And they, what's also not that surprising is that they're making it work after owning bottom lane, I guess, as they did slow down TB significantly. Let's look at the TA versus TB net worth.
Yeah, they're wrapping around the back here under the Moonlight Shadow, but they see this. They spear him back to the tree. Oh, it didn't quite connect with the tree. He gets to survive this. He could drop Arena in a second, but that was such little range away from the tree there, man.
Roche is up though, and he popped that BKB, so it won't be that easy for them to fight it. But I still think they will try to contest. Look at TB, he's so far away. Never mind, okay?
It doesn't look like they want to, not with Terrorblade so far away, so they're forced to give this one up, and with that, they're going to be on the back foot. This is lining up to be very dangerous for YBB. You're getting close to a Daedalus being completed on the Templar Assassin. Burrow Strike not connecting with anything. Yeah, it gets on top of the Hoodwink though. It's going to make quick work of him, right? No, Hoodwink's still alive, but Arena doesn't actually end up connecting with anyone either. Incredibly awkward engagement. If they could catch somebody here on their way out, but they can't.
They killed the Shadow Demon in the backlines.
Yeah. Missed that one. As they were all going on the Hoodwink at the same time. Dual Scepter and the Sand King thrown off onto the Mars. It doesn't look like they'd be able to kill the Sand King though.
Yeah, and they were forced to use the meta. So if you're iG.V, you can just re-engage once the Shadow Demon is back up. Absolutely no reason not to. You still have that double damage bottled on TA, plus the Daedalus that you spoke about is up into just a minute, really, in a couple of seconds.
Yeah, he'll clear out the Ancients, and then he'll have it available. And then, you know, like you just mentioned, the double damage round, and even the Terrorblade isn't going to survive that one. Really backpack the Daedalus over the...
Just for the DD. Once you use it, you swap it out, I guess. Yeah.
He's not going to have it here. It gets on top of the Mars. Alright, it doesn't even matter that he doesn't have it. Makes quick work of him. Pugna tries to...
He's dead.
Ow.
Okay. Any sort of advantage and lead that YBB had is completely gone.
That was almost 2,000 damage in that auto attack to the Pugna.
Just one auto attack and Skelly Boy is gone. Lina is trying to split push top. Buy them some time.
She's trying. I mean, it might work. And we saw the same thing in the previous series. Just to bushwhack him to buy himself a little bit of time. They're actually doing a lot of damage with this reflection of the Lifestealer. I am pleasantly surprised. But yeah, Lina chipping away at this tier 3 tower. So both teams end up getting a tier 3.
Sand King?
Lina playing this about as well as she can.
She's back though, so they'll have to fight here. Sand King is infested. He can go in.
Yeah. If they're waiting for an opportunity to, they're going to wrap around the back, it looks like. Maybe just bait the enemies, not thinking that. Hoodwink ended up throwing out Bushwhack over there. Brostrike ends up coming out alongside the epicenter. They get on top of the Lina. She goes down, buys back into the game. Sand King held in place with the Yule Scepter, but right beside the arena, it looks like vanished up for now because they catch him. Beautiful light strike right off on a 2. They do end up catching Templar Assassin, but she has her BKB available and her Blink Dagger, for which she gets back up. She's thrown into the barracks though. She gets no chance to pop her BKB. She is down. She doesn't have buyback available. Amazing setup there.
Shadow Demon.
Now they're chasing down Shadow Demon as well. Bushwhacked the trees, speared.
Okay,
Now
nicely.
they're falling apart.
Nicely done by them. Gotta go and get something out of it though, as TA, like you said, doesn't have a buyback for 60 more seconds. So you go into that mid lane, you take down the tier 2 tower, you utilize the remainder of your metamorphosis. The only question is, can you do more than that?
You could go in through the mid lane and go to the top barracks here. End up taking that. It looks like that's exactly what they're going to do.
That's a very nice point, and yeah, they're going up there. Lina doesn't have a buyback, remember though, she used it. Sand King as well. So these are the heroes that are in some danger.
Decoy ends up connecting with the...
Do you like that?
Yeah, that thing looks hilarious. Yeah, I think it looks very funny.
It's confusing, I think that's like...
Yeah. It throws you off.
It's a nice concept, a really nice, annoying concept for a spell. Shadow Demon, Terrorblade needs to be careful. They are smoking up as 4 heroes here, as Lifestealer is infested.
I'm not sure they're going to connect with anything, though. I mean, after taking the racks, I imagine they're going to play insanely safe on Lina. 6 minutes until she's got buyback off the cooldown. She is significant in these team fights.
It's crazy how iG.V had so much lead, and then suddenly it's all gone plus one side.
Single play. I mean, this is exactly what happened at TI, man. Sorry, the OG TIs especially, I want to say. But actually PSG's TI as well. I feel like, trying to break high ground a couple times against the very pesky Magnus game ended up turning on its head.
I mean, PSG LGD had more than one TI that didn't work out. For them, so.
Too soon.
It's the truth.
Yeah.
Sad for them, but it is what it is. Maybe this year, the third attempt, Mars.
Yeah, third time's a charm.
Okay.
Yeah, Yule's up, but he is fine.
He's still playing around here. Yeah, I'm surprised that these illusions actually made them wary of trying to go for that Mars. Because it was like a bluff play, right? There's a Mars, there are illusions, so we're expecting more. But they weren't. It was just the Mars, actually.
Yeah. How close is the illusion creator from us right now?
Yeah, together with his old teammates. He wouldn't be here alone, right? No way. At this point in the game, no.
He'd have to be stupid.
Yeah.
Or think that we're stupid and...
Exactly, right? Yeah. He almost has an MKB, by the way, so his itemization is pretty damn smart. He's getting the items that he needs versus the Lifestealer. And, well, for now, the TA because of the neutral item, right?
Yeah, but he hasn't itemized buyback.
I guess if you die once and you don't have meta.
Yeah, I suppose. We just pray Pugna can keep him alive.
Just flame the Pugna if you die. That's it. You don't need buyback when you can flame your teammates.
Yeah. Where's my Decrepify?
Where's my Glimmer? Where's my Force? Why don't you buy a Lotus?
You were demonic purged. I don't care. Oh, Arena ends up coming out. Connects with the Sand King as well. Immediately pops out on that Lifestealer. Bandaged as well, so he's not able to damage the Sand King after he comes out of the arena. Electric Ray does connect with him, but it's away anyways. And it doesn't look like they're actually going to connect with anything now. So Arena comes out. They catch 2, but everyone gets away.
Yeah, Arena and the Metamorphosis. So some big spells used by YBB. Like this kind of a fight though worries me for like you go for this in your own jungle. What exactly are you getting? You know what I mean? Like even if you
There's
get
no
this
objective
team
fight, there, yeah.
It's like so easy for iG.V to bail, and even if you win a fight, let's say you trade 1 for 3, 1 for 2. What then? Like you have nothing pushed in. You had nothing pushed in. That's it.
Yeah,
I'd rather say.
I guess you kind of fall for that in
yeah.
a stressful game.
Yeah.
You just try to fight into the enemy. You say, okay, this is a good fight, but you don't think about what comes afterwards.
You're thinking maybe they were just doing something that perhaps iG.V wouldn't expect, like do the unexpected. Yeah.
I mean, if they get Sand King, the game becomes very easy. It's on dieback. No, maybe just hoping to grab him. Either way, both teams are going to be playing around the pit for the next couple of minutes here. It's a somewhat long Roshan respawn, like 2.5 minutes.
They're infested. Is there a smoke? Yeah, there is. So they just need to outpush mid first.
Yeah, I mean, with all these heroes are playing this close together, it's kind of obvious that they're going to be going for a smoke immediately afterwards, I feel. But they might catch something.
Pugna.
They're moving, yeah, Pugna just TPing out. They are so bailing here, man.
Yep. And they had to because Dire is so damn fast. IG Vitality, they have the best cobbled foreman on their side with that chalice of his.
Yeah, his cruel efficiency, increasing the movement speed of his allies.
Yeah, whipping. He has a whip, right? He's whipping his little other kobolds, making them get that
I really like
faster.
the golden chat. I like the entire look of this guy.
Yeah. He's he looks like someone I know. Whoa!
Arena comes out, saved again. I mean, every time a spear comes out of the side of the arena, this is saved from the backline from the Shadow Demon. But they try to stay on top of this Templar Assassin. She gets the blink out though. Fraction charges. She is her level 25, but they kill the SD. Gonna try to catch more, hopefully. Auto attack doesn't actually end up connecting with the Sand King. Ends up getting that invisibility from the Sandstorm after his Burrow Strike came out.
All of their BKBs are out, and it looks like iG.V they're going to go back in.
Yeah, Infest still not available for another couple seconds, but Blink is up on the Sand King. Right, they're backed up for now, but you know, like you mentioned, they keep taking these fights and escaping. Bushwhack comes out, but he committed the rage this time. They probably want to try to go on this. A couple seconds. Yeah, Epicenter with a Burrow Strike. They end up catching off from the Hoodwink. Sitting very low in the Lina as well. They're going to try to run him on the back line. Pugna just about to drop. One more auto attack. He tries to life drain up on the Sand King. Very bold of him to do, but everybody goes down. The Terrorblade, the last person standing is Lina. They've got buyback available, but they're going to try to force this.
I think you buy back. The creeps are coming in, so you might lose two sides if you don't. But you see how much YBB is struggling this game around for having no reliable catch. All of these plays are leading into two buybacks, and now it's bottom lane for iG.V.
Yeah, they realize if they don't have the Mars, the TV, we can just keep going. Yeah, that's exactly what they do. Chipping away at this melee barracks. The range one now gone as well. I mean, they're not going to be able to grab the top tower, unfortunately. So tier 2 is still standing, but huge advantage going their way. This game, all of a sudden, a lot harder for YBB.
Yeah, and Roshan is back up. Like, the game needed to be much cleaner from YBB. I still felt that they had perhaps an advantage because of that TB. But when you look at the drafts, if you didn't see game 1, you wouldn't see an issue with YBB. Like, you would see an issue actually, but because you saw game 1, yeah, they played without catch in game 1 and they owned, right? Like, without any reliable stuns. This time they're really being punished for it hard.
I really just don't like iG Vitality draft, but they're making it work. I mean, not enough disables is punishing them this game.
Like, iG.V's draft as a standalone draft is great. No, like, the only thing that you can perhaps argue is they have 2 physical damage dealers on 1 and 2, which isn't completely amazing, but besides that, it's fine. The problem is they let this TB go through, and you're also playing into the Decrepify with 2 right-click damage dealers, but doesn't matter, they're still doing all right.
All right. Now playing on completely separate sides of the map. I mean, making a move for this tier 2 up in the top, but I feel like they want to meet them on iG Vitality before they claim this tier 2. Fighting into May creep is not easy, and
yeah, maybe go behind their back, right?
Yeah. take a fight on your terms, but
They don't have a smoke for that. And there we go. On the courier.
yeah, this is what they're going to do. Wrap around them before they get to the tier 3, and they're going to connect with the Sand King, who's got his buyback off of cooldown now.
What?
He actually ends up finding the first strike. They get a stun off onto the Mars. The arrow ends up coming afterwards. He's just down. No buyback available on him. They catch Pugna afterwards as well. It is a complete disaster. MS isn't even able to finish off their Shadow Demon. Stun comes out. I mean, they're getting him now, but Lifestealer, he's on top of MS. He gets the bash in the middle of the casting animation for the Sunder. And now about to run down the Lina. Buying back now on the Terrorblade, but he doesn't have Metamorphosis available. Lina stunned up, taken down after the Burrow Strike. And the TP off into the fight by MS is canceled, but there's no way for them to fight into this. They're going to get this Rax. And they just call it. Oh my god. A one bad team fight. It is all over for YBB. That game, it looked like they had it off the draft there, but IG Vitality is having map control for the majority of this game. Took a good fight just outside the enemy team's base when they didn't want to buy back the TB, lose 2 sets of racks, then end up botching that play coming around the back. IG Vitality, I mean, showing up this game.
I have to say though, when it comes to the 2 drafts, I was biased after game 1. I was really biased after game 1 towards YBB, and your 10% definitely sealed the deal with the curse. Like they're playing 2 games without reliable catch, without instant catch. Like Hoodwink Bushwhack isn't gonna cut it. Like Arena isn't gonna do it as well. And they were trying that versus a Lifestealer who literally just pops rage and walks away every single time. And the worst thing is they continue chasing, and then every time they just faceplant into the epicenter. So.
Yeah. Neff, you said you wanted the Chaos timeline. Well, we are one step closer to that now after this game. It definitely seemed like YBB kind of like overplayed their hand too much in these fights. Like they commit really heavily with this Mars, but like you said, they have like 3 different ways of just walking out of the arena, like every single time. And even when Mars pops the refresher, the second BKB in that mid lane, he drops a second arena and still only gets a Shadow Demon. So it's like, it just felt like they're like IG Vitality maybe just had a much better answer for what YBB was doing this time around than it seemed to work.
I mean, it felt like the Spears barely ever found their marks off onto the side of the arena. Every time the Shadow Demon was outside, like you mentioned, disruptions ended up coming out, saving whoever they were trying to go on. IG Vitality had their number here. Punished them for not having... I mean, they had some lockdown, but not enough. And the fights usually were on IG Vitality's terms. Anytime that it was on YBB's terms, they were able to just walk away, like Lizard kept mentioning that game. Spears off the side of the arena. I mean, a couple fights ended up kind of going their way, but then things quickly end up turning around. I do think like a Basher was a perfect pickup for Lifestealer, because towards the end there, we ended up seeing like middle of the cast animation of that Sunder. I was concerned that they wouldn't be able to kill Terrorblade in the late game, but they managed to find it.
Pugna also had a couple like unfortunate positioning, I guess, in the late game. Like he got caught out twice in these fights in the late game, and he's such an important part to like trying to keep heroes alive. But you end up getting the Aghanim Scepter on Shadow Demon from the Roshan, and Lifestealer also itemized for a Nullifier, which is like the perfect counter to this hero once you have it. And something, you know, Lizard, you pointed out in draft, like Lifestealer is a hero that absolutely has no problem building this item. And it's just
TA as well, solid. Right? Like you can go for that on both of these heroes. They would just bait out all the BKBs, run away. Once the BKBs are off on TB and on Lina, they would strike back in. That's pretty much how they were playing the game.
Yeah.
And MS is terribly didn't feel nearly as free as we imagined it might be. So overall, go ahead. Sorry.
I was like, speaking of free games, like Lifestealer finished 7-0 and 10. You know, from the very beginning of the game, it's just a super easy Lifestealer game. They don't have kill threat on this hero at all.
Yep.
Ended up working out well.
I'm upset. I mean, my prediction was incredibly incorrect, but
90% incorrect, actually.
Look, man. Sometimes that 10% happens. Life happens. What's important though is that potentially IG Vitality win this, and then we could see a 1-6, 1-6, 1-6 tie for 6th, 7th, 8th.
Yeah.
Here. One of these teams fighting for relegation.
Yeah.
That would be a hilarious timeline, the chaos timeline that I am hoping for.
So you did this on purpose. You gave them a 90% win chance on purpose, so you get the chaos timeline, yeah?
Yes, exactly.
I get it.
I'll go into Kikaku.
So everyone just needs to invert Neff from now on when he goes ham.
Please no. I don't want that one tied to me. What do you think the number one or the MVP of this match was, though? I think it is difficult to say. SAG definitely set up some. I mean, he definitely started all these team fights.
It was a team effort. Let's put it that way. Probably the life stealer just with every single rage and infest on the Sand King, saving him multiple times. I would say that's him, but it's kind of hard to give a life stealer an MVP unless he goes 20-0 something. He was only 7-0, right? Not as insane.
Yeah. The thing too is like last game we were talking like, LD had a pretty rough game on his Sand King. This time around he played a lot better. Like he had a much better performance on the Sand King in game 2. So just a little bit of a warm-up game, potentially game 1. But definitely a team effort overall. But we got to go to a quick break, right? We've got game 3 coming up around the corner, everyone. So stay tuned. It's YBB versus iG.V, an important series for both of them. We'll see you after the break.
Yoink!
And again!
I always get what I want. In the bag.
Hey everybody, welcome back here to the DPC. Just a real short break as we get ready to jump into game number 3 here between YBB and iG.V. Again, my name is Cryptic. I'm here with Lizard and Neff. Boys, we got a draft already underway. There was literally zero break between this series. These teams are hungry. And what do you guys think of the draft so far?
Are you baiting? All right, nice. I'm going to jump in before Lizard. Take that, Lizard. Baited me with the 25-75 and me going 90-10. My favorite for this draft is IG Vitality because they have Medusa and Snake Lady is strong.
Okay.
Okay. Would you go 90-10?
Gosh, Europeans, man.
What?
Yeah, you know what? I'll go 90-10 until I see more.
Okay. I wouldn't blame you. There's a reason why Medusa is banned out like so many games, right? Like almost every
like
game.
90.
We see
90% of games.
Would you say like 90%, 90-10? Yeah.
Yeah, I would say that.
Yeah, we'll see. They banned out the Anti-Mage. Is there something else that you're worried about when you see this Medusa? Guys, like
Phantom Lancer?
PL, is he as much of a problem as he used to be? I guess so.
Yeah, I mean, not really. The illusions barely drain any mana anymore. They nerfed the hell out of that one. I think they drain like 8 mana.
It's like
8 or 6.
It's like kind of a problem, but you can address PL from the offlane, especially with what's left in the pool. So if they like bait the PL, you can address it pretty easily here, I think.
You have some snipers, drow rangers that aren't really picked often, but can be played versus Medusa.
And by the way, Medusa does have an almost 90% contest rate, so now if you were close, it's 88%.
There you go. You need to believe in your percentages, Neff.
Yeah, that is true. All right. Can we move away from the making fun of the 90% thing and move back to analyzing this draft? Not because I'm embarrassed, but because I like to stay on topic.
Of course.
Yeah, I'm a professional, you guys. So, with Mars Marana, I go back for this game. Bane alongside that. I mean, this one's the classic. You have it set up for the arrow. Set up for arrow inside the laning phase as well. The spear off of the trees followed by an arrow. There's a lot of damage that come out here, but finding the kills on Medusa is not easy. What I am certain that they will do, actually, what I was fairly certain that they would do is pick up an Abaddon, but they already have a Pugna, so that limits their ability to grab him as a position 5, and if you grab him as a 4 at that point, then your 4 and your 5 don't really have any kill potential on their own. So you can't go for that, as amazing as it would be this game.
Do you like the CK? It's obviously an offlane, right? There's a slight chance that it's a 4, but
that takes away the possibility of it being in position 4, right?
Yeah. Well, you could still play Pugna on mid lane and some shenanigans, but yeah, like 99% this is 5 Pugna, CK offlane with Shadow Shaman, position 4.
I mean, would it be awful playing this Pugna as a mid laner if you have a Chaos Knight as a 3, and then you can pick up an Abaddon as your 5? I think that wouldn't be awful. How bad is Pugna mid?
Pretty bad.
Depends on the enemy mid laner, but it's not bad. Yeah.
Well. Let's see iG.V. They need what? They need their mid laner and their carry next. Perhaps all these spirits kind of fall off once you see the Shadow Shaman. You can still go for them. You could still go for storms and whatnot, but maybe not the best idea any longer. There's a significant amount of catch on YBB, and that's something that they truly improved on in this draft.
Looks like they listened to you. They heard the wise words of Lizard and were like, all right, we'll pick some heroes that have catch. Okay.
Is this
Chaos Knight great for that?
Is this Bane Razor safe lane versus CK? It probably is, right? And you say
I'd imagine so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this lane's actually still not that bad for CK. This hero does a ridiculous amount of damage, and Shadow Shaman with Hex and I mean just his whole kit trades pretty efficiently.
Yeah, the two of them can contest iG.V as a safe lane, but I still think that Razor and Bane should demolish them at some point.
Yeah.
Unless they make some great mistakes, Razor plus Bane, they're just taking too much damage away from CK, and Shadow Shaman, once CK is not a problem, just dies. So I still think that there's a huge edge on the side of iG.V there. I feel that iG.V's lanes once again are superior to the ones of YBB. It's just a matter of this last pick mid laner, what's going to happen there.
Or last pick Abaddon.
Or a last pick Abaddon, yeah, and you put whatever you want on mid lane from YBB. Any of these heroes can do it. But
you sound like you have absolutely no faith in the last pick Abaddon, Lizard.
Let's say 90% it's not gonna get picked.
Let's see. You're hurting my heart here. I can only take so much. What do you say that they pick if not the last pick Abaddon? As a mid laner.
They need any sort of a playmaker really for them, and they don't struggle from the same things that iG.V does. Like, they're not playing into a Shadow Shaman, so any of the spirits I think would be fine. Did they just ban out Puck? Yeah. So they could go for a Storm, they could go for an Ember, they could go for Storm or Ember. I think it's a pretty solid pick.
Yeah, I'd like Ember here, I think.
Probably safer, right? Ember is safer here, but with the Quap banned, even a Storm is an option, really.
Interesting that they would ban out the Queen of Pain here on the side of IG Vitality.
Yeah. I think
you were absolutely correct.
No, I think you were correct up until the point where they banned out Quap. The moment you ban out Quap, I think you go for Storm. It's I mean, it's just a little bit harder to do anything about the Storm now.
You're handsome, you're smart, you have it all, Lizard.
I'm just repeating what you said, so it's, you know.
And humble, I see. Man truly does have it all.
God damn it,
Ricky,
man.
How about you?
Dude, I'm just enjoying
What do you think they grabbed last year?
I mean, you need something that can beat the Storm in the mid lane, right? At this point, it's like Void Spirit and Ember Spirit are both in the pool, but you're playing into a Shadow Shaman. You could go for a Linken's, but neither of them really punish the Storm Spirit enough.
Yeah, you're thinking too far ahead. Lincoln Sphere, and we don't have that kind of money. No budget for
Razor mid, TB safe.
Oh, that's a good change.
Yeah. The problem they had is no matter what mid laner they pick, they lose late game. And they don't necessarily own early game as well. Right? Because you're playing into a Medusa. If you pick any spirit, you're going to play Ember plus Razor versus a Medusa? And good luck with that. If you don't end the game 30 minutes in, 25 minutes in even, when she gets Manta Skadi, you're done. So it's a nice adjustment. I think I think it allows them to scale a bit better. Razor versus Storm should also do all right on mid lane. But this time around, they really need to focus on blocking those small camps too. Don't let the Storm Spirit recover easily.
Yeah. Neff, what do you think, based on the draft? Who are you leaning towards?
Based on draft alone, I would probably say IG Vitality. I think YBB is the better team, even after having their carry ripped away from them. I'm going to go 50-50 and be an absolute fence sitter. I've got no self-confidence after Lizard started beating me down in that draft. You've taken everything from me.
I just mentioned the 90-10. I didn't beat you.
That's all it took. I didn't have.
I went.
I've got
70,
B-Cop levels of confidence now.
I went
That's
75-25. It's not like I went in the right direction as well.
Yeah. Well, we're going to find out who's going to take this one home. It is game 3 between YBB and iG.V. Again, Very important series for both of them. And to bring the action will be our handsome lads, Neff and Lizard.
Yeah, you see, Lizard, I'm supposed to be the smart guy who gets everything correct all the time. If I make a single mistake, it all falls apart, okay? I can't have that.
It's okay. You just need to relax, take a deep breath, go with the flow.
Whatever happens, happens.
Exactly.
If CK runs into 5 heroes, you know, it happens.
Yeah, you just turn away and you run.
Surprised that Marana didn't try to line up an arrow onto the CKs. He ran through that narrow path. Oh, that is why. He sets up with the sleep. Arrow ends up coming down. The beatdown from every hero on their side. Poor A unit. The kill goes off the way of TB, even though they tried to give it to the Razor.
Yeah, TB got it with reflection.
Yep.
Cool. But it's kind of bad to start with sleep as well, with Nightmare, right, on Bane. Can he sleep? Yeah, he's gonna... Never mind. Doesn't set up for that second arrow.
But since they nerfed the damage on it, it used to be 20 a second. Now it's a measly 5 at level 1. Usually want Brain Sap to trade with the enemies a little bit more effectively. Expensive as far as mana cost goes as well. They're going to try to do a little bit of damage to the Pugna as well. Arrow ends up coming off, but Bane doesn't throw any auto attacks off into Pugna while that's happening. In fact, he's taking a lot of damage here.
Yeah. He took way too much damage. He needs to pretty much just go base, region up, then TP to the lane.
I mean, he wastes a little bit of time for that and ends up wasting his TP scroll as well. It cost him 100 gold later. Getting that one back. Wave blocked all the way underneath the tower. A little bit too gung-ho on this one,
this
looks like.
This is something that you can do versus a matchup that you're losing. It shouldn't work in general. Like 99% of the time it shouldn't work because you have this high ground ward. Basically what you're doing is it's a gambit. You're betting that the enemy mid laner will overblock and you won't block at all. So you'll get a complete mess out of equilibrium and you'll be able to farm. You do it in matchups which you cannot like do well in. But first, I think that he could do well first wave versus a Razor, and second, it can be punished. He just sees you on a high ground ward and he stops blocking instantly. Medusa dead.
Yeah, and they're looking to go for another kill as well. They're gonna run. No, never mind. Not gonna run underneath the tower. He did drop pretty low there on Pugna, but they saw the Fairy Fire on him, so they didn't want to dive that. Yeah, Medusa down in the bottom lane killed his actual what's happening up at the top. I think it was just Sacred Arrow that ended up lining up off onto her before she had the mana shield available, so very weak before then.
Yep.
The weakest in the game. Stormpeer already not feeling confident enough to lean against the Razor. Stacks the camps, the small camp over here. I think they probably want to put another sentry down to that small camp. Like, half the point of picking up this Razor and changing it over to the mid was making sure the Stormpeer's game was shut down. They should probably continue to do that, and Marana is a hero that runs pretty easily.
Of course, even if he just farms the small camp, he won't get nearly as much as from the lane creeps, right? So he'll get something.
Why even give him that?
Yeah, exactly. Why even give him... You know, it's just a time killer. You're killing those small camps until you can approach the creep wave mid. He's getting gold to CS here too, so it's nice.
Yeah. Saw another kill happen down in the bottom lane this time, going the way of the Medusa.
Look, I mean, I'm not looking at bottom lane, and we're missing these kills because this shouldn't happen. Like,
I am doing the exact same thing. Mystic Snake ends up clipping onto the Mars for nearly 200 damage. I think it was like... Definitely should not be happening. Top lane, chased under the trees right now. The Chaos Knight and TB sitting pretty low as well. Alright. They're keeping more of an eye on everything else, but it's supposed to be a passive lane, man. You got Pugna and a Medusa together.
Right? Like, if anyone dies, it should be one of them too. Perhaps the Pugna, but seeing a Medusa solo kill, okay, top lane.
Bane getting chased up here, but not able to finish him off.
Yeah, those were some nice crits.
Yeah,
coming from Chaos Knight. You know what I hated?
33% is
yeah, I hated when they made it not percentage based. Because
oh, back when it was activation like cooldown, right?
Yeah. Because everything about this hero, he's a Chaos Knight. He's a goddamn master of chaos. Everything about this hero was chaos related from Dota 1. Do you know he had like the highest spread of right-click damage? I think he still does.
He still does.
Yeah.
It's still very high. It used to be even higher, I think.
It used to be like ridiculously high.
No.
So removing that.
Oh my god. Okay, absolute brawl happening in the bottom jungle. We're not going to miss this one. Storm Spirit getting run down here. Spear ends up clicking him, but Razor finishing him off with that static link. So we did finally catch some action out of the jungle. Every hero rotating over here to where the bounty runes spawn.
Yeah, top
I have
lane.
no idea why this even happened. I missed the build up into that one, and his action was happening top at the same time.
Yeah, it's just that Storm is trying to find some breathing space on the map, but Razor isn't allowing it. I think we'll see some Mirana rotations now as well towards mid lane. Until Storm gets 6, it's the best time to bully him. You see that Stranger is in a perfect position to maybe land an arrow if Storm goes mid.
Yeah. So they're forced into the triangle where this is like the only safe space for him now, but they're doing a great job at shutting him down.
Yeah, you're forced into a triangle, but you aren't really going to get a lot here. It's not the place where you want to be.
He doesn't end up connecting with the Storm Spirit, unfortunately. Thankfully, he manages to get the dodge. Shadow Shaman TPing from base. Can he pass in the bottle? He does. Nice. Back up to full, but he's about to walk underneath this Observer ward. Thankfully, Pugna's coming around to de-warded that.
Oh, look at Razor. He's just so deep.
I mean, this is exactly what he wants to do at the moment. We're 5 minutes in the game. Catapult is now hitting the enemy team's mid-tower.
Yep.
So he's clearing out the wave as quickly as possible, making sure this catapult can put damage in this. And this will allow you to invade the enemy team's triangle in the jungle super early. Storm Spirit had only just hit level 5 here at 6 minutes into the game.
I'm sure Storm is a bit sad that if he was closer to this, he'd be able to soak up a ton of experience, but sadly for him he wasn't. He was still trying to farm up the hard camp. But yeah, they're defending tier 1 for now. It's already on 40% HP.
Yeah, and they're gonna... I mean, they could just dive this one right now. They've got a haste rune on the Razor. He is looking for an excuse to dive.
Just any sleep on any hero, followed by an arrow, and he's diving.
Yeah.
That's maybe a bit too deep.
Coming out, but... Yeah, the creep wave blocking any potential arrow coming out. I mean, underneath the tier 2 might be a little bit too much. Pull back on the Storm Spirit, finished off there. Creeps ended up finishing the job. Storm ends up coming out, trying to TP out on the Storm, but he can't! He ends up going down inside his base.
You have learned nothing.
What can you do? I think that was an auto attack. No, that was a tick from Eye of the Storm hit him when he was inside his base, so finished him off.
CK? Sir?
CK?
Okay.
Ends up going down. A little bit confused about that one. Now, Pugna getting chased down as well, but there's a bunch of chase him underneath this tier 2 tower.
This Razor rotation, I mean, the switch up with TB going top, TB last pick top, Razor mid was obviously a really good move for IG Vitality. They're in complete control.
Yeah. I was just baffled by the Eye of the Storm tick being the thing that finished off the Storm.
I'm not baffled by anything anymore in Dota. Like, I've died in base so many times. The first 1,000 times, you're kind of, yeah, that sucks, but then I think you're like...
I mean, it was Eye of the Storm, not an auto attack, though. Come on, man.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
That was a new one for me.
It's the same tick, right? It's not like it hit him in the base. It just hit him at the same time. The TP completed.
Where's your bewilderment, your enjoyment, sense of adventure, mystery, Lizard?
It's still there. I am getting older, but it's still there. This game still definitely bewilders me, or however you pronounce it. Like, because there's some crazy shit still happening in it that you can't expect.
And every time there's a new patch, more crazy shit. Wakes him up from the sleep, unfortunately. Shackles come out, but it's going to buy him time, but you're delaying the inevitable. The spooky lightning chicken finished you off.
Just giving more and more damage to that lightning chicken. Storm is TPing bottom. He's 6, by the way.
Yeah, he jumps into the arena, ends up catching out the Mars, pulls him back, tries to do as much magic damage as they can. Mystic Snake ends up finishing the job, so...
He also has a regen rune.
Very cool.
No, I mean, he can make another play in the jungle afterwards.
I'm just not a fan of Storm Spirits and regen runes, but he ends up getting on top of the Bane. Brain Sap ends up interrupting that regen rune, but it's not going to save his life.
This is really it. They were pressuring Storm and they were preventing him from getting that level 6 for as long as possible. But the moment he gets it, he comes back online. Has he recovered? No. Like, he's not there yet. He is, what, 2k behind. Almost double behind the Razor. It's not amazing. But it's not a hard Storm game. Pugna.
Chase down right now on the Pugna. The arrow comes out. Oh, just gonna TP out. It's that easy. Just TP out.
Yep.
This guy's good. He's got some moves.
I think both of these teams have got these moves, at least in this series. Like
over in the river. It takes a while to decide to pick up that double damage rune, but it doesn't look like Storm wants to commit off onto the Bane, who's holding the DD so close to that tier 1 tower in the mid. Should Storm have gone for that one? The kill, that is, after he wakes up from the nightmare.
Yeah, hard to say. Shadow Shaman was connecting, but yeah, maybe
diving a Bane is kind of difficult. He's got a wand, he's got Brain Tap, he's surprisingly tanky.
He's tanky, yeah. Maybe they could have attempted for it because there's also a catapult on mid lane, so after that you could perhaps pressure the tower a bit, but there's a tier 1 tower and most likely someone TPs and punishes you for that. And then your game is done. As a Storm, you need to play pitch perfect from now on.
Yeah, I mean, again, like you mentioned, slow start and he's coming back post level 6. They drop the Moonlight Shadow, but they don't manage to connect with anybody, unfortunately. Mars is hoping to set up on somebody, but no Blink Dagger yet 11 minutes into the game. I mean, you're not going to have it at this point anyways, but without the Blink Dagger, he's got no hope of setting up on this Medusa. Instead, they just decide to clear out the enemy's triangle. Sleep ends up coming off onto the Medusa. You've got Fiend's Grip available as well. The arrow does connect too, but they don't want to go for this. They're afraid to fight into it. I mean, that kind of makes... I honestly think despite the amazing setup, with Nether Ward on the ground, you know what? I'm being too much of a Pugna fanboy again. Arena ends up coming out up the top lane.
There's some...
I lost to it too many times. Arrow does reveal A in it, but it doesn't end up connecting with him, so he's probably just going to be able to walk away from this one. Spear on the Mars comes back up in 1 second.
Hit him once now. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, pulls him back.
Yeah. No. This is something that you have to do. Yeah. You always have to do this. When someone fails an attempt like that, you always turn and you hit them once. It's mental damage, emotional damage.
Emotional damage. Thank you, Sensei.
Oh, no. It's these things matter the most in this game. It's all about that psychological game.
Yeah, he's gonna miss his next spear. His hands are sweating. He's gonna mix the next spear now. He's up here in the top line thinking about how he missed that spear, and this is allowing them to set up on him.
Exactly. Now he's the one running.
Yeah. Into the trees there on the Storm Spirit. Gets the vision thanks to Static Remnant. There's the hold. They still have all these stuns available. The pole coming in, pulls him back to the Remnant, and he goes down. But emotional damage is what set that one up. No way he would have stuck around there and let that happen if he wasn't too busy thinking about the fumble.
No way at all. He's still thinking like, how dare he hit me? It's like Will Smith slap.
Yeah.
Once he came turned.
Yeah. You know, knocked the life out of him for a second, and then after that he was upset. Right. Where are we at the grand scheme of this game? Razor has his BKB being sent out right now, so they're about to up the pressure on IG Vitality.
Yeah, haste as well once again. It would be great if they could get this Medusa.
Arrow ends up connecting with the hero behind it. And he's just going to walk away, though. So, not being able to make use out of this Black King bar, unfortunately, with the haste rune.
Maybe he still can.
Oh, maybe they can. They're going to chase down the Chaos. Didn't pop BKB. And now, he ended up interrupting his own shackles there. Pops BKB afterwards. He does go down the Shadow Shaman. Pugnus sitting very low as well. Stone Spirit all out of mana, so everybody's forced to get back now. Medusa a long way from friends. The Fiend's Grip comes out, Spear finishes her off, and I'm pretty sure they just walk into the Roche Pit now, right?
Oh, wait, I'm just interested. What? Are you sure Shadow Shaman cancelled it on his own? Or did someone interrupt it? Because there's nothing to interrupt it, right? Just the arrow.
I don't see anything to interrupt it.
Yeah. I think that's
it. It wasn't going to last long anyway. It's a level 1 shackle. So maybe he's like, oh, I kind of whiffed this one. I need to step back. He probably just definitely lost like 1.75 seconds of that shackle, though.
Yeah. It still allows Razor to run back in a little bit faster. Roshan that you mentioned was possible, but it's dangerous, and they don't really have a ton of damage yet for it. That's my opinion, at least, without the meta.
I'm sure that opinion is correct. I mean, Metamorphosis was expiring, and it's less damage than it used to be.
Oh, nice arena.
Yeah. Stun ends up coming out. They hold the Mars in place, and they're going to try to finish him off. He doesn't get the opportunity to spear anyone to the side of the arena. It goes down, but they do get the Shadow Shaman Stone Spear zipping in, trying to get on top of this Terrorblade. Doesn't have Sunder available, but it looks like he doesn't quite have enough damage to finish him off. He's trying to stand his ground and fight, and he does! He managed to bring down the Storm Spirit. Finished off by a unit, unfortunately, but now Razor is here. It's 49 stolen damage right now, trying to stand his ground up against the Chaos Knight. They managed to grab him, but now forced to run away from this Medusa. And he's gone.
I take that nice arena and I turn it into a pretty bad arena.
Yeah, what was he thinking of that arena?
Unfortunate. Like, he caught 3 heroes, but there was no follow-up. And I think the worst thing is Bane had no sleep. It was on cooldown, so he couldn't reset the fight on Mars. He got shackled, he just dies there very fast. And obviously no Metamorphosis, no catch follow-up. Still, though, a decent fight for them, I would say. The only issue is Medusa survived, right? And that's the one hero that you want to kill every single fight.
I mean, Medusa getting tankier. Still pretty far away from the iG.V, though.
What do you feel about this Roshan? Good old piercing damage serpent wards?
Very cool. I'm a Shadow Shaman player, so I like it.
You're so oblivious, stranger. Hello.
What do you think about the everyone? Roshan chicken? Oh, brought in here. Stranger, finish off. What did he press Moonlight Shadow there?
Yeah.
He ended up getting finished off by his own Moonlight Shadow. Roshan dropping incredibly low. Does end up getting the Aegis on the Storm Spirit and goes down immediately afterwards. It's going to come back up. The arrow doesn't connect with him. It goes right through him. Timing just slightly off there.
They're going in, though. There's
up on the hill. The spear. The Pug ends up walking in front of him, but the Fiend's in front of the Storm Spirit immediately afterwards. He tried to save him. Jumped in front of him like a hero. Caught that bullet, but it didn't matter.
Yikes. They did that one super risky play going into the pit. It's kind of... I think teams are starting to expect it when they're playing versus Shadow Shaman now once again. It wasn't a popular play for a long time, right? But now with the changes to Serpent Wars, everyone is kind of doing it. So, well read by Stranger.
Phantasm. Yeah. Oh, he ends up popping the big 8 just before that Chaos Bolt connects.
I feel that you need a Blink Dagger on 928. And he is getting closer. Like, the moment I saw that action, I knew that this is the hero I need to click on. Just to check how close he is. Once you get that blink on 928, you can do these kind of moves. But before that, every aggressive movement will be just countered by a BKB and running away.
How do you feel about his skill build, by the way? Hex Max, 1 point shackles.
I
like this game.
Okay, interesting. I see different builds from different players. I see Hex and Shackles maxed out together at Shock level 1. But Yeah, this is also fine. Versus TB, it's also nice.
Yeah.
There's just interesting builds from both teams. There's Razor with an Orchid as well, by the way.
That is interesting.
Orchid has been obviously changed, nerfed a little bit even in the last patch, but it's still solid versus Storm. Still solid versus CK in this game. Especially when you see Storm, he has Blitz Knuckles as well, right? So
you know that he's committed to not building a BKB yet.
Yeah, exactly. CK bottom lane.
Oh. Yeah, pinned to the tree here. Fiend's Grip might have been a little bit overkill, but I guess they wanted to make sure.
Seeing those Blitz Knuckles makes this Orchid on Razor a lot better.
Yeah, Arena comes out up at the top lane, speared back on the Shadow Shaman. He ends up going down. I'm trying to punish this guy for doing a split push here, but they still put a lot of damage to this tier 2. And the question is if that one's worth it. Going down like that, committing your wards and still not getting the tower. I mean, again, a lot of damage to the tier 2, but they don't end up getting anything significant on the map.
Yeah, I guess you did force them to show themselves, you made the move, you weren't going to use those wards in any better way anytime soon. And Medusa perhaps feels a little bit safer as she knows where everyone else on iG.V is, so she can continue farming up.
Alright, so when does Medusa feel 100% safe then? Is it after Eye of Scotty or one other item after that?
Yeah, I don't think she ever feels that 100% in this game. No, you need a mobility item as well, I think, versus Razor. Or at least someone needs to buy a Force on your team. Because that's his job as well. Once he gets a bit tankier, and he did get this plate mail, he'll just be on top of you.
Yeah. Speaking of, Force Staff, Dragonlance, that sort of thing, are you surprised that the Medusa doesn't have a Dragonlance this game? Ooh, over in the mid lane, Vortex, off to the Bane, a couple more auto attacks, will finish him off. Brains have to keep himself alive, so he's going to be able to walk away from this one. Yeah, he's fine, but 928 is not. He ends up dying at the same time that commitment happens.
I'm surprised Storm was afraid, but very low mana, so went back afterwards.
Yeah, realized his window of execution was very nearly over.
Because Shadow Shaman also died nearby, and they could be connecting, so it's better safe than sorry kind of a situation. But the map is in full control to iG.V, like they have all the vision that they need. There's a grip, or maybe a sleep.
There is a grip available, but just the sleep. The arrow ends up coming out, connects with the Medusa actually, but I don't think they want to come into this. Positioning right now is fairly good. Alright, ends up jumping in. Mars Spear is off the mark, and he ends up getting committed on. Gonna be brought down before he gets a chance to drop his arena.
Shadow Shaman mid lane, he caught Razor.
Forward, yeah, but stunned up there. Thanks to that arrow. Alright, now we're talking. Arcane Rune picked up on the Storm Spirit.
They had a couple of sentries, a couple of nice planted sentries for vision there and obs. So the wraparound wasn't possible by Bane, and in the end it was Mars that pays the price. Again, Bane not having that sleep for 1 second, so they couldn't reset the fight properly.
Unfortunate. Alright. Doesn't look like they're gonna actually reclaim any map control after that though. It looks like IG Vitality just gonna run it back just like before.
Yeah, they just go straight back in, and they do have all these items that enable them to play like this. The double BKB coming up now as Terrorblade is about to complete his.
Yep, and then Mars not long off of his BKB as well. It's another like 600 gold. I think, yeah, that's the #1 time they're waiting for, because he's blanking in like way far in front of the rest of his team right now, and then just melting afterwards to magic damage. Once he's not going to worry about that or the disables, then I think he's going to be a lot better off. They're trying to do a smoke gank before Mars finishes his BKB. It looks like invading the jungle here. Not connecting with anything. They could get this top tier too, though. I mean, just dropping the mass separate wards on the tower would certainly take it when it's sitting this low. I mean, Fortify's still on cooldown for another 48 seconds as well, and that'll open up outposts for them.
It'll open up the outpost. It's also a really nice area of the map to take at this point. The only problem is tier 1 mid. Bane.
Yeah, Bane got on the Orchid off of him, so he's not able to save himself from the Nightmare. He gets the Fiend's Grip off, though! He survives with the Brain Sap, but they end up catching 2 here! They lose the CK and the Storm. The Bane goes down afterwards, but the damage is done.
They will chase now, for sure.
They're trying to smoke up to run away for the extra movement speed on YBB, and it looks like they're going to be able to escape this one.
That was... yeah, that was a bit greedy from Storm, but also unfortunate from CK. He jumped onto the arrow. Like, he caught that arrow with his face.
Reality Rift onto it, or Blink Dagger?
Blink Daggered, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he Blink Daggered mid, and before he used anything, he just got arrowed instantly.
What can you do?
Yeah, sometimes
we've seen some very unfortunate Blink small planers this series. The Sand King one was... Sand King and Mars one was probably the worst, though. That one, that was a really what can you do situation. I had something like that happen to me the other day. I blinked into an RP like as soon as it went off before the Magnus had any business activating it, and ended up losing a game off of just that.
It happens. Happens to the best of us.
It's like 2 seconds left on the RP on my stunned teammate, and he hit him with another RP. I was so upset.
Yeah. It's the way life is. You just it's the way Dota is, you know. Sometimes you just feel like the game is against you, no matter what. You truly do.
Some game.
And
Alright, the game is in their favor, though. They've got a double damage rune for this Roshan.
Exactly. Sometimes you just get the double damage a minute before Rush spawns, or you just get it and you go into the Rush pit.
Yeah, on here like TB with the massive, base damage, growth rate, and his agility, and he get himself an Aegis. Did he pick up? Who picked up the Egg Shard?
I wasn't.
Was it Razor? Razor. He's upgraded his Storm Surge. Very cool ability. Are you a fan of Storm Surge?
It's like the old one, right?
Kind of.
Yeah, Forked Lightning when... Does it? It doesn't purge though, right? Yeah, it doesn't.
I do not believe so.
Yeah. Storm going in.
Storm Spirit coming in, yeah. Get the kill off on the Bane. The Arena ends up coming out. Shackled, so he's not able to throw a spear off afterwards. Still sitting on his BKB on the Mars, but not even necessary to pop it. End up going down the Shadow Shaman and the Storm Spirit. YBB trying to TP out. If they have any way to interrupt it, they don't. Just TP out. It's that easy. Yeah. I mean, not for Storm. But, everybody else. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fight, Mirana. Yeah, surrounded by the illusions, beat down. These crits are scary, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just try to go on that Chaos Knight a little bit too far out and got punished for it. Storm Spirit desperately needs a BKB. Once he gets that, these kind of pickoffs will become way easier. But what's important is, as they're doing it, Medusa is not dying. I think that's what their goal is. Make some fights anywhere on the map while Aegis is there. Buy us some more time until Medusa is completely online. But yeah, you can see that iG.V are struggling with that extra amount of catch. They just cannot kill this Pugna so many times. He just TPs out. Or Shadow Shaman. They just all TP out.
I mean, at a certain point, it doesn't really matter if they just TP out. Eventually, your hand will be for us as the enemy team.
Eventually.
Goes for your objectives.
Yeah. Eventually. Mid lane, Medusa.
And Spear ends up connecting to the back of the trees. He's got Fiend's Grip available as well, and you are so far away from the rest of your team. You're losing a lot of mana here. All right, they end up getting the Hex off, interrupts the Fiend's Grip, but 928 pays for it with his life. Arena ends up catching it, but they don't have protection. There it is. They end up dropping the Sentry Ward. They catch him, but Stonegaze ends up coming out, buys Medusa a little bit of time. They'll have Reflection available in a couple seconds, but just TP out. Like you mentioned, this is one of the times it does matter.
Yeah, just it's that simple. I would like to see maybe a Yules on Mirana, but he's going for Lotus. Lotus is fine too.
Yeah.
Yules probably would help you with these situations. You could just use the target that is trying to run away or arrow it. You get an additional disable bottom lane. CK.
CK a long way from home. No Fiend's Grip available. Unfortunately, the creeps are there, so not able to sit up with an arrow. But with 4 heroes chasing you down, you are not long for this world, my friend. No TPing out from this one.
Yeah, they're just completely constricting this map away from YBB. Terrorblade pushing in the lanes, farming the triangle with illusions as well. Medusa is just so sad at this point. Still keeping up with the network though.
Yeah, TB needs mana.
Dire's structures are fortified.
He's sitting very low. I'm surprised he isn't just ferrying himself out clarities.
No, you just blame your supports instead of that. Where are my clarities? Where are my mangoes? Why aren't you
want
buying
me to be
them?
poor? Give me your money. He's gonna try to cut this creep wave, but Stormbeard has already made sure that top one is pushing in, so that I don't think they'll be able to claim this tier 2.
Yeah, and they have
1 minute.
Yeah, exactly 1 minute, right?
Didn't realize that's exactly what you were about to say. All right, he's by. Are you serious? 1 clarity? Kind of stingy, bro.
There's boots on Mirana.
There we go. But still, he sends himself out a single clarity when he is this low on mana. This guy is so stingy. Phantasm coming out. Stun ends up connecting over onto the Mars here, but they don't have enough damage to bring him down. Shadow melts immediately, though. Stonebeard too far forward, sitting pretty low on mana. Arena ends up coming out, catching a unit. He is a long way from home, and they aren't able to catch Stonebeard, so they'll take him as a consolation prize.
Yeah, wouldn't you pop your refresher orb there and just silence the storm? Or was he silenced or something? Because I felt that he could have caught the storm as well.
I mean, it doesn't matter if you're silenced. You just
exactly. It doesn't work on items. They're not muted.
I mean, I suppose so. Would have been a big kill off on the Storm Spirit.
Still though, good
maybe
for
they.
them.
Yeah, maybe if you're on a Razor, you're hesitant to drop the refresher orb if you're not like taking a bait team fight.
Arrow? Oh, that arrow just flew over his head.
He is small, so
right.
Yes, the very funny haha. You've seen this, right?
That's the Z-axis we were talking about.
No, not that one. The funny haha, the Nether Ward into clearing all illusions with Life Drain.
Yeah.
Instantly clears everything.
Wait, can he actually do that? Yeah.
Yep, he just did it.
That's a pretty solid way of dealing with the TB.
Any illusion hero, man.
Mars might be falling on the bottom lane. He does have that BKB, but they're chasing him. If they could set up a chain stun, but without a storm, it's a bit hard.
Yeah. Well, it looks like everybody's going to get back for now. Mars is getting closer to this refresher orb, and I think at that point it becomes kind of scary because Medusa can pop her BKB to escape in the first arena, but then the second one is going to come out, and I think she's just going to die. All right. Mirana ultimate, seeing if they can catch somebody. Medusa, they do have vision of her over here. They can get on top of her. Spear back into the team, and the Fiend's Grip coming out. They interrupt it. He's hexed, but Medusa still a very long way back into her base. She ends up going down. Razor beyond godlike with the double kill. Pugna getting chased down. He goes pig mode, trying to escape, but he drops anyways.
They have no
buybacks.
Yeah.
You are absolutely correct. They have no creeps. He's trying to push this one in with the TV. I think he just kind of... Nah, you got to try to take more with him. Medusa dead. Storm Spirit, he clears out the entire creep. Oh!
That was very close. That was also very nicely done by Stranger trying for that.
Yeah.
They do have creeps at top, though. Yeah.
That would have been insanely impressive. I missed that arrow. Almost an incredible catch, but yeah, heading up through the top lane now. No buyback available on the Medusa, and at this point they're going to realize it, so here's your punish. Finally, I mean, you can TP out from a lot of these situations, but eventually they're at your door, they're knocking, and They're taking down your barracks.
Some really cool plays happened in the last 2 minutes. That catch on Medusa was not easy at all, but also Shadow Shaman instantly breaking the grip of the Medusa wasn't good enough. It just wasn't enough. She couldn't get away.
I didn't even realize he had that kind of cast range on him. Because she was super far back.
Yeah.
As was the Bane. Ooh, unfortunate for the side of YBB. It's a fairly quick Roshan respawn. I'm not sure how long Bane is going to wait inside the pit here.
Well, I think you contest that, right? If you're YBB, do you?
I mean, you don't think that it respawns as quickly. There it is. All right. He didn't take as long as a break this time.
Yeah, they smoke up. You don't know if it's up or not, but it doesn't matter. You need to go and take control of the triangle anyway. You need to get out on the map. 20k behind, you can't just keep yourself in the base.
It's 100% chance to lose if we sit in our base and let them build up more of an advantage and get Roshan, or we can make a risky play and try to get back in this.
Yeah,
if they're gonna go for the risky play, man.
This is the riskiest play. I don't know about this one.
Yeah, one of the wards is outside the pit as well. Oh no, they're connecting. Mars pops his BKB, turns to the spear off of the Storm Spear, but it ends up missing. Meanwhile, on the other side of the team fight, Arena does come out. Spears ends up throwing the... Oh my god, the Stonegaze actually ends up holding the Terrorblade. He survives on the Shadow Shaman as well. I thought he would for sure die when he goes forward like that one. A Unit ends up getting out of the arena. BKB ends up giving him enough duration to walk outside that one. Snatched Aegis by MS as well. Pugna does end up dropping. Medusa going to get back up, but the arrow ends up connecting with her. And she's thrown out of the pit as well. She ends up going down. No buyback available on her. She's 1,000 net worth off of it. They've lost 3 here.
Yeah, he got everything. He got Aegis, he got Cheese, he got Aghanim's. But it doesn't matter as he's about to lose the throne.
He won the battle, but he lost the war.
I said that they needed to get out on the map. But that was so ballsy. That was the riskiest play they could have done. Go straight into the pit. And they got punished earlier in the game as well for doing the same thing. Maybe they thought, okay, this time they won't think we're in. GG.
GG is cold.
Chaos.
I get my wish, and we are one step closer to the 3-way tie of 1-6 between all these teams, where one of them is going to be forced into relegation. Chaos, baby, let's go.
So it's gonna be YBB, iG.V, and SAG if they win, right? Am I correct, or...
Not SAG. SAG is going up against Phoenix Gaming at the, I think it's the very last series of lower division. And if Phoenix lose, we have a 3-way tie at 1-6.
Okay. I see.
There's still potential to avoid the 3-way tie, but that's going to be up to Phoenix Gaming. You know, they got to play their hearts out and keep themselves in the tournament. But focusing on this series, iG.V pull it back from a first game defeat and look, honestly, like the better team in games 2 and 3.
Yeah.
I'd agree with that one. iG.V tie. They surprised me. I thought YB was the better team, but iG.V did a slightly better draft. I lost my confidence and went 50-50 here. I should have believed in the draft, believed in myself like Lizard was telling me to do.
You always have to do that, man. Fake it until you make it. I don't know. Like the whole series looked a bit wonky to me. The team that like the first game YBB without any cash they win it somehow with IG Vitality just going face first in all these towers, getting punished for it multiple times in a row. This game though, they just completely dominated the lane. It started in the laning stage, right? Like Razor crushed the Storm Spirit. He lost the tier 1 tower while he was still level 5. He struggled to come back into the game, which he did manage to, but a little bit too late.
Yeah, I was going to say the Storm Spirit ended the game 2-7-7 with a measly 12,000 net worth. I mean, and this is a 36-minute game. I mean, that is pretty low, considering especially your opponent mid laner has more than double your net worth at the end of the game. Like that is
come on, man.
It's a rough game for the Storm Spirit for sure. The Razor impact, though, is huge. I mean, he finished 13-0-13. The Orchid, I mean, we were, I was listening to you guys. You were a little bit like, that's an interesting Orchid pick, but ended up doing a lot of work. Stormsbill was really greedy.
Yeah. I mean, I think the build a lot of Storm Spirits go for this is one of the kills that the Razor ended up finding with that Orchid. A lot of the time, the Storm Spirit now goes like 3 to 4 null talismans and then straight BKB just so you're able to continue to make plays. But as soon as you saw that Blitz Knuckles, I think that's when the Razor decided, okay, I need to give myself an Orchid, and it did end up paying off for him. So that was a nice point that you made earlier, Lizard.
It was just a perfect build that's perhaps not conventional, but if Storm isn't getting that BKB fast enough, you punish him for the greed, and it was also necessary for Storm, right? You're jumping on that Bane. BKB won't really help you. You'll still get gripped, so you need an Orchid. Sadly for him, it truly did not help in most of the mid game, and they fell way too far behind. I don't know. I like the drafts of both of these teams. But once again, I feel that both teams aren't drafting enough reliable disables. Like YBB, they improved on that with the Shadow Shaman. Also, one thing that I dislike is the CK on the offlane. I feel that not every team manages that most teams actually don't manage to make it work. We've seen some Division 1 teams with the Aetherlance Armlet build working wonders with a Shard, with that long-range disable, but it's still, you're getting this offlaner CK that disables, like, he writes a letter, I'm about to disable you in 15 seconds, and then it flies. Then
it disables them in 20 seconds and not 15.
Yeah, it's not really something that you can't play against.
Yeah, he's definitely just like a lane dominating hero, right? And if he doesn't do that, you're kind of losing the purpose of the CK, right? Because he's supposed to kind of create that like kind of kill lane scenario, right? If you come to the CK lane,
create chaos.
Yeah,
which is exactly what he did at the end of the series, technically.
Yeah, I guess, but like you just created a lane that's like you shouldn't be allowed to pressure, right? If someone comes to the CK, you can just phantasm and hopefully kill them, but you just didn't really have that ability this game, and yeah, just iG.V itemization on point once again. I think 2 games in a row, that was one thing that they did really well, is they really built the right items. As we're seeing here, the gold and XP breakdowns from both teams, obviously. Terrorblade ended up at the top, 27,000 net worth on this hero, which isn't that surprising. He had a pretty free game.
A completely free one, you could say, right? Like, not really contested at all. Like, the only thing that surprised me in the early game was how hard they crushed mid lane. I knew that it wasn't easy, but I wouldn't expect that. And when Neff noticed that Mars just died solo to a Medusa.
Yeah. What can you do?
It happens, right?
And here we are looking at the standings, of course. Like we were talking about, this game was crucial for iG.V. They forced a tie currently with YBB at the bottom of the bracket. But Phoenix Gaming could potentially join them as they're taking on Sparking Arrow as the last series of the DPC. So that's we have to wait a little bit to find out. But, it's going to be a make or break for all 3 of those teams.
I hope it happens, man. I want to see it happen.
Of course you do. Of course you do. But that is not it for the day. We do have one other series coming up in just a little bit. It's just going to be a short break here before we go into it. But it's going to be Sparking Arrow taking on the likes of Dandelion, which Dandelion has already confirmed themselves as the upper bracket 1 seed. They have taken 6-0 so far. Meanwhile, Sparking Arrow has only played 4 of their 7 series, or 4 of their 7 series. So they've got a lot to do in these last couple of days. But we're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with our second and final series of the evening, everyone. Stay tuned for more here. It is on the CNDPC. We'll see you in a bit.
I know that I should keep it cool, babe. Not lose my swag and play the fool, babe. Just play the game and hold on, maybe. But I'm done with the waiting, done with the waiting. I'm done with playing nice. Now look me in the eyes. Tell me, tell me, tell me what you see inside. Not gonna ask you twice. Not looking for your lies. Tell me, do you wanna go? Do you wanna go? Do you wanna go? Do you wanna go? Those who wanna play by the rules end up last with nothing to obtain. So let's level up to remain. 'Cause I'm done with the waiting, done with the waiting. I'm done with playing nice. Now look me in the eyes. Tell me, tell me what you see inside. Not gonna ask you twice. Not looking for your lies. Tell me, do you wanna go? 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 I'm riding away tonight. Gonna try it while the world's bright. Got room for one if that's alright. That's alright. Do you wanna go? 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 Shouldn't have known if I was the one who's drowning in your flood. It's overwhelming me, but I guess it's clear to me now. After staring holes in all my walls, don't you cut me off like you did that time. Once was already enough, I'd say. But I wonder if you hear me. Can you hear me? Can you touch the fire with your hands? 'Cause you're gonna get burned. You're gonna get burned. You're walking into quicksand. Not a lesson learned. 'Cause you're gonna get burned. There you go, without thinking about tomorrow. Gonna let you know you're spending all the time you borrowed to get through this. Not giving you a second chance. So turn around and fill in the blanks. You're a star, but you've forgotten how to follow. Gonna leave a scar if you don't take the time to heal everything underneath this. You're watching the hours are ticking away. So turn around and fill in the blanks. I gotta say that you could do so much better. Like a vagabond, you're lost in your own ways, stranded in your desert. I hit you up, but there's no one there. If I wanted something distant, I would have found just what I want in you. But I'm not really like that. Don't you know that? Said, don't you know that? Touch the fire with your hands. 'Cause you're gonna get burned. You're gonna get burned. You're walking into quicksand. Not a lesson learned. 'Cause you're gonna get burned. There you go, without thinking about tomorrow. Gonna let you know you're spending all the time you borrowed to get through this. Not giving you a second chance. So turn around and fill in the blanks. You're a star, but you've forgotten how to follow. Gonna leave a scar if you don't take the time to heal everything underneath this. You're watching the hours are ticking away. So turn around and fill in the blanks. You're gonna get burned. You're gonna get burned. Fill in the blanks.
So, who wants to play a game?
My favorite. Let me.
No, me! Try me now. And down. No, this. Ooh. Next.
Damn. What's this thing? Let's find out. How much is in there? And again! Guess we better.
Yep.
It's just as high as we can go.
Expertise.
something off about you. It's in the bag.
Watch me now. Yoo-hoo! I always get what I want. In the bag.
Nice!
Such talent, such sorceress. You're doing good.
You too! Where are you?
You want me? Come get me.
All right, and welcome back to the Chinese DPC. Got ourselves one more series, which is the Division 2 of China. We're staying here with a little bit of Dandelion Esports coming your way. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they are playing up against SAG. So it should be interesting to see this matchup. Disregard the bright light of me checking Wikipedia really quickly to make sure, even though it's on the bottom of my screen right now. But I'm joined here by Black and our Cryptic ready to go. And well, Dandelion, they've already confirmed their spot. And SAG, well, they're middle of the pack. It really doesn't matter at this point. They're pretty much unable to get relegated unless they lose out. Even then, I think it's very difficult. But we saw IG Vitality beat YBB 2-1, and now we'll see what SAG does against Dandelion. Guys, what are you thinking about this this matchup?
Awesome. Unfortunately, as you said, there's not a whole lot on the line, right? Dandelion already qualified. SAG already can't be relegated because the maximum losses they could accumulate, I think, is 5, right?
I believe they'd go 2 and 5.
They've already
yeah.
got 2 and 2, so
so they 100% stay in. Yeah, so we'll probably just see some relaxed, dotes. Hopefully,
Fun
some
Dota.
Yeah, hopefully some nice picks here and there, out of the box picks, maybe some pudges or some techies. Because really, when there's not much to play, like the best thing you can do is just work on your team play with like unconventional stuff. You have nothing to prove at this point if you're either of these teams.
Definitely not Dandelion, and I mean, you could argue that Sparking Arrow could like move their way up into like 3rd place and get themselves a little bit more prize money. So like 15,000 as opposed to 9,000. So like there is still money on the line for SAG, but in terms of Dandelion, there's nothing for them. They are just chilling at this point. They've taken 1st place. They're guaranteed. So other than that, I mean, I would still like to see some fun games, though. I would really like to see Dandelion do something out of the box and have some fun with this series.
Yeah, certainly, because I feel like Dandelion, they've kind of been that team a little bit. Like they've shown like ZC over mid on the Tusk. They've done a couple of unconventional picks here and there. Maybe try some things out before you go to Division 1. This is a team of players that previously really didn't do that well in Division 1, or players that haven't been in Division 1 either. So I wouldn't be too opposed to see them kind of like try some things that maybe they think work in competitive and throw out of the box picks coming in here. Maybe the only thing to prove for them is going 7-0. I don't think there's many teams right now that are going 7-0 across Division 1 and Division 2 in all the regions. So it's an impressive feat in itself, but I don't know. I'm hoping that we do see some fun Dota, like maybe the safe lane pudges like Ame used to do back last year. It was fun times, right? Like great Dota. Black, is
what
there
hero
anything?
do you want to see? Like if you had a choice, choose one hero that you want to see picked.
Oh, one hero. I thought you said what year would I want to see, and I kind of thought back
one
to all
hero
the
that
Chinese
you want
Dota.
to see picked. Yeah, just one.
I'd be down to see a Meepo. I feel like we just don't see that at all.
Meepo?
I want to see if anybody's got the ability.
My hero is always going to be Pudge, like literally always.
Okay.
It's either
so
Pudge
you want me to come back to Pro Dota, basically?
Dude, I will play Pudge until the
could.
day I die, but that hero is unfortunately very bad right now.
I want to see Zeus.
Zeus, okay, yeah. I think the hero is a little underrated.
Yeah.
You don't want your
This
Huskar?
new jump is really, really good. But we're going to be seeing Death Prophet and Partner Sanking, so no fun Dota, super try hard. The most try hard possible.
The Pugna's a little bit different though, right? Like Pugna has kind of shown up more so after the break. I don't think we saw it at all prior to the 2-week delay we had, right? Like Pugna maybe once,
but now it gets picked up like all the time.
Yeah,
like ever since, who did they pick it 3 times against in Division 1? Was it against Aster? When Ehon played against Aster, they picked it 3 times, and ever since then it was on everybody's radar, and now it's like always a stable +5.
I mean, this is a hero that you've been screaming for, Black. Since the beginning of the patch, right? What draws you to a hero like this? What is exactly, what were you so keen on before everybody else? You were the hipster of this situation. What did you see early?
It's really just like I played a lot of Pugna before it was really buffed, because it got a lot of buffs last patch, right? And you kind of just know when you played a lot that it borderline got over buffed with everything that was added to his toolkit, like with the new ward range, with the shard, with the Decrepify that you can cast by channeling now, and all the weaknesses that it has are literally only present in the core role, which is why everybody is now playing it as a support, and it's just amazing. It's a free E-Blade, it's a free Fountain, it has like teamfight presence with the ward, can push towers. It's such a strong pick.
Okay, so Pugna Sand King for SAG. SAG, they're 2-2. They haven't really exploded. Like I kind of thought that they had a lot of games to make up, and maybe they'd come out and like make a push for second or something like that. That hasn't quite happened, and maybe that's because Fishman's playing 2 divisions right now, and that's a lot to handle. And I don't know if you agree with me here, Black, but if that's happening, how much does this SAG roster feel like they need to move up, right? Like you'd be moving up for almost no reason other than the roster to maybe break apart a little bit. I had this theory that SAG is purposely staying at the Division 2 to continue to host this academy team. Yeah, and have this academy
What
team.
is your feeling about this actually, Ricky? Like, if you're Fishman, right? They put yourself in the position of Fishman, would you be happy playing 2 divisions, or do you feel like completely stressed out?
I feel like for most players, like given the chance to play on a Div 1 team, they're going to take it, but I feel like it's definitely going to harm your performance playing on 2 different teams, right?
Yeah,
I feel like that's got to be the case. Like you're like, there's no way you turn out a chance to play on a Division 1 team, even if it's not like your core role. But yeah, the mental tax has got to be there playing on 2 different squads.
Yeah, B-Cup, I already told B-Cup, I don't know if I told you too, Ricky, but Fishman, the last time he played in RNG, he was like an absolute non-factor in the team.
Oh yeah, I was in the game. I was casting it.
Oh yeah, it was us 2 together. Yeah. Sorry.
I was there.
But yeah, as you know, this kind of stuff is, it's unacceptable, really. And if that's the reason, like if the reason is because you're playing on 2 teams, you really gotta figure out what you want to do. Cause like, I don't think RNG is gonna stick around with you much longer if you keep performing like that.
Yeah.
It's certainly.
And now he's back to the offlane, right? On this team.
Yeah. So he still plays the offlane on this team, and Ghost is the one. Like that's also must be hard, right? Like and not difficult. I guess you do that in pubs, but at pro, when you gotta really lay down the law, it's certainly much more difficult to figure that out.
Very, very, very different.
Super different roles, and you only have so much time a day to practice, right? Like it's not like you don't have to practice your off lane, on SAG. Meanwhile, like you're spending all your time practicing, carry instead for RNG, right? Like, you're gonna make mistakes in whichever role you're not practicing.
Right.
Yeah. I'm gonna say that 99% of his games are going to be on the carry role right now, because he probably looked for like a more permanent slot in RNG. Hopefully it doesn't impact him too much here. Like last game I saw of SAG, it definitely didn't look super crisp. And it also, I don't know how the team atmosphere is really like, because if he's playing on RNG, he probably takes more time to scrim with RNG over SAG, and this whole atmosphere thing could be a real issue.
They probably want him scrimming more with RNG as well, right? Because they still want to make the major, and he's got to fill that spot. It's very weird that they didn't get a replacement in the off lane for this team, and didn't just have him focus straight on Division 1.
Yeah, very strange. Like, even if they wanted to loan him out, this, as Ricky already said, is literally just impacting him negatively in both divisions. So.
Well, it's not really a loan, right? Like, SAG and RNG are connected. They're RNG's the pro team and SAG's the academy team. They're just swapping back and forth.
If that's the case, then this decision is completely unacceptable, even from like a business standpoint, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
You're kind of like ruining both your teams.
Yeah, like if you're like the manager for these teams and you're like, hey, you're gonna play on 2 of our teams, right? Like, I feel like that would just like the logical answer would be like, hey, we're gonna move you to carry in Div 1, and we're gonna like find a new offlaner to stand in for like the last half of the season. I guess the potential reasoning behind this is SAG had so many games left to play in Division 2 that they probably couldn't get a stand-in because of the 4 game stand-in rule type of thing. So I wonder if that had something to weigh in on it.
Well, I'm gonna message Xnova after this. Don't worry, you can figure something out.
Thank you.
But what do you think about the draft, though? Like, it's Quap coming out of nowhere again. Not really seen
into the Razor though, right? If it is a Razor,
yeah,
mid.
it's good. It's good. Even just in the game, right? It's pretty good against Razor in general.
Yeah.
And then the Dawnbreaker, probably
the 5
Dawnbreaker.
Yeah.
5 Dawn, DP3.
It could be 5 DP and 3 Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, it's pretty flexible still.
Dawnbreaker.
Same. I think core Dawnbreaker can deal a lot of damage.
Yeah.
But SAG's draft looks like they got all the meta heroes right now, right?
Yeah, right. Sand King, Pugna, Shaman, all very meta right now.
Yeah. And now they need to. Is it going to be Carry Razor? I don't like Carry Razor with Pugna, to be entirely honest.
Would they go Jug here?
No, it's got to be a mid lane. Yeah, there it is.
Well, that could still be safe lane.
Actually, they could safe lane that and still take TA mid or take Razor mid.
Dude,
I think the idea is they want the Dawnbreaker into the Razor if it's the safe lane Razor.
So let's see what it ends up being.
Wherever Razor goes, you won't have much fun, right?
It's off lane Dawnbreaker.
Yeah.
And then mid quap, safe lane, Tiny,
exactly.
4 Snap, and 5 Death Prophet.
And honestly, Dawnbreaker kind of owns both Razor and TA in lane. Like, Refraction gets instantly burned by Celestial Hammer, and she can disengage from the Razor with Celestial Hammer. So this is actually a really sick Dawnbreaker pick here.
Yeah.
They're not sure what to pick. I don't get to see it anymore,
it's
but
gonna be Phoenix.
It's off the screen.
Ghost takes it as well. So
yeah, whatever the lanes are, it's not going to be pretty for SAG. I can't believe they picked the TA into the Dawnbreaker like that. Like, Dawnbreaker Snapfire against TA sounds terrible for the TA.
Yeah,
but TA is
safe
TA.
lane.
Yeah, but we know it here, right? Even if you lose lane real hard, you can just give him 5 minutes, suddenly he has a Desolator and one hits you anyway.
Right.
I'm still going to go with Dandelion, though. Like, you'd be hard-pressed to go against them with this kind of draft.
Yeah.
Yeah, the draft... we like to say, it's a draft that plays itself. This one definitely kind of feels that way. Like the Queen of Pain matchup, very favorable in the mid lane into the Razor. You have a Tiny who should have a pretty decent lane as well.
Yep.
And a little bit of an unconventional off lane from the Dawnbreaker, but it's a great Dawnbreaker game. And now you have the potential save that comes in from her ult. Yeah, I like it, man. Dandelion's got a good draft.
Yeah, we don't see many Dawnbreakers, especially ones that look like they're set up for success. And I do think that this TA is maybe a little bit fallback to comfort instead of something that's really going to match up so well.
The TA into Tiny is like favorable for TA, and I think that's pretty much what they're looking at.
Okay.
What do you think, Black?
Yeah, probably. It's just, my way of thinking. You see the off lane, and then you give the off lane a free lane. I'm never a big fan of that. I just feel like it's very counterproductive to me. Like, this Dawnbreaker could literally just solo carry from the off lane.
Yeah, she actually could. Dude, I mean, we saw the game of the first phase to Doom, completely free Doom game, right? And it's the same idea. It's like there's these types of heroes that can take over the game if you give them an absolutely free lane, and Dawnbreaker is kind of one of them.
Well, we'll have to see what they can make happen with that. Because Dawnbreaker is also pretty hit or miss, right? Like, if he somehow overdives or makes a mistake or two, there is potential for him to just completely fall off. But as like what we think is going to be a free lane, it should be pretty simple for him. He also started with 900 health, apparently.
Yeah, good hero.
Cool hero.
I feel bad because I was talking during our transition and BCOP didn't get to introduce the game to everyone. So BCOP, if you're still here, do you want to introduce the series to the viewers who maybe are just joining us?
All right, I got you guys. We got SAG up against Dandelion, cast by the two greatest. With me right now are Cryptic and Black. Guys, take it away.
Thanks, man. I like how he says the best right now because we are the only ones here, so he doesn't really have a choice.
Yeah. He chooses his words carefully.
Yeah, very nice. I see.
He knows not to anger me. But yeah, we didn't get like the super fun picks that we hoped for, but still pretty unconventional. Quap isn't really super popular right now, and neither is Dawnbreaker.
Yeah.
What item build do you think is going to go for? Just the usual face boots, Soul Ring? On Dawnbreaker?
On Dawnbreaker, probably the face boot soaring. I think you have this is a hero that it farms so fast with mana.
Yeah.
So you definitely need the mana for Celestial Hammer spam because it just clears creep waves. And then after that, you'll probably just go for like Shard BKB. Honestly, the Shard is so good.
Fast BKB on this hero is insanely strong.
I feel like you don't need much after that, and then, after BKB, maybe just go for an Axe.
Yeah, I want to see if he's going to take more of the utility role or try to transition more to a right clicker. I've been destroyed by an armlet BKB basher Dawnbreaker. It absolutely destroyed me.
Yeah, I've seen it, especially once you get the talents for your Starbreaker. This thing just does so much damage.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous how some of these heroes can just snowball. Yeah. You're not super used to playing against the farm Dawnbreaker, and suddenly he just jumps at you and you're like, oh yeah, that's 800 damage.
I had a friend doing a ridiculous build, testing on offlane Dawnbreaker, and he won one game with it and is convinced it's good, and I cannot believe he is continuing to try it. But he's going just Phase Echo Divine Rapier.
Oh my god, dude.
But he'll go Shard Divine Rapier. So he goes Phase Echo Shard Divine Rapier. And that is his build every game.
You can understand the thought process, but yeah, that is what's his win rate?
He's done it once and won one game. So not a high sample size.
But pretty good.
Pretty good. 100% kit.
They're going to TA. Oh my god, he's just dying for full health.
Yeah. Celestial Hammer, ooh, a little bit off the mark there, but beyond that, took a lot of damage from this as well.
Yeah,
that
not the
ward
highest
actually
armor.
crushed him.
Yeah, the ward is so much damage now. Is it still magical, the damage it deals? It says yes, but it doesn't feel that way.
Yeah.
It's more pure at this point.
And it's 210 damage dealt back to the Dawnbreaker from her 2 spells, so.
Yeah. A lot of damage. Midlane is actually going pretty well for the Razor right now. I've watched it a little bit, the lane, and Quap only blinked away from 1 static link so far. Got 40 damage strain 3 times. Pretty unusual.
And it's very sus. Yeah, typically, right, you just drop Dagger on Razor and hold Blink, right, for as soon as the static link comes out. You just win the trades because of Shadow Strike, right?
Yeah. It's a pretty simple lane. But as the levels go higher, it should get easier for the Quap. But also as the levels get higher, it's easier for Razor to just go to the jungle, the Eye of the Storm.
Yeah. You definitely max the Plasma Field, grab Eye of the Storm as you hit 6, and just farm creeps.
Yeah. Let's see if Sama can show Fishman how to play Tiny.
Dude, was Summer I think it might have been Summer was the one who went Moonshard first. Wow. Did he just he tried to deny himself? Oh no. He was trying to deny himself to the tower and got 1 auto attack off.
Yeah, that is real rough, because now the DP is suddenly pretty damn rich.
Yeah, that is rough. Apparently, it was like lingering from the auto attack. Like he took an auto attack and then ran at the tower like 6 seconds later and then died. So the you know, you still had like the hero damage timer. I don't know how long that is nowadays though.
I don't even like 10 seconds or something.
Yeah, they definitely increased it at one point.
Yeah. I mean, Dota mechanics and figuring them out completely. No one can do that.
It's just not possible. No one keeps up with this stuff. You just read the tooltip when you get into every game.
Yeah, and even then you're still like, what?
Is this tooltip right? Like, Dawnbreaker goes down bottom. Nicely done there by the Pugna, actually. Juking this one out and getting a lot of damage out of the Snapfire as well. Neld Strike comes through. One more auto attack. Nice Fairy Fire.
Oh, you got Fairy Fire tricked.
Oh, wow. Snapfire with the jukes. Ghost is going to hunt him down, right? Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah.
Ends up cutting the right tree. There you go.
Do you like the skill build of the Dawnbreaker? I feel like Scatter Blast is a must in this kind of lane. It's the pure nuke lane.
I mean, Little Shredder maybe for the refraction is the only thing I can think of in the ward. Like, you definitely need one level of Little Shredder for sure. Because you can't deal with Pugna ward otherwise.
Yeah, but I think as soon as the ward drops, you just disengage and relax. Because they keep like hard committing despite the ward being there, and they keep punishing them real damn hard. And we said TA is gonna struggle, but he's really rich now.
Yeah, really is. 10 denies as well on the hero, so.
And that's Dawnbreaker's weakness. Like, if you don't snowball lane, you can just become, you know, a non-factor. Fishman getting pretty low, but he should be fine. Yeah. I feel like one level on toss is always so nice. Not sure why I didn't get that.
It is like a very good value point.
Yeah, just to save and kill.
Do we normally see people maxing tree grab? I guess we do, probably.
Yeah, always. On carry tiny. Yeah, so Goku gets taken down, which is an avalanche. SAG, or SJ running him down as well. Double damage cop. Razor's a bit careful.
She's got Sonic Wave as well. 3 points in the dagger. They might just opt to go for the Pugna, and that's exactly what's gonna happen. Oh, you cooked it the wrong way. Yeah. Didn't want to let it rip.
I feel like he could have waved like straight away if he was confident in it.
Yeah.
But as soon as you see that kind of play, you're like, luckily I didn't throw it out.
And Fishman almost dying top again, but still keeping himself alive. He's having a rough game.
All right, just let it rip this time.
Finally comes through.
Just lost half the health due to partner ward, but it's fine.
Yeah, just a 230 damage nuke to the face. That Pugna ward is annoying.
What level is it? Oh, 1.
Only 1.
I can't believe it scales to 1.75 times the mana cost. It's ridiculous.
It's very funny.
If you're the partner, yeah.
Yeah. And then, you know, if you get to 25, it's even funnier. An additional 1.75 damage per mana.
Yeah, it's like one Skyroth ult just deals like 4k damage.
Dude, I've seen a Skyroth literally get one shot into a Pugna ward. It's very funny.
It's even better if he ghost stepped us before because he gets initiated on.
Yeah, you just decrep him and he just ults and takes like 3,000 magic damage to the face.
My death means nothing next to hers.
Love it. I mean, overall, the lanes seem pretty static.
Yeah, he's going Moonshot first on Tiny.
I told you, Summer did this last time. He did this exact same build. He just went for, you know, Power Treads, a casual Sage's Mask, Wraith Band, right into Moonshard. This is exactly what Summer did last time.
How did it work out?
He crushed on that game. Like, it was ridiculous.
Who did they play?
What was it?
Who did they play when he did that?
It was their last game, which Dandelion played iG.V, I believe. Yeah, it was against iG.V.
Okay, so now he's trying it against a more formidable opponent. Quad protecting bottom.
Yeah, nice rotation. Ooh.
But Ghost actually fighting this 1v3.
Yeah, he was trying to dodge that Dawnbreaker ult, but they actually just whiffed a couple spells there, so weren't able to stay on top of the TA. Nice rotation. Doesn't end up netting them the kill that they want, but I think it's something.
Yeah, and also gives DP a lot of space now. Top that the Tiny is rotating away. DP is definitely one of the greedier fights where you do need levels and a little bit of farm for at least a bunch of fluffy heads. Maybe a casual cloak as well. Just tank up and deal passive damage. Great hero concept.
Yeah, absolutely.
I hate passive damage leaders. Just like Razor too. They used to be so weak, man, but the numbers got just buffed and buffed and buffed.
Dude, they really did.
I remember when Eye of the Storm was like 30 damage level 1.
Smoking up here. A couple heroes rotating top. They do have a nice ward here from Sparking Arrow, but I'm gonna go ahead and jump to death probably here. Nice 2 hero silence, but she is super dead.
Nice bait though.
And they followed up with the Queen of Pain. Epicenter does come out. He's unable to get on top of anyone. Sonic Wave onto 2. Burrow Strike does come through. Summer here on the Tiny. Going to try and collapse onto the Razor. More than enough damage to help finish him off. So a 1-for-1 trade. Favoring Dandelion quite a bit there.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to be losing your Razor here. But the shining light, the hope, is still that Tia is absolutely free farming. In a lane where she really had no business free farming. So let's see what she can do. Goes to the Dragonlance first item. Her game is very comfortable. But I'm a little worried because they don't have the most amount of stuns. Shadow Shaman is having a very rough game, but at least Fishman got his blink now.
Sanking one of those heroes that can farm stack so well, get that blink dagger pretty much no matter what. They're committing for mid lane. Mortimer Kisses from downtown. Goodbye, Pugna.
Yeah, Shadow Shaman will take him out.
Dagger here.
No, he wouldn't have actually because he just got his Tranquils.
Oh, you're right. I didn't notice that. That healing ward, that nether ward is a little bit of a nuisance, but with the catapult, the exorcism, this mid lane tower, definitely dead here. So great rotation there from Dandelion, getting themselves a pretty big objective. Meanwhile, top lane, the Serpent wards, and Razor will take 1 tower of their own.
Yeah. Shaman wards are also a very, very balanced ability. Probably gonna go to Roshan with the next one. They find a chance to. What is Quap going for? Just Kaya Sanj playing it safe. I'm really interested to see how this Moonshard first plays out. I haven't seen that before.
So, like, the thing is a lot of Tinies in China are going for this first item Midas. And I think Summer, his idea is, all right, well, this is basically Midas, but better. Because, like, that's really what it is. Like, it is still a farming item. Tiny benefits from attack speed better than nearly any hero in Dota, right? Like,
yeah, 100%. It's just the question is it better than Echo Saber into Shadowblade because it's almost the same price?
Yeah, exactly. And that is like the standard build for Tiny, right? Like, I've never seen anyone not just go the Echo Saber Shadowblade and have a bad time.
And the reason why Shadowblade is so good is because you also create pressure on the map, right? Like, it's not just a selfish item.
Yeah.
Which, what does he go after that? Just like BKB and hard carry style?
He goes the Shard, and then after that, I think I'd have to double check, but I think he went back for the Echo Saber.
Well, after Moonshard?
Maybe.
That seems very unnecessary. Hopefully not. So Goku smoked up together with the Razor. There's no BKB on the Razor yet though, so we'll be a bit careful. Yo, Son Goku, you're all by yourself.
You're just gonna walk up there, get a ward drop? Dude, his smoke has not popped yet. Very risky, but it's working.
Yeah, and I'm just walking on. He definitely saw him on the Tiny, I think. As he walked out. Hopefully he did.
So he went Moonshard into just straight Shard, BKB, Silver Edge.
Yeah. That makes a lot more sense. Just a hard carry build after that.
Yeah.
Hard carry route. You need Shadowblade eventually anyways, just to be able to really assert pressure on the map. So he goes Moonshard before the actual shard. Interesting.
All heroes grouping up bottom lane. There's the blink reveal onto the Dawnbreaker, but she's damn tanky. gets out with the Celestial Hammer. Mortimer Kisses over the top onto Son Goku. He's going to fall here.
And Quapping in though.
But pops in deep. Sonic Wave comes through. Ghost just gets wrecked by the Dawnbreaker. Those refraction shards absolutely just vanish under that damage. And looking for more as they chase Razor under the tier 1 tower, and they take him with ease. Ends up being a 3-0.
All right, with a snowball draft like this, you really don't want to give him any sort of playing ground like you did just now. It's gonna be so hard to come back for a Radiant lineup. TA is somewhat close to the Desolator, so they will have a decent Roche timing, but I feel like these wards and this whole fight, they should never have happened. I expected them to do the play where they just go for Roshan with the TA and Shaman and just give up the bot tower. Like team fighting right now, when you're not ready, you don't have the BKB on the Razor either. It just feels very rushed.
And you're close to Deso on TA too, so it's not like you don't have items coming. Death Prophet bottom lane cut out here. Not going to be able to survive that one. It's interesting. I don't think they really expected like the Pugna Sand King to still be sitting in those trees the whole time. So kind of a nice heads up play from them. So he does go the full Moon Shard, and he's almost got the actual Aghanim Shard as well. So Summer is insanely farmed right now.
Gotta be careful to not accidentally eat that one.
Dude, that would be devastating. Can you lock a Moon Shard so you can't eat it?
No.
Oh, no.
But, I mean, you would still have to click on yourself as well. So, it's not that easy.
Oh, right? Yeah, you can't just like single click use it, right?
Yeah.
That's
they changed it after
yeah.
People complained a lot. Like, I just used my moonshot.
I would definitely complain about that.
Yeah.
Ooh, Goku. Found a Queen of Pain. Silence comes out. Nicely done. But, again, another ward there.
Yeah. This time with a 3 already. I really want to see an aggressive Roche. After you get the BKB on Razor and the Deso, just drop the ward into the Roche pit, nether ward, and it's going to be super hard to fight for the Dire. Because they don't have any BKBs.
Yeah, not at all. All other heroes are itemizing around it. Tiny's actually queued up a Blink Dagger before his BKB. Maybe opting to just snipe the backline and go in with the Queen of Pain.
Wait, what? Snapfire? Okay, very interesting.
I mean, Fishman's got nothing left.
Yeah,
he's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah. Nice. Good pick off. And again, a Dawnbreaker shining through.
Man, Dawnbreaker's owning that. She's doing a ton of damage. She's really farmed. Almost to the Halberd. Yeah, she's 2200 health.
Yeah, same as Tiny. Isn't his strength game ridiculous too? Yeah, 3.6.
Yeah,
anything really above 3.5 is ridiculous.
All right, well, they're gonna go for the Roche potentially. The Dire, do they know? SJ, we'll see Phoenix standing inside.
It's so hard to fight into though, with the partner wards and the shaman wards.
Yeah. You get the D wards, at least on the Snapfire, so something going away. The Deso strike, hitting Snapfire for a lot there. Yeah.
It's like a free Roche, honestly. It's so hard to fight into this.
Yeah, and Fishman's on the backside, just pumping that epicenter. He's ready to go at any moment, so... Yeah, you were right indeed. They do exactly what you were saying.
I'm very happy they did it too, because if they don't, like this is the only way back for them into the game. You need to get your TA up to that BKB quickly, and then you can take team fights. Because until then, you're just at the mercy of them not focusing you, which they 100% will. I really hope Tiny doesn't actually hard commit for this Blink Dagger. He does. I don't know if I like this super much, honestly. I just feel like Blink is not really a tiny item anymore, like this. Like, I understand this thought process, but you already have Dawnbreaker, you already have Quap, and you have Snapfire Kisses as well.
Yeah.
You really need to double down on that. I much rather he just decimates the front line.
Yeah, just buy that BKB Silver Edge right away. Well, Shaman's dead.
Yeah.
So that's his idea, maybe, is to just like punish these supports, but he's not going to get the opportunity to do that a whole lot. Now, Fishman, he's getting ready to go. Well, and Instead, he's only going to find the Death Prophet with that Epicenter. The DD rune popped as well on the Razor, and Tiny just going to bail on that. He's like, thanks for the tank and the gank, buddy.
Yeah, and Ghost solo killing the Snapfire meanwhile.
Yeah, that was nice.
Probably just a bunch of auto attacks, like 3.
it's probably does have the Quicksilver Amulet, one of the better items for sure on this hero.
Yeah. On most carries, really. It just gives so much move and attack speed. Movement speed is so invaluable in Dota.
It really is. It's a limited resource, right? So it makes it nice.
Yeah. And any percentage increase, it feels real good. I miss Faded Brooch.
Dude, Faded Brooch was so busted.
I was so broken. On heroes like Lesh and stuff.
Yeah, dude. There's like so many times I'm just like, oh well, Lesh is hasted now. He kind of Faded Brooch and has a wind blaze.
Yeah, all bad rider. Woo.
Yeah.
Right, they're in a pretty good spot now, and that's why I'm afraid of the Blink Dagger, cause your BKB timing is gonna be delayed.
Oh. He finds Fishman. Sonic Wave, not even necessary. Completely whiffed. The Summer just blows him up right away. Exorcism from SJ. Big Dawnbreaker ult. Just going to cancel that TA. That will be the Aegis.
Gets out.
She does have a second life. DKB already pops on the Razor, and Dandelion are out.
Man, every time I trash talk this dagger, he gets a kill with it. I should probably stop.
It's true. You're literally like, I don't know about this dagger. You just instantly blink kills someone twice.
Like, I thought they were gonna full commit into a team fight, and I still don't think you can until you get that BKB. Yeah. But at the rate he's farming right now, should not be an issue at all. Also found the most busted neutral item, of course. It's so stupidly strong.
Blade.
For tier 2? Looks like a tier 3 item to me.
Just it's quite funny when like heroes are below 50% HP and you're just hitting them for like 50, 60, 70 extra damage.
Yeah, it's like basically more than a relic.
Yeah.
Especially on a Tiny that deals bonus building damage, those towers, they're gonna fall even quicker. And Tiny's farming speed is kind of ridiculous with this item build actually.
I told you, man, the Moon Shard is a real purchase. This thing is not a joke. I saw him queue it up in the other game, and I was like, you know what? Considering most Tinies in China are going Midas, like, I like this way more. And it slapped in the last game, and it's doing it again here.
Oh, careful though. There's smoke down on bottom.
Oh, they scan it though.
Didn't hit yet. No, it did.
As soon as they drop the scan, it tags someone for a, like,
and
he still walks out. Nice silence from the DP. BKB comes through from Fishman. Summer, he's just dead underneath his own tower.
I thought they scanned for exactly this.
Yeah.
Now you see, if he had a BKB, oh, there you go.
Yeah, now you can flame the Blink Dagger.
Whew, luckily I still get my chance, man. But yeah, like they definitely knew that play was happening. Maybe they wanted to bait, but really, the correct play is just farm that ancient camp, get your BKB, and crush them.
I mean, maybe if the Dawnbreaker ultied, you might be able to keep him alive, but...
Pugna looks pretty dead on my screen.
Pugna is also dead on my screen. Mortimer kisses as well. Gonna try and take down Razor. Phoenix. Razor's just gonna TP out. Pugna still running for his life, having a good time here, but only for so long.
Yeah, the lack of stuns are very, very obvious when Dawnbreaker isn't there. Cookie, not the easiest to set up. Yeah, how is our boy Ghost looking? Finished his BKB and is going to Daedalus next to his pure damage. I like that. Razor somewhat close to his refresher. It's going to be a big deal, but Tiny can easily like punish him through that. Still like through that first BKB. He needs that armor item.
So triple BKB from the side of SAG.
Yeah, very important. I still don't think Sankey can actually keep himself alive, to be honest. If he jumps in and Tiny's next to him, he will just get slapped to death.
I just realized something that's kind of neat. You know the like items button they added next to the net worth graph?
Yeah.
Actually, we'll come back to that in a second. SAG. Get the scan. Pugna drops one on the high ground to get the Hex onto the Queen of Pain. They need help to get him out of there, and he does at the very last second. The BKB's coming through, though. Summer will be able to use his, trying to just take down Phoenix on the Razor, and he gets the kill without any issue. It's going to be that Sonic Wave at the last moment to bring him down.
Yeah, and Ghost unfortunately blocked himself off with a blink dagger onto the cliff there. Trying for his best Arteezy impression. But you saw this, BKB doesn't do anything on Razor.
No.
Like, Tiny just sits there and hits you 4 times.
Yeah, we saw this. This was the exact matchup that Summer played last time, this Tiny into the Razor. And it's the same scenario. Like, Razor runs in, static links the Tiny, and steals like 170 damage. And Tiny's like, yeah, I mean, I still have like 300 more damage. I don't really care.
Yeah. I get like 100 from Brigand's Blade too, so what do you want, man?
Yeah, he's going to find a Titan Sliver, dude. Don't worry about it.
You know what I'm shocked by? By the glaring lack of Magnus picks with Tiny.
I've thought about that as well. I was very confused about it.
It's like literally half a rapier. Plus 50% cleave on top of that.
Don't worry, the Major's coming. You'll see it.
I better. Because I always love seeing that the hero that you actually hit dies slower than the heroes around him. You just have like 150% cleave.
Yeah, the good old Sven times where you just like cleave one hero and everything dies.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like Magnus really isn't that bad of a hero either. Like, his lane is really strong.
Let me see. Magnus. What are the stats on Empower? 40% cleave, 36% bonus damage on a Tiny. Then you fight a Titan Sliver on top. It's a plus 200 something damage.
He also has the 10% Empower cleave talent, right? At 10? Summer, bottom lane. Ooh, missed the Snapfire cookie there.
TP out.
TP in with the rest of the team. Summer just going to TP out himself. Beyond not be able to make it.
Good bait, good bait.
Yeah, very good bait.
They were super ready for this. And that's going to bring Razor to his refresher, probably. And honestly, the game isn't going like super well for the Dire, other than the Tiny. But Klopp also finished her BKB.
Yeah, we're very close in net worth, honestly. Like on all sides here, it's about a 1K lead, and that's really just from the Queen of Pain. Right? Everything else is pretty much dead even.
Yeah.
Now, who does that really favor, do you think?
I still think the Dire probably scales a little bit better. Although it's hard to say too, because Pugna becomes more valuable as the game goes longer as well. Huh. It's probably actually a pretty tough call. It will depend on initiation of team fights. They have so much damage on both teams in late game.
Yeah. TA gets her hands on pretty much anybody, right? And that hero just dies, it seems. And Razor is kind of like that anti-carry in some capacity, so...
Like, it feels really weird late game when you play against the Pugna, because the Decrepify fight is going to become so much more valuable. As the BKBs, or Titan Sliver, of course. First item they found.
Called it. Every time. From bonus 59 damage to bonus 138. Very cool.
It's pretty cool. And more status resistance, anyways. That you get a 20 for free, too. Very nice, very nice. Oh, they're looking for Tiny.
Oh my gosh, that reaction.
I wonder if there was like a preemptive thing already, you know?
I think that's what he was doing. I think he was already going to blink back after the wave, and it just...
Because he stunned from Fog, I think.
Yeah, he did.
It was... Yeah.
Unless like, it was another hero got spotted on the creep wave, which I don't know.
And he's like spooked out, like, wow!
Yeah. Smoke up here from Dandelion, though. They see Phoenix. There's the Avatos. Oh my god! Ghost on the backside, trying to get aggressive here.
Too.
That's a really deep TA chase here, but can they actually bring him down? He's got a DD rune. Summer on the run. He's got Avalanche. The toss doesn't even matter. They get the kill. TA goes down for 85. And then the front side of the fight is going to be Beyond here. And he's still alive? Okay, that is rough. It's going to be a 5-0 as Dandelion wiped the side of SAG here.
Yeah, I mean, you just have a guy hitting for 520 damage at this point in the game. TA was hitting for less than that with that deity, just to put it into perspective.
Yep. And they're almost, they were same net worth going into the fight too.
Yeah. Yeah, now there's a free Roche too. So it's a free shot for who? Everyone already has a shot. Snapfire. Cool. He will say thank you very much. And once this Tiny gets Silver Edge, and you add the crits on top. Yeah. Oh man. I don't know how to even put into words how disgusted I am with this hero.
It feels like this has gone on long enough, right? Like, it's definitely time to stop.
Yeah. Like, I can't believe it hasn't been hotfixed yet.
I mean, well, they did. That's the funny thing, right? When the B, like the 7.31 B came out, where they like buffed, what's his name? The dinosaur, Primal Beast. Oh my gosh, ZC almost dying top lane, but gets out with a blink and the BKB, so he's gonna survive. They did nerf his shard like slightly and grow slightly, but it really was not enough.
Not at all. Also, they buffed him in so many different ways. Like, you have 50% more uptime on the stun duration of Avalanche. And like, your tree throw in the laning phase now also slows heroes for 2 seconds.
Well, Avalanche is like one of the only stuns in the game that isn't affected by status resistance.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
That was like a huge buff on this hero that like we kind of even forget about because of all of the other ridiculous buffs. Like Tiny gets 50% extra damage by carrying a tree.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy how much damage he just gets for free from the tree. I also don't know why it's getting added to like the base damage and not the bonus damage. Makes DD runes even more ridiculous and all these Titan slivers and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy.
Right, he has a Silver Edge now, so there's gonna be some, what, 1200 crits coming out? E-Blade on
They're
Sand King.
setting up here to go for Beyond. Oh, he E-Blades himself by mistake and still ends up getting the kill anyway.
Yeah, causes the Decrepify.
Oh, double TP out. Yeah, they got him.
Close. Yeah, Decrepify is a better E-Blade anyways.
Oh yeah, that's true, huh? Yeah, it's 60%, right, or something like that? Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's a lot of damage.
Very cool spell.
So Beyond goes down top. I'm sure it's not going to be too long before he kills the BKB, and there it is. I was like, he's going to get one now after that play.
I really don't know why he went for AC before BKB. It's such a necessity, this game. Very cocky. Reminds me of my pub games.
That's exactly what it feels like. It feels cocky, like they're like not worried about SAG being able to come back into this game. And yeah, it's entirely possible, being that Tiny is the hero that he is, but you do have to have your Dawnbreaker in these games, for sure. She's a big part of the fights. Smoked up as 4, though.
10 seconds until Dawnbreaker's up. You might want to take it a bit slowly.
Yeah, you want her to be able to ult in, right?
Yeah.
They do see Fishman here.
She can get a Tiny. No, Tiny was sitting mid tower, so
just through backdoor protection. Who cares?
They're very split on SAG.
Yeah. SAG group is the rest of the 4, but your Razor is not here. Oh, ZC blinks forward.
He's so tanky on the quad. 3.2k health? No way.
Yeah.
3 hits. Nice. Well, at least he made him waste Exorcism.
I mean, they're pinging mid-tower. They want to just go for it.
Creep is a little far away, though. They're gonna clear it now. How much is left in the Exo? Like 25%? And no glyph.
I mean, Tiny just is basically Exo anyway at this point.
Or like triple Exo.
Alright, I mean, he's got a Lincoln Spear, he's got a Medallion. How do you deal with the Tiny at this point? 40 seconds left on the Aegis. Melee Barracks is gone. As he's queuing up that Satanic.
I can feel the helplessness of SAG, man. It feels real bad when you see this. Hits home, you know?
Yeah, these are the games where you're just like, it feels like pretty miserable, especially if you're like one of the supports where it's like you show for 2 seconds and Tiny one-shots you. You're like, oh,
Yeah.
okay, this is cool.
You're like, maybe we have a comeback chance. We can defend our no.
Yeah,
And
I
then
love
you
the
lose like,
Sapphires build.
what did he go for?
Just Lotus Force Solar Crest.
Super support. I like that too.
Just really enabling his allies. Dude, they are baiting this regen rune so hard.
But they know. Dandelion is too smart.
Do they know? Their scan missed. ZC, they go for it. And then there's the Dawnbreaker ult right away, the cookie as well. ZC goes down in the end to Ghost. A big crit coming from him, and Summer,
getting
his
destroyed.
BKB is done. He has to leave, and now Beyond chased down by Phoenix. BKB still available on the Razor, but he's not even going to need it. Pops it anyway, just to be sure. The rest of the team will TP out, but honestly, pretty good play there from SAG to bait that rune.
Yeah, I thought Quap for sure was going to be able to react with that Lincoln Sphere online. Just a little bit slow on popping it. And yeah, without Quap, there's no way going to be able to take those team fights. The Refresher Razor actually destroyed the Tiny though.
Yeah, it did.
This is when, like, imbalance meets imbalance. What deals more damage per second?
Removing like 3 armor a second or something.
Yeah. How much is it even? Probably more.
Yeah, maybe more.
It's like 5 armor per second.
Oh yeah, he got the strike interval talent, so it's...
Yeah.
Mortimer kisses to clear the creep wave and do a little bit of damage.
They know Tiny has no TP. I'm gonna be careful on the Tiny. He's still on BKB up. Looking for the back line.
He's got to
They saw the Tiny Courier.
He's coming. Do they have a gem?
They do.
They do on Pugna, okay.
And now the Rex are traded. Easy.
All right. We have a draw game right now.
Actually, the Radiant is ahead by 1 Rex.
True, they did not get the range. Look at that. SAG pulling it back from what was, at one point, like a 9,500 gold advantage.
Yeah.
So, feeling pretty good. Bottom lane, they're looking for Summer. He's got to be careful. The Hex comes through the E-Blade, but there's a Dawnbreaker. You're not going to be able to cancel him now. Summer going to get some revenge here. Just pop Satanic. Nice.
Do you think they were aware of the fact that he has 4.2k health? He's not a PA. Yeah,
I mean, Sand King does a lot of damage with the E-Blade build, but even then, I've let a damage test this on a dummy because I was curious because, you know, I've been playing a lot of Sand King. Your max combo is like 2.9 thousand damage or something like that.
Yeah, but that's also assuming they won't pop BKB. Like, you need to be perma-stunned, right? If you pop BKB, it's like closer to probably like 2k.
Yeah.
Because like half your pulses come after the stun, right?
Yeah. So it's it's definitely like you're not going to get that full damage off, and even if you do, you're still stuck with like a Tiny who has Satanic who's going to bop you.
Oh, fancy Penta Edge Sword now. So do you want? It's always so hard to drop this Titan Sliver though. Yeah, he doesn't even want to drop it.
Penta Edge Sword's only 45 damage, whereas Titan Sliver is 90.
The range though on Tiny with the tree.
Yeah,
ridiculous.
That's true. The range is really funny.
Basically, becomes Monkey King. Well, he already is a Monkey King, I guess.
Yeah, what's his range with the tree?
350.
350, yeah. So that's Monkey King, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe so. Melee, by the way.
Yeah, quote unquote melee. Classic. All right, 7k advantage now for Dandelion. They're starting to pull ahead a little bit. Classic, a leveler, going to be backpacked, I'm sure. Ooh, nice 4-step. All right, that was a real spicy play from the Snapfire, but ends up going down to Fishman mid lane. Summer will get saved by Beyond, so it's a trade on the supports. I mean, that was a stylish play by Snapfire. That looked really cool.
Looked fancy, but not too effective.
Yeah. No, sometimes you just get epied by a Sand King.
Yeah, fancy footwork only pays off sometimes, unfortunately. Dawnbreaker is not even going BKB still. Going for the axe. Okay. No MKBs, so could be pretty good. I still like BKB though.
Yeah,
Roche
I
up
agree.
already. Oh, there's a fast Roche. It's a TA Roche.
Are they gonna scout it is the question. Doesn't look like it. I mean, that's pretty big for SAG. Aegis Cheese and Refresher are gonna go their way, and Ghost will be picking those up. Refresher, probably Sand King, right? Or, I mean, you can just give another one to Razor, I suppose.
Triple Eye of the Storm, let's go.
Yeah, I feel like Refresher Sand King is insane.
It is. It is. He's also tanking up more with the overwhelming blink soon.
Dude, we have had a lot of long games today already.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Div 2 Classic.
Okay, wait a minute. Did you notice Beyond actually didn't go with the BKB? Oh, yeah, you were just talking about this, right? He's got the Agnum Scepter instead? Like, is the evasion good enough for the Solar Guardian to justify it? Is that, like, the only reason behind it?
I guess you get more healing out of it too, but Razor's damage is not really... Oh, they're looking for the TA.
Oh, they are. There's going to be the ult from the Dawnbreaker. Doing a lot here in Summer. He's just popped Satanic, just beats down Ghost. Hey, you sapped 30 damage, not enough. Fishman with big BKB epicenter in the middle of them all, but TA is just destroyed. The Refresher, second epi from the Sand King. It's huge this time as he takes down 4. Oh my goodness.
Damn.
Massive plays from the Sand King on the secondary initiation.
And instant buybacks too. But yeah, double full epicenter is with overwhelming blink too. It's a lot of damage.
Yeah, Sand King did 11,000 damage in that fight.
Yeah, the second epi in particular, when all the BKBs were down.
Yeah,
absolutely insane.
So sick. Such a sick play. That's what I was saying. I was like, I feel like, oh, I'm so glad they gave him the Refresher and not the Razor. I was so worried about that. But yeah, that paid dividends. That was huge. And now they force BKB on Summer, so your Tiny goes down one more time in this game. Might be it.
TA also bought back though.
Yeah, it's true.
So they're not even going to try to defend that side. Okay.
I mean, can they just go tier 4s? Yeah, they are. They're absolutely just going to go tier 4s. They drop the wards.
And then let them die.
Tiny is sitting in base, waiting for his team to respawn. Queen of Pain has buyback now, but it's up in 20 seconds. She'd love to hold out, but I don't know if she can at this point. They're gonna go for the wraparound, see if they can find the TA. It's gotta be the Tiny, the initiation. There it is. The Dawnbreaker ult comes in. Ghost able to get out thanks to the Force Staff, and SJ on the side. Trying to do what he can here on the Death Prophet, but it's not gonna be enough. Pugna still left inside the base. That Glimmer Cape will expire. He's gotta run and fast. Nice pushback with the headband. Sentry does come down, and they do find the kill on the Pugna, as well as reclaim that gem, so both supports go down. You do have the buyback on the Pugna, but it costs you an extra lane of barracks for this.
And a quad buyback too that she really didn't want to have to commit for.
Yeah. Well, it was like 10 seconds left on her timer or something.
Yeah. Maybe even a little bit too fast. Like, I feel like he could have waited it out, probably. Looking for the Sand King. Shivas catches him.
Wait. BKB? He has TP though. He's fine. I mean, that's time wasted, right? Like, they're not really getting these lanes pushed out all that quickly, and SAG, even though the game is pretty even on score, they've got the Rax advantage, and they have the buyback advantage.
And they have the Refresher on... Oh, Epicenter.
Oh, they find SJ.
Goodbye.
And there it is. Another
kill. He just bought back. That is so, like, sloppy, though. Like, why is he just wandering off by himself at this point in the game?
Yeah, I have no idea. And he happened to just, like, place that ward on the triangle and didn't drop a sentry, and, like, he just gets scouted by that ward. So, they know he's alone completely.
Yeah, very, very sloppy at this moment in the game. Especially without buyback. Let's go for a rapier on Tiny. Yeah, I think at this point...
What else can he do?
I need the damage. And I think it could be a pretty game-winning rapier too.
Radiant are scanning.
Like with this Satanic, they're gonna be very, very hard-pressed to even attempt to kill him. Did he just complete it? Nah, he's going for the Swift Blink.
Okay. I thought he was short on gold. I didn't think he could.
Yeah, me too. I was like, huh? Where did he hack the gold from? Sitting in the fountain like that.
Gold hacks.
Would make sense because it didn't move from the fountain, right?
Yeah, just typing greed is good in the fountain. Don't worry about it. Sand King does have his 25 talent, so the blind slow is a big deal. Like, this is something that if your BKB is not up on Tiny, like, playing inside of that is really frustrating.
It is one of the best 25s. Especially if you don't have Bloodthorn or MKB or anything like that.
But somehow Dandelion are now on the back foot as a series of fights really going the way of SAG, and I'm curious if they might wait till their next Roshan or if they want to just try and force the objective. Like you pointed out, Ghost does have the refresher now.
Interesting item on the TA. Usually you'd see like more damage, like a Bloodthorn or something like that.
Yeah.
Or even a Butterfly wouldn't be bad, honestly.
Yeah,
really wants the double
Sure.
BKB.
Yeah, double BKB, I guess, is more important. I mean, even Aeon Disc at this point feels important.
Aeon Disc is really strong.
Alright, Ward's drawn.
Wait, they're not ready to respond at all, what?
Yeah, there's 3 heroes outside the base. I don't know what Snapfire's doing. There's no potential for Roche to respawn right now.
Yeah.
TPing back. Tiny. He jumps in. Able to get on top of Fishman, but protected for the moment thanks to the Blast Strike, but it's gonna be a Sonic Wave that takes him down. Ghost jumps in with the BKB as well. Beyond finally falling from the sky on top of the Shadow Shaman. There's gonna be the refresher from the Phoenix. The question is, can they find more? Disarm onto the TA. She's gonna try and just TP home. She will be able to do so with a BKB, but the Razor just completely left behind. Question is, will they find more? It's not gonna happen. Pugna able to TP out into the trees.
I would still love to see the Rapier. Like, you can see in those team fights, Tiny isn't really dropping below half health like ever, unless his team is dead. So the Rapier would make a lot of sense, and it could be pretty game winning for them. Because right now, the only thing they are lacking, in my opinion, is the damage. Like, people still get to run away with the BKBs.
Yeah, do you think if you go Rapier, do you just backpack your boots, or do you eat the Moon Shard? I think you backpack boots, right?
Yeah, I think so. It's really all about burst damage at that point, especially with the Swift Blink already. You're gonna get the movement speed anyways. But, I mean, Quap is also becoming really strong. Like, the later the game goes, Quap's talents are insanely good.
Yeah, the extra spell block is always so good. She's got that Shiva's queuing up the Hex. I mean, we can see, like, we saw, like, 20 minutes ago in the game, you know, they try to make a play onto the Quap, and she's super tanky. And that's just continuing to be the case here, even more so.
Yeah, and it's very obvious that without very good Sanking epicenters, they aren't going to win these fights. Or maybe like a good Shaman initiation. I also don't really like the Shaman item build. Why did they go for Travels and now trying to finish an Octarine? That could have just been a BKB. And then you can initiate on the Tiny.
Yeah, it is. That's true.
Like, I see that a lot from Div 1 Shamans. They just go Aetherlens, Blink, and just straight BKB. Sometimes even just Blink BKB without the Aetherlens. It's just such a potent item on Shaman. Because sure, if you go in on someone, they can just kill you. But if you shackle Tiny, they have no damage to kill you through BKB.
Yeah, and I feel like they need some form of piercing damage on the side of SAG. Like, no one has an MKB. And every single time, like, they try to do anything to this Tiny, it's just Dawnbreaker ult. And he has 60% evasion and just stands there, right? Like,
yeah, that's why I kind of alluded to the fact that this refresher should have been a Bloodthorn. Would have been so easy, I feel like, to kill him a couple of times. Because it doesn't just help you, it helps your entire team hit him.
Yeah.
And admittedly, he doesn't deal a whole lot of damage right now.
The TA? Yeah.
Yeah. This refresher orb seems a little bit weird. Like, he's too concerned with surviving. Surviving doesn't matter if you can't kill. Like, who are you actually able to kill at this point? I feel like you're hard-pressed to even be able to kill the supports, because you don't have a nullifier for the DP, and Snapfire is just too tanky.
Yeah, Snapfire just is way too tanky. And she has Force Staff, too, so it's like, you're not going to be able to chase her down.
Yeah, feels like more like an offlane TA at this point, honestly, with the itemization too. Because oftentimes you also see the Hurricane Pike just being sold for more damage. Because you do tend to fall off into in the late game when all these armor items come out.
Yeah, it is definitely a weird build, and it might be something that they look back on after the game if they do end up losing. Where did it go wrong? Like, was it itemization? Was it decision making? Was it both?
Imagine Nullifier plus MKB or Nullifier plus Bloodthorn now instead of those two items. He's going to be slapping.
Yeah. I mean, we were talking earlier about how we think Nullifier is like a pretty underrated item on certain heroes, right? Like, dude, just this line of traps set up at the TA in the mid lane just to try and take down.
You're tiny and careful, man. You have no buyback at this point. It is 3v2, 3v5, so yeah, Sanking bites back.
Just gonna hit the tower a few times,
Ooh,
hit the racks
3
times, and it dies. Okay, very cool. Mind you, this is without the leveler.
Yeah, and without the Empower.
All right, well, they get the buyback on the Sand King, and they will TP home. Tiny now showing top could mean a go time for SAG, but the rest of Dandelion have all backed off already, so.
Yeah, it's go time for them, but at the same time, as soon as Tiny shows top, it's also back off, get the hell out of here time for Dandelion.
Yeah.
So now Leveler is finally in the Tiny's inventory.
And
you know the hard counter to Tiny?
Next?
Yeah, the Intimidate Wolf is the hard counter to Tiny. Minus 50% damage.
Oh my gosh, yeah, 50% max damage. True. Unless
Honestly,
he just one-shots it and it doesn't get to use the oil, it doesn't use it.
It's only dispellable by strong dispels, actually. So both BKB and Satanic don't actually dispel it. That's pretty sick. I feel like it could be used.
I feel like you've just got to get a Harpy online and just try and play around better vision, but...
Yeah, sure. If you want to do it the easy way.
I mean, they are playing really well with the TA traps. They're doing a pretty good job with that in terms of vision control.
Please tell me how chat it would be, just like a small wolf running up to Tiny and going like, whoa! And
it just barks at him and suddenly Tiny does half his damage.
Yeah.
Who knew Tiny was afraid of dogs?
Yeah, big rock man. Soft heart. So what's Tiny going for? 7k gold? That's a lot of gold to bank up.
I mean, you definitely don't go tree volley, so I don't know. A second moon shard?
I think I still like Rapier or Daedalus.
Yeah.
They're giving away free Roche again. Or are they?
Will they? Oh, Shaman goes in, just gets clapped, and now right to the backside. That's the Hex reveal. They get the kill. They do manage to take the Aegis. Goes to everything on the ground. There's an Ag Scepter just sitting there.
It's too much.
Who's gonna pick it up? It goes away and beyond finally after using pretty much everything. So,
Ghost is getting slapped. He still has the refresher, right? He does.
Double buyback. Yeah, great. He does have refresher and refresher shards. We instantly refresh BKBs. Pops in the shard as well. Snapfire. Is it enough though? Fishman goes in. Big epicenter does manage to find SJ as well, but Beyond is here on the high ground, doing what he can to save him. Zetsi on the low ground, able to join him, but it's gonna be Summer. Die back on that Shaman, but they just managed to survive through it all, and Ghost will finally fall. Phoenix now on the run. Fishman just getting crushed by the Queen of Pain, and Summer trying to close the gap as well. It's gonna be 3 dead, 2 without buyback.
And the bot Rex is getting decimated by creeps at the same time. Man, you can't expose the supports like this to the Tiny. This is not allowed. He had no BKB up. He should have been punished for this.
Yeah, he just ran in and clapped the Shaman twice.
Yeah, same with Partner. He Shadow Bladed on top of him. They had no Sentry Ward down in time. So Ghost bites back, but Phoenix used his Refresher already, so his damage output is halved.
They have
Tiny,
a Refresher Shard, though, don't they? Oh, no, they used it?
They used it, yeah.
Oh,
I think
no.
Tiny panicked and used... TA panicked and used both of it.
Alright, well, they're just all objective gaming here. Summer just beating down the throne. Well, maybe a little bit of blood hunger here as well. You know, why not? They're going to end the game here. 51 minutes. After what was a very back and forth game, but finally ends up going the way of Dandelion.
Yeah, well played, but Dandelion, their late game just seemed to be pretty insurmountable. Like, Sanking just couldn't get the same initiations going anymore. Honestly, they couldn't get any initiation going at all. It was always Dandelion jumping in first on the supports.
It was. Yeah. Outside of the double epicenter in the mid lane, right, where it was the second re-initiation by him, but you only get to do that once.
Yeah, it was. I thought SAG played pretty well to at least bring it back. They were down 14,000 at their highest point before that last loss right there in that fight, and I thought they did a good job of bringing it back. But at the same time, you've got Dandelion, who just absolutely played at, I think, a bit of a better level in those team fights. I guess the one that went the way of SAG was, of course, that double epicenter Sand King fight, but they were relying pretty heavily on Fishman to get those sort of initiations every single time past that point, and it just felt like it wasn't possible. So, you know, they end up losing, and I agree with you, Black, when that last fight, they need to punish that Tiny in that spot, and he just gets away with everything. He just gets away with murder. He murders the supports in just a split second. And Black, what do you think they could have done differently to not only win that fight, but maybe make that game a little bit easier on themselves?
I really think itemization is everything. Like, Shaman wasted a good 5k gold on items he didn't really use or couldn't even use. If that's a BKB, he gets a shackle on the Tiny just dies. And at the same time, too, TA itemized way too defensively. If you have no damage, all the defense in the world means nothing. Like, basically, it was all up to Phoenix to kill that Tiny, which he almost did in that last fight, where he had like 40 armor reduced by the Eye of the Storm, but still. Like, you can't put so much burden on a single Razor that is so cooldown dependent. Like, you can really see the differences of itemizations in like Div 1 and 2. It's like night and day. Like,
yeah, definitely. I agree with that. Well, what do you think of the big difference makers when it comes to Division 1 and 2? Like, what are the specific items you're seeing a little bit more? Does it come down to specific items, or is it more just like the Division 2 maybe just a little bit too loose with what they're picking up?
That's a tough question. Honestly, Div 1 is just like the players are just much more experienced and probably also better skill-wise, that they know what item they need in what situation. Like, this TA item build is not bad if the lineup isn't the one that Dandelion has, for example.
Right.
But in this game, they lacked a massive amount of damage and he didn't identify it in time. Like, I think at the very end he tried to go back and itemize more into damage, like from his quick buy, but it was too late already. You know, like, you don't have time.
Yeah, I mean, you can see just in the fight here how much damage the Tiny is doing. And if you are this TA and you can't actually fight back.
Yeah. This is all Sanking here, by the way.
Yeah. Oh my god, I love this. 11,000 plus damage in that one fight.
Yeah. What was actually his overall damage? Let me check real quick. So he dealt overall
45.
Just about 46, yeah. So that fight in itself was just a quarter of that.
All in one fight, yeah. And I don't know if you guys were paying attention to the net worth during that fight, but it went up to 11,000 for Dandelion in that one spot, all the way back down to 4,000. Like, it was just such a quick turn of events in that exchange, and this is the last final fight. Yeah, and you can see the Serpent Wards are down. They focus on Roche, but Ghost is kind of panicking. He wants to pick up things, and he circles around that Ags a couple times. Like, he's just trying to pick up what he can, and eventually Beyond just walks in. Like, I think there were a couple times Ghost panicked in these fights, and this wasn't the only fight that happened in.
Yeah, but now look at that. Like, both the supports walk downhill. Tiny, literally just with a Shadow Blade. He walks to the right. Partner,
just out of that sentry range.
Yeah, Partner goes to the Invis, gets blown up. Son Goku is like, oh my god, what's happening? Then he blinks on Son Goku, kills him in 3 hits. Without the supports, your lineup is nothing. Like, the TA and Razor completely neglected their supports. Like, look how much damage the Tiny is taking from the Razor. He needs the stables.
Yeah, I mean, they just ran so far forward, right? They just chased the team onto the enemy high ground there, and then it's like the supports can't chase. Like, they can't follow you there, right? Is what you're saying?
But they tried.
Yeah, they tried. Yeah, and then they died. They should get clapped by a Tiny.
It's really like protecting your backline in Dota is such an underrated concept. Like, you will hear this so much from very high skilled and very highly accomplished players. Like, protecting your backline is the most important thing in Dota. You can have maybe one hero disrupt their backline, because obviously it's the same thing for them. They want to protect their backline too. But you can't have like all 3 cores run at their backline. Your supports will just die.
And taking a look at these stats, Quap and the Tiny, both same scoreline.
Score. Yeah. Hallelujah.
Wow. I didn't know if that was glitched or not, but 26, 4, and 30 between the two of them. I mean, that's pretty ridiculous. And even the supports, like, they didn't die that much. Like, Death Prophet 8, sure, yeah. Snapfire, though, 5 deaths. Like, that's not terrible. I think you're holding off a lot of gold that could have been going the way of SAG if maybe the TA plays a little bit more aggressively on taking out the supports. One of the things that I kind of wanted to maybe end this first game breakdown on was I feel like Dandelion played the entire game with a lot of confidence, and that was a double-edged sword. Like that fight that happened at the bottom end of the river where Dandelion was confident that they knew that SAG was coming, and then they ended up losing that fight, and that kind of put Dandelion in a weird spot where SAG started taking the momentum and the control of that game. But then there were times where Dandelion also fought with a lot of confidence and wiped the floor with SAG. You think that SAG at all played that game with confidence? Is there something they can do to counteract that at all? What's their options coming into game 2?
I mean, I don't feel like SAG like necessarily played like a bad game. I
don't think so either.
Honestly think they played a pretty good game. It might just come down to itemization, really, and like we'll see what they do in game 2 to kind of address that. I think they had a really good draft for the most part. Like, yeah, I think if they play the same way that they did, but just some slight changes, we could see this go 3 games.
Yeah, and we'll have to see how game 2 goes, of course, because 2 becomes before 3, and we'll be back with game 2 in just a moment. So we'll take a quick break, grab a snack. We'll be right back.
Exes
So, who wants to play a game?
Yoink!
And again!
I always get what I want. In the bag.
All right, and welcome back. Game number 2 coming your way between SAG and Dandelion. It was SAG who fell a little bit short. Dandelion who crossed the finish line and took game number 1 and kind of looked pretty good from both sides. I don't think SAG, I agreed with Ricky on the last panel. I think they played a pretty good game. There were a couple things that Black pointed out and Ricky pointed out about itemization that maybe could have gone a little bit better for SAG. But now they're looking to split it 1-1 and bring us to a game 3. We go right on into the draft, and we see Sand King again for SAG with the Marana this time, and then Tiny Pugna from Dandelion Esports Club. I see this. I feel like we see this all the time for Fishman. Like they're almost exclusively picking him Sand King, which is kind of interesting considering the conversation we had pre-game number 1 about what he's probably focusing on, as we kind of made the group decision that it was more so going to be the carry role, and maybe they're just giving him his most comfortable hero in the offlane while also being a meta pick at the moment.
He has a fantastic hairline and a nice forehead.
True. Yeah, I think you're right. If like your offlaner is no longer practicing offlane, he's gonna probably just play the one thing he's been was practicing the most, which in honesty was probably Sand King. This hero is, in my opinion, one of the best offlaners of the patch. So if it's in the pool, you might as well pick it for him, give him something comfort, and then try and draft around it.
Certainly fair. I've seen you play your fair share of Sand King, Ricky. From what I've seen, went really well. And then you inspired me to play Primal Beast. I have played 1 game of Primal Beast. I have, I'm happy to report, a 0% win rate. I went 0-1. But yeah, you are inspiring me to be a better Dota player. The two of you.
Clearly what that means is Primal Beast is underpowered and needs to be buffed, right, Black?
Nah, I blew that game, and then my team fell apart mentally. It wasn't the hero. I dominated in lane. It was great. I had so much fun with the trample. It's
fun.
Very fun, and having 1400 health so quickly.
Yeah, fun, very fun. Very fun,
I can hear
man.
the agreement in your voice.
It's pretty cool too. When you just run into a team fight, you start like slamming a guy on the floor, and the entire team just gets perma-stunned.
I should have went BKB earlier, is what I definitely found out in that first game.
Yes, BKB is a must-have item on him.
Yeah, I went in after Sanjin Kaya. It was too late at that point. I think I fucked that up.
Okay, so
back into the draft, into the real Dota, into the professional Dota.
Nah, not just yet. Not just yet.
Okay.
No, Ricky.
Yeah.
You saw Fishman as carry.
Yeah.
I think he looked way better as offlane still.
I would also agree.
The decision-making wise.
Yeah.
Item build decision-wise. Everything just seems so much more fluid when he plays offlane.
Yeah, it seems like this was just the role he knows best, right? And
yeah,
maybe they just, for some reason, decided, hey, we're going to put you in the carry role now. And I don't really know why, but...
It's just so awkward, right? Because I feel like even like a super high MMR pop carry player would be able to make better carry decisions at that given time. Right? Like, you're basically forcing a guy to switch roles completely and get thrown into teams that are way better than what he's used to playing against.
Yeah.
Anyways, Rubik
Dandelion are running
Dawnbreaker.
it back, man.
Yeah.
They're just running it back. Pugna Tiny. You got the Rubik this time instead of the Snapfire, but Dawnbreaker.
He had to break some.
Oh wait a minute.
Dawns.
They didn't have.
They didn't have the Rubik
last game.
They
Or
did
not.
not,
They didn't
no.
have the Pugna.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, or Rubik or the Pugna. Yeah.
The supports are different, but the cores are the same.
At least right now, yeah. Queen of Pain would be the last pick if they were gonna go straight up and make it the same.
Yeah, but I just picked the Quap to answer the Razor, so that's probably not gonna happen. The Venge pick is a little bit interesting. Maybe
Is that gonna be
Knight
safe
pick?
lane Venge?
I think it might be a 5 Venge. I hate safe lane Venge.
Same.
I remember when God King did it and it was like 0-10. They're eating through a lot of the time too, though. You can tell SAG is a little bit flustered. The whole draft also doesn't really seem very cohesive just yet. Okay, Venge Aura gives more of a lot of damage because he has a lot of agi, sure, but like the whole picture is not coming together just yet. Feels more like a pub draft, you know? Mirana Sank in double stun, good pressure offlane. Venge, buff Morphling, can swap Morphling out, nice.
Yeah,
This one seems a little bit of an interesting, like, draft here from SAG because, like, the Morphling, I don't feel like it's a great matchup into the Tiny personally, but you do have the Venge to save you, but I don't know if it's enough.
It is a good matchup once you're actually like equally farmed. It's just getting to that point is almost impossible.
Okay.
So yeah, they do ban the anti-mage. I thought it was a perfect anti-mage game for Dandelion because put like the tiny middle. Would have been pretty neat.
I mean, you could honestly have gone anti-mage middle too. Either or. I've seen both. Vanguard Rush.
Yeah, I just played AM middle today against the Storm Spirit. It was very sad.
Yeah, it's very funny. You just go Vanguard. Are you a fan of like the Vanguard Diffusal build?
It depends on what role I'm playing. If I'm in 1, then 100% not. But if I play it mid or offlane, then yeah.
Yeah.
Void Spirit, okay. Now this gives them also the option of putting Sanking or Morphling middle too. So they could change the draft a little bit with like a Necrophos or something. Because Necro is pretty insane against all the 3
Necro would
cores
be
right now.
really good offlane right now.
Yeah. I don't know how they would deal with that. It would make so much space for Morphling too. Then you have the space maker in the mid lane. With a good matchup
I like
too.
that a lot. I think you are correct. Yeah, if they actually just pick Necro offlane, put Senking mid, they're in a really good spot.
Okay. It's a good Ember game too, so...
Yeah, not as much catch. No Shaman.
Yeah. It's a good pick still. I'm just a little afraid that they now have no front line. Until his Ember gets his BKB at least.
Does this lineup play well against the Pugna as a whole? Because I feel like I haven't seen enough Pugna to know off the top of my head, and of course the viewers at home trying to help them with the questions they're probably curious with. Of course, just not my own question and lack of knowledge.
I think the draft makes sense, right, Ricky?
Which
against
one?
Pugna.
SAG against Pugna?
Yeah.
It seems pretty okay. Like there's not like a lot. Like Ember Spirit is one of like the better heroes at dealing with Pugna, just because it offers no lockdown and he can just jump the Pugna pretty much at any point.
Yeah.
But yeah, Morphling isn't like a hero that's going to get like nuked by Pugna either. So
what I like is that they picked a lot of pretty low mana stuff. Like they don't have any high mana cost hero that can get blown up by the ward. So it will be quite a bit less impactful, I'd say. So I want to see if he even maxes it this game, or chooses to max the Crappy Fire ward, the blast even.
And you have a lot of like right-clicking damage, not necessarily spell damage, right? On the side of on the side of SAG, right? You have Morphling, who's right-click hero now. You have Ember Spirit with like Sleight of Fist and all that, mostly right-click damage. So the ward's damage reduction isn't going to be as valuable.
So we'll have to see how both teams play it out, and I guess you guys can give your predictions as the game goes on. Game number 2, Dandelion up against SAG. They're trying to take a 2-0 over SAG and move on to the next day and 7-0 for themselves. So guys, take it away.
Thank you, B Coppers. Appreciate it, as always. And they have 5-man waiting for somebody to just walk up the hill, which happens so many times. But not this time.
The classic instant destroyed ward.
Boom, 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 boom.
Okay.
They just lost both their wards. Well, I would suggest you go to the other runes, guys. Because you're fighting 4v5, you don't want to do that. Now, the Void Spirit Ember matchup is always a little bit interesting because it is Ember favored, but Void gets into a Yule Scepter, which is a pretty big hard counter to Ember Spirit. Because usually when you play against Void, oh, nice rune deny. Yeah, you go into the heavy Flame Guard build, right? So fast Yules is very strong against that. But the lane always goes to Ember Spirit pretty much. It's like a 60-40 kind of matchup. Flame Guard's too good if you can't be stopped in lane. And Summer, is he gonna have as good as a game as he did last game? It's gonna be quite tough to replicate.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I'm curious if he goes back for like the same build, which would be quite funny, right? If he ends up going for the like Moon Shard right out of the gate, because not something that we really see being done by any other carry players, but so far he's found a lot of success with it.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense on paper. It just slows your pressure timing down by a little bit. It's very greedy, but if you get away with it, it's very strong. I could definitely see players like Arteezy try to do that.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Like teams that just like kind of it's almost like the 4 protect 1, right? Where they're just like, all right, our carry is not going to join the team in any capacity for the next like 10 minutes.
Yeah, which is what I thought he would do last game, but then he still kind of presented himself.
Hey, he went Blink, right? It's very weird.
Yeah, very interesting. I said the only reason why I didn't like it. Oh, okay. Well, it's a very strong lane, Rubik plus Dawnbreaker, so a lot of action is to be expected down here.
Yeah, really nice kill there from the side of Dandelion fighting First Blood. In last game, we saw Beyond actually struggle a little bit in the lane, but kind of pulled it back, and how impactful this Dawnbreaker offlane was as the game went on. So definitely curious to see if we go for a similar item build or not, but yeah, generally was a very, very big reason that they ended up winning last game. The evasion on that Aghanim Scepter was too much for them to deal with.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised to see it again this game. How does spell damage reduction work with Ember Spirit? Do you know that?
So
slides to the full damage.
So that's what we were debating in one of the previous series, or in the series right before this. Neff was saying he's pretty sure that it doesn't work because it's considered an auto attack with bonus damage, and it's the bonus damage that's reduced by half, not the full attack. But it really looked like he was tickling on the sleight of fist, so I'm not sure if it is actually like how it actually works.
Yeah, it should be an auto attack, but again, Dota mechanics are very unreliable. It's called that.
Yeah. But the bonus damage applied to it, so instead of it, I don't remember, it's like 100 bonus damage or something. It's like half, right? Since it's
25%
reduced by 25%. Yeah.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised either way. Like, I think it should be an auto attack, and it should not get reduced, but you never know, man.
Yeah. Overall, though, slow start to the lanes. Other than the first blood we see bottom, Sand King doing a really good job at just kind of lane skipping and dragging these creep waves to farm. Bottom lane, XCJ will fall again.
Yeah,
to the side of the
can't really help him.
And the Dawnbreaker. Yeah.
At the same time, they can't really stop the Sand King from doing this, though. Like, Fishman is really abusing the fact that they have a Tiny there.
Yeah.
And he's out farming the Tiny, honestly. He's just gonna get all creeps and then the small camp.
Yeah, he's doing a really good job. I'm surprised he's not. So sometimes when I do this, I double wave it. So I will if I'm playing Sand King, like I'll pull this back to the tier 2 tower, grab the second wave, and then pull both waves over into the jungle and clear them.
Yeah, but I think he has like a similar idea. It's just that he wants to be a little bit more efficient with farming multiple camps.
Yeah.
Because like if you pull it twice, you can obviously farm 2 camps. But Tiny's intercepting that now.
Yeah.
I've had enough of your bullshit, he says.
Yeah, this is smart from Summer, right? To have the waves meet here. He can actually deny a lot of the farm over to the Sand King now.
Yeah. Little surprised I was on Borrow Strike there. Arrow follow-up could have maybe been a partner kill.
I was thinking the same thing.
But maybe he has not the killing mindset right now. He just wants to farm, focus on his farming.
Yeah, he doesn't have Soul Ring, so you're not going to be getting like a lot of extra mana out of this hero right now. And he actually has Boots of Travel queued up pretty early, so he wants to play kind of the split-pushing, greedy Sand King, which makes me feel like they're planning on taking this late if they want to try and get farm for the Morphling.
Yeah, I don't like that though. Like I feel like a fast blink would make so much more sense with the line they're having.
Blink first.
I hope so too. I feel like Blink Beekeeper just makes the most sense this game. Or like Blink Pipe, something like that. Just utility. Like the travels seem very risky when you already have an Ember and a Morphling trying to farm.
Fighting for the runes, but the Venge is going to be able to get the Invis, so that's pretty nice. Denying that one over to the Void Spirit.
Might now die though.
Now going to die for it instead, so nice chase there from the Rubik.
Yeah, had a nice Ram Sentry. He goes Midas this game on Tiny actually.
Okay.
So he rushed it completely. No boots, no nothing. Instant Midas. And pretty fast at 6 minutes.
Yeah, so this is like a perfect case study for like which one ends up being better. You know, like he had a pretty much uncontested first item Moonshard last game. Now has a Midas this game, basically same scenario. So I'm curious what his net worth looks like at like the 10, 15, 20 minute mark.
Hey, just because he doesn't have a Moonshot yet doesn't mean he won't buy one. Still.
That is true. That is very valid.
Just double up on it. That would be pretty sick, honestly. Like, can you imagine that? It would be so funny.
That would be pretty sick, actually.
It's like Slug with 30 stacks attack speed, and they're going on Beyond.
He's got ult to get out of here if he really wants, but doesn't look like they're gonna be able to find the damage for the kill.
Oh, he just run. I get another stun off. They don't commit.
Oh no! And it ends up backfiring as they take down the Vengeful Spirit. I mean, now you can just walk base and you have Dawnbreaker ult to join in the lane.
Yeah. Okay. I think it chooses to go Blink Dagger after all. First item at least. Very good.
Okay.
Very much needed.
It's gonna be very fast too.
Yeah. I mean, he also pretty much has free farm, right?
Yeah.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah. I mean, game is going pretty well for both of them, really. Even though they have 4 kills on a Dire, the gold advantage isn't really there.
Yeah, Sand King's Blink Dagger is going to come out like before the 9-minute mark.
Yep, he's very farmed. He's got so much solo experience too.
He's not going to find anything there. Chasing the Mirana, but to no end. Yeah, Blink Dagger's done. It's flying out. The thing that's wild is normally you only see these like Blink Dagger timings when you have like stacks that you were able to flash farm on this hero. Like you get level 7 and you go clear like a triple ancient stack or something.
Goodbye,
Top lane SJ wrapped on. They dump everything on him. In comes the Dawnbreaker ult though. It's enough to save him, and they pull Sand King underneath the tower. Okay, Beyond ready at the trigger as they find themselves a return kill onto that Sand King. Now looking for more to chase down the Vengeful Spirit, and you know, gonna do some damage. The rotation in now from Phoenix. Arrow's
Level 4
gonna
Flame
get
God
the Dawnbreaker, but yeah,
it's a lot of damage.
Like they might all be out. Okay.
Man, Dawnbreaker. How much is the heal level 1? 45 per pulse. He actually manages to keep the partner alive.
It's 45 per pulse, and is it 6 pulses, or how many pulses is it?
That is a good question. I think it's less pulses without the axe. With axe it's 6 pulses. Without, I think it's 3. Not entirely sure on that.
Tool tips, you know, whatever.
I am not very familiar with this hero. Wait. Pulse interval is 0.5 seconds. Total duration, flight duration is 1.7 seconds. Of channel plus 0.8 flight time. So it's 5 pulses, I think.
Yeah, it's 2.5 seconds, so...
Yeah, but I don't know if it's like pulses straight away or not.
It does,
yeah.
right? Instant pulse, yeah.
Okay, so 5 then. Not bad.
That's not a bad heal. Yeah, not at all.
225, that's pretty good.
Tiny enjoying the ancient stack that's been made.
He's still going moonshot, by the way.
Dude, this is nuts.
He's going
Dude,
like
he is so
full
farmed.
greed. He is. And then he's going full greed on top of that. I just hope he doesn't go for Blink this game. Like, you really need that fast BKB with this sort of item build.
Yeah.
Because my point is... Oh, I can't make my points, man, because they're smoked up on SAG now.
And they're smoking right into the Tiny, but he did clear the wave out in time.
Some are so low here.
Low, though. ZC is going to be in the front, though.
Epi?
Fishman, Epi
gets
already
canceled.
used.
It
In
gets
comes the
canceled.
Dawnbreaker ult. Dude, they turn it around completely.
And the tree.
Tree toss from downtown, baby.
Chase is a hero, of course. Aimbot.
Sand King on the run top side, and he's going to go down as well as SJ gets him with the life drain. Mid lane, Phoenix.
Stolen Epi.
Okay, 2 whiffed Epis in this fight, Pog.
Never seen that before. Maybe I have. But, yeah, the Blink Dagger gets cancelled because of the Pugna ward. And the whole epicenter is wasted.
Dude, that's actually the most infuriating thing. Like, I actually played Sand King into Pugna recently, and it happened like 3 times in the game where I was like about to... It happened twice, and I was like, alright, I guess I have to BKB before Epi now.
Now, it could have been prevented.
Yeah.
Because he knows the Pugna ward is there. Like, you have that aura on you all the time.
Should have just blinked in, stunned, then into Epi. Rubik, mid lane. Wait, no way. Is he actually out? Okay, he's not. That was pretty close.
So both supports falling. And now he has AC queued up instead of Moonshot. Come on, man. Don't be like that.
I mean, that is an interesting build. How do you feel about AC over Moonshard?
I obviously gives the team a lot more benefits, right? But I wanna see the memes. And the attack speed with Midas and 1 Moonshot is just 40 less than with a Moonshot. Sorry, Hyperstone.
So it's pretty close. All right, all right. Summer's just really hitting the calculations here. Like, what is the most optimal Tiny build? You know, he's min-maxing this stuff. Mid lane, Burrow Strike does manage to catch the Rubik, but the life drain's not going to be enough. The Magic Missile will finish him off. Ooh, Pugna playing on the edge, but ends up baiting the Venge in as they get the kill. Summer, none of them all. No, Avatos almost finds the kill there. They will have to back off beyond. Unable to do it, but Summer's going to end up falling here as Phoenix ends up going in deep for this kill. And SJ now with the life drain trying to do what he can, but away from Ghost will be able to finish him off. So they end up getting 2 kills. They chase behind the tier 2 tower.
Yeah, they don't have the Heal Scepter on Void Spirit yet. This is really the item that will nullify Ember's impact. Well, not nullify, but really make it much harder for him to have as much impact in those team fights. And this is also the reason why we don't see a whole lot of Void Spirit. It's very easy to fall off on this hero.
It really is. It really is. Mid lane, Phoenix
DD,
in trouble. He grabs the DD. He's going to pop that pretty much right away, but realizing
Zach can pop the ult again on Pugna, but it's not enough damage at all. Miscalculated there
for
sure.
Burrow Strike and stuff? Yeah, he did. No mana for Burrow.
And now you die for it.
Into Remnant.
Or
oh, nice swap save. Very well done.
Okay, dude. That's like cheating. Oh, they're looking for Tiny again. Tiny's too greedy. There are 3 heroes there. You are probably dead.
Oh, yeah. There's no way he's getting out of this one. Avalanche.
Whoa, what?
Okay.
Full Agi, man.
Ghost went full Agi and died, and now...
Up with a Rubik?
Okay. This is a sick
and Phoenix is also in trouble now. Ah!
They're falling one by one. One leap charge left. That is it. And Son Goku might be in trouble. There's only a few more seconds for this. Yeah, toss in. Now it's just outnumbered the other way. Somehow a 3-hero gank on the Summer turns into 3 deaths on the side of Sparking Arrow.
Big mistake from Ghost's side, unfortunately.
He's back to the Moon Shard, by the way.
Good, good, good. Like, it doesn't even... Like, Tiny doesn't even deal that much combo damage anymore, Avatars, but it still managed to kill him. That's how little health he had, 600.
Yeah, he was full morphed. So, Tiny, it is 15.5 minutes into the game. This dude has Midas, Shard, and nearly his Moon Shard. He's going to get it here off this stack. This might be the most farmed hero I have ever seen. 10,000 net worth at 15.5 minutes.
What's the GPM on that? Wait, they tell you actually. 623. Okay.
That is ridiculous.
It's a lot of GPM. Usually only like Alchemist gets that much.
He's gonna bottle himself a regen. He's probably happy about that one. Doesn't use the bottle charges though. Very sussy.
Huh.
Nice little D-ward action there from the supports of SAGs. They're gonna walk right into the Tiny, and they might regret that one. Summer gets himself his 3rd kill of the game.
Get out of my jungle! Looking for Fishman, dust it up, blink out.
Nicely done.
And yeah, he's going for that blink BKB.
Dude, I forgot that dust deals damage, man.
Yeah. How much is it, 50?
It's like, not even.
25.
Yeah, like, I actually died recently because I was, like, sitting invis on a Sand King. I got dusted and my blink was canceled, and I was like, oh my god.
Mirana.
Oh, it hits the creep.
Skeleton tank. I hate the skeletons, man. They don't let you stack, they don't let you kill. Take away all the fun.
You can stack. I figured it out. You can. You just can't hit the main troll.
Yeah. But
it's
sometimes you have to hit the main troll sometimes.
Yeah.
And then you're like, ugh. Unlucky.
Indeed, indeed.
Man, this whole bottom fight just ruined the game for them. Sorry, what do I think about what?
I was gonna say, what do you think about like the situation for SAG? Because like this is an even more insurmountable Tiny from last game, and he is queuing up the Blink Dagger once again, despite your recommendation. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I'm a little scared because with this much net worth, if you die one time, you're gonna give away so much, and BKB makes you virtually unkillable in this game, and also, frankly, just kind of lets you shred them all without any sort of response. But maybe he was very happy with the Blink Dagger last time, so see what he gets. But the problem this time is it's just Tiny that's big, right? If they can shut him down or kite him in fights, his teammates don't have nearly as much money as they did last game.
Yeah.
Like he's 4k ahead of the Morph, but only took a lead. Oh, Void Spirit.
Well, I managed to find ZC there. You also dodge the arrow. In comes Summer, just moving them down. Goodbye, Vengeful Spirit Beyond into the fight. Fishman
though.
BKB doing some work, but just gets clapped by the Tiny and Dawnbreaker. So much damage coming out from these two heroes.
Yeah, a little bit scary. Tiny dropped to like 1,000 health or so. There's more follow-up.
As the Blink reveals, he's looking for Goku potentially in the mid lane. Avalanche, a couple auto attacks. The
I can't believe this keeps happening. Oh, he's in trouble now though.
They're gonna get the life drain off from the Pug now. He just beats down Phoenix. Ghost trying to stand his ground. He will be able to do so. Ends up finding the kill finally.
That's massive.
Summer and a big gold bounty going his way. Now chasing underneath the tower. They finish off the Vengeful Spirit. So 4 for 1. I mean, I got 2 for 1 really in the mid lane here. 3 for 1.
Yeah, it's concerning because all that gold went to the Morphling, and he is really that mid-late game answer to the Tiny, right?
Yeah.
Like once he gets his BKB Skadi, it's gonna be quite tough for the Tiny to fight. And that's just what I'm scared of when you build this Blink Dagger. It's like so easy to overcommit. Because that death, realistically speaking, should not have happened.
Yeah.
For like a Mirana, not worth.
Well, so far a 4,000 gold lead here for the side of Dandelion. The kill score is 7-19 though, as the Tiny continues to farm here once he respawns. So queuing up that BKB, he'll get it in no time at this rate. Like he is farming way too fast.
Yeah, he's farming very efficiently as well. Nice stacks for him too, but that also gives time for the Ember Spirit to finish his BKB up. Potentially even the Morphling, depending on how much farm he can find.
All right, Smoke and Moonlight Shadow out here from SAG as they head into the triangle. Unfortunately for them, you're not going to find anything there. The Radiant Scan checking the Roche pit. Not there either, and they just barely miss Summer in the mid lane.
Yeah.
Or do they? Yeah, they do. Unlucky.
I also like Beyond's
ready to go.
adjustment. He went for the BKB first this game around.
Yeah.
It just makes the hero so much stronger.
Yeah.
And he's borderline unkillable too now, right?
Yeah, I mean, the hero's so tanky as well. Like, 2100 HP, going for the shard after that. So you have, like, the additional, you know, magic immunity during Starbreaker.
Oh, they're looking for Phoenix. He just bought his BKB. It's not just... if he walks up the hill, he's dead. But he's playing safe. Oh.
Alright, smart. As the Ags reveal 2 from the Void Spears, he just finished that one up.
Morphin could be in trouble still.
He doesn't have BKB. I mean, they can blow him up
and
very easily, and there it is. Yeah. Science number 1, Science number 2, he's just dead. They get the kill. In comes Fishman, pops his BKB for the savior from Dawnbreaker as Summer just claps the heroes on the backside, and Fishman trying to hobble away, but I don't know if he can. He gets the kill. ZC with the Aether Remnant.
Oh,
3 more fall in the mid lane.
Fishman got griefed by his own Sandstorm because he gets slowed by 20% inside the Sandstorm, so he couldn't move out of it. when he dusted.
Oh yeah, when you get dusted. Yeah.
People forget, but dust slows a significant amount now.
Yeah. All right. Aegis.
Pit.
Gonna go in the way of Dandelion here. Doesn't look like SAG are gonna be willing to contest this. I mean, maybe Ember Spirit goes for a steal, but he's gonna be found by the Void Spirit up here, so forced off the pit now.
Yeah, and that's gonna be an Aegis to an already very strong looking Tiny.
As he queues up the Silver Edge. All right. Very well done by Dandelion. Further pushing their lead. And now you have heroes starting to have farm as well, right? It's not just the Tiny. It's a Void Spirit, number 2, with that Ags.
Yeah, this is where the game really becomes very hard to like come back for SAG. They're going all in on the Tiny. Nah, you can't do that.
Okay, I was like, there's no way they do this for an Aegis.
Yeah, hitting for 400 damage at 23 minutes. It's very cool.
Don't worry, just wait till he gets the Titan Sliver at 27. The Rubik, this game, one of the things that we usually see is the shard pickup on this hero. It's usually by level 15, I think. Is that the one where he gets the...
No, it's 20.
It's landing distance is 20, okay.
Yeah.
So either way, the shard is still pretty good for getting heroes out of bad situations. Like, it is very good.
Yep. 100%. It's like a better force staff, basically. Well, Tiny just took down 2 towers in 15 seconds. Very cool. So
Phoenix
more
is
map control
BKB,
there.
and he's chasing after ZC here in the river, and he's forced off.
Yeah, it's not how you want to use a BKB. But at this point, they're really desperate to get anything done. Like, how do you team fight now? BKB on Dawnbreaker, BKB on Tiny. So elusive on Void Spirit. And you have persistent, annoying partner just healing everybody up all the time.
Is Void Spirit going Lincolns?
Imagine
he is.
Yeah.
Yeah. And like, that's one of the items that's like, once you have that, you're never afraid of the Sand King initiation, and at that point, you can kind of just go wherever he wants.
Yeah, game is looking a lot rougher now that the network is so high on the Void Spirit as well. Shadow Blade picked up. They do have a sentry there though.
All right, they're gonna start this one off. Epicenter comes out, but once again,
oh, this Dawnbreaker. He got stunned before BKB on Morph. No.
Oh my goodness. Morph just instantly dead as they chase for more. ZC will find the Sand King. 3 heroes dead. What was it that stunned the Morph? Was it the stolen missile?
I hope not, because that is so easily reactable. I really hope it was just a lift, but still.
I think it was just Avatos into Dawnbreaker roll, maybe. I don't know.
That should not be allowed, though. Like, if you wave in like that, you gotta be expecting backup. There's no way Tiny just walks up the hill like that by himself. They even had a ward there, too. So they saw all the other heroes come in.
Can you check Morphling's death recap and see what it says? Oh well, it's not a big deal.
Yeah. Interesting.
Mid lane, Rax is already gone, of course. This is just tiny things. What can you do? You know, he's gonna take your base and walk away.
Full Silver Edge done. 9 canap. It looks more like an alchemist at this point, honestly.
Yeah, it really is. This is one of the most farmed Tinies. I would say, arguably in the entire DPC.
Yeah, what is the GPM, like 700 something? 820.
820 GPM at 26 minutes, man. I mean, that is unheard of.
That's pretty ridiculous, yeah. He even has 2 deaths too. Imagine if he didn't have those. Like a perfect game.
Silver Edge done.
So that's the thing, right? It can always get better.
Yeah. No kidding.
Which is kind of ridiculous when you look at it. One-shotting
his farm's
waves.
also slowed down by having to backpack his Midas for this stupid Aegis.
Yeah, I would never do that.
Yeah, absolutely ridiculous.
One-shot the next creep wave too. Let's go.
Like how he's got the Kobold following him around in the mid lane too.
Yep, but he doesn't want that.
Speed.
Because it gives away his position with Shadow Blade. He's like pinging it. Get that thing away from me, man. Unless it's an Alpha Wolf, I don't want it.
True.
That's actually the real play. Get this man an Alpha Wolf.
Dude, yeah, what do you do once you have, if you do have find a Alpha Wolf on this hero?
Yeah, it's 320 damage.
Oh, look, there it is. The Titan Sliver. Called it, 27-minute mark. Okay. Once again, from plus 20 damage to a casual plus 98. Literally 80 damage from that item.
Yeah. They're mounting it. They want to burst the Tiny. They're going all in.
Gonna try. It's the Dawnbreaker, though, and his BKB comes through right away. Goes trying to stand his ground, but just getting absolutely demolished.
Yeah.
Instead, it's going to be the back line of the heroes from SAG that get taken down, and Summer finishing up the tower there as well. Ember Spirit trying to cut the next wave. They did fort it for the moment. Sleight of Fist, but
he's out of mana, man.
One creep.
Be careful.
He also has
no remnants.
He has a remnant, but he has no mana.
That spot.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, dude.
All right.
All right.
Slight fog advantage, very nice. And Summer's gonna start knocking around the tier 3s.
I mean, Titan Sliver is not just so broken on Tiny because it gives all the damage, but it also stacks with the status resistance talent, of course.
Yeah.
Wait, he just solo killed the Morph.
Oh, we didn't have BKB.
Yeah, this game is over.
They just GG out. Yeah, it is. It is 100% over.
I'm not surprised. This is pretty heartbreaking. Well, Dandelion 7-0. They lost a total of 1 game?
1 game, I believe.
No, 2 games. 2 games.
Okay, yeah,
a total
2 games,
of
you're
2
right.
games, but go 7-0 in matches. Well done to them, man. Like I'm sure in other regions between season Div 1 and 2 that didn't really happen a whole lot. Maybe iG.V can do the same, but other than them, I don't know.
That's wild, man. Like that has to easily be one of the. I would say that's probably a record in terms of like net worth and farm on Tinies in competitive play. I honestly can't think of a scenario where like you could beat that.
Yeah, it's got to be.
Yeah, definitely seemed really strong from the Tiny. And you guys said it. Dandelion goes 7-0. Funnily enough, their 2 losses in games came to YBB and IG Vitality.
Yeah, the teams at the very bottom.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty funny to look at on the bracket. It was just like these are the teams that have literally only won 1 match, but Dandelion, I guess, couldn't beat them 2-0 and 2-0 everybody to get the clean sweep down the line. But yeah, they ended up 7-0. That game was way more one-sided than I thought it was going to be coming out of game 1. SAG looked good game 1. Game 2, though, it was a bit of a travesty, and they used that Dawnbreaker to basically, like Spectre, global movement, but also Tiny's confident in these fights to just stand his ground, knowing that Dawnbreaker is going to come in with the ult. And every single time they went in onto the Tiny, it was turned around because of it. It felt like that happened multiple times.
Dude, Dawnbreaker is the Sand King counter, I think. Like, I honestly think, like, this is, like, people have been trying to, like, theorycraft how to beat Sand King. I'm pretty sure it's Dawnbreaker.
It's a lot of damage mitigation coming out with the heal as well.
It is.
Yeah.
It's so much. Like, the whole point with Sand King is you just burst down, like, the hero you burrow strike, right? And you just can't do that against a Dawnbreaker, especially once you have, like, 2 levels in this ult. Like, even level 1, we saw top lane, they went for the dive, and they couldn't even kill the Pugna.
Yeah, they had a couple of bad fights, like that one over bottom that was a 3-man gang turning into 3 of them dying.
There was a big mistake by the Morph. Full Agi gets blown up by Summer. Otherwise, Summer dies, and the 3 of them don't die at all, I think. Like, that was the game-turning fight for me, really. Well, it wasn't really a fight, it was more like an attempt to bully the Tiny, but he was like, no. This is how it's gonna go.
This was the blinker.
Good avalanche, too.
He just dominates.
Yeah, and then the heal from the Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, anytime Sand King wants to go in, like, it's, like, pretty obvious. If Sand King's gonna, like, epicenter blink burrow strike someone, you know the team fight is going to be there, right? You're like, the whole team's collapsing here. And you just, like, Dawnbreaker ulti them. And, yeah, I mean, I watching this 2 games in a row, this legitimately seems like the best possible hero you can pick from the offlane to counter out this Sand King. Because it just completely nullifies his game plan.
Ghost going down so quickly on this Morphling in so many fights as well. Dawnbreaker ult to save the Rubik, 4 staffs away. And then Fishman, like you said, soloed up by his own Sandstorm and then getting killed off. And this is another one of those fights.
Right, I want to see what exactly happens here.
He just gets
lifted. With telekinesis into Dawnbreaker. Okay.
Yeah, but still, like, you gotta preemptively BKB this stuff. Like,
yeah.
You have to. It's...
There it is again. Burrow Strike, immediate.
Yeah, it's because Titan Sliver plus the status resistance talent.
Ricky called it. Just Titan Sliver at 27 minutes every single time.
Yeah. It's I don't know. As I said, like I am in disbelief that this hero has not been hotfixed yet, like properly. Yeah. It's like, okay, you reduce his damage by like 20, but he still hits for 500.
Yeah, what's the 20 point in that scale, right?
Yeah. It's it just shows you how much more broken it was before. But yeah, I do think this hero is just stupid. There are answers to it, of course. It's just this amount of damage, even your best answer can just falter if something goes wrong. And it's just so easy for things to go wrong in a game of Dota. And a hero like Tiny just ends the game immediately. It's kind of silly.
13
and then the Lion makes perfect use of it twice in a row. So no fun picks. They're the LGD of the second division. We want to win every game. We're going to first face Tiny every game, bro.
Yeah, I guess so. But there was a point where LGD would get away with some fun picks. And then I think that was when Jowie was on vacation. So and then he came back and it was like, all right, serious picks only now. You guys got away with way too much. But it's completely crazy how much this Tiny had. Look at that. Midas, Moon Shard, Silver Edge, BKB, Blink, Shard, everything ready to go. And the nearest person on SAG is the Ember. 10,000 net worth behind.
Yeah, that is... Like I said, there's got to be some records in this game in terms of like net worth on the Tiny. There's no way that someone has ever done that before.
In the history of Dota. I mean, it's hard to say because there have been so many Tiny games with Tiny IO back then too, you know?
Yeah.
Which like gave him... He had like this Aghanim Scepter that gave him the tree as well. So I'm not entirely sure. Like I'm not a stats person, but it was pretty insane. And it wasn't even near perfect that game. Like he died twice.
Yeah.
Good hero.
Yeah, a great hero. And ends up bringing him to 7-0. And then you see it's Aster Ares at 6-1. IG not going to get promoted at 4-2. And you've got Shenzhen at 4-3. So IG still have a game left. Sparking Arrow still have 2 games left, I believe.
Yep.
And Phoenix has 1 more, even though they're showing at 1-5. I believe they're technically 1-6 because they have an extra loss bonus. And then YBB and IG Vitality are also 1-6, so there could be a tiebreaker at the bottom of this at the end of the day, and we'll have to see. If Phoenix beats SAG, then YBB and IG Vitality are both gone.
So here's my question: If Phoenix beats SAG, they go to 2-6. Do they technically?
It's better than 1-6.
Is it better than 1-6?
Yeah,
I guess win percentage wise, yeah.
More. But if they lose, they go to 1-7.
Then they're dead. Yeah.
And so then they don't get to play in the tiebreaker.
Yeah, they're dead.
I guess not.
Wow, that is.
But there's gonna be a tiebreaker then between IG Vitality and YBB though.
Yeah, they get to play again.
Yeah.
The thing is, like, then that loss bonus doesn't really matter, right?
Yeah,
win or lose.
If they lose, they don't get to play in the tiebreaker, whereas they would have normally.
It could ruin Phoenix like redemption chance.
Yeah.
Real question though is, what changes are IG gonna make in terms of players? I can't imagine them staying together like this.
In Division 2 like this, 3rd place. Yeah. There's something's got to change. It's not working.
Yeah, definitely. They definitely need something a little bit
predictions?
Different. They bring Kaka back.
That's not happening.
That would be the easiest, but IG likes it hard.
I don't know, man.
Personally, I have no predictions. I have no idea.
Yeah, it's like I have no idea what they would do. Like my gut feeling would be something in the one position, because that's like what we see every team doing right now is just like trial and erroring like new ones. But who knows?
Always the carry's fault, man.
Yeah, it seems to
Honestly,
be what it
though,
is right now.
recently the carry gameplay has been really subpar. Not just in Div 1, but Div 2 as well.
Yeah.
And
Except
that's
for
why I've
Summer
been
here.
questioning. Summer has been owning, but just in general, I've been questioning in the China scene in general if there is a lack of carries right now. Because something is amiss.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just the patch. I don't know. Ame still plays well, but I do find it interesting that RNG 4-0 get rid of their carry. I still thought that was pretty questionable, even if he isn't playing perfectly. I don't know. You're 4-0. You're about to go to a major, and then you threw that opportunity away potentially. Like, that seems crazy. Like, nuts. I have no idea. It just doesn't make any sense to me. But before we wrap up, I just want to get your last thoughts about not only the day, but the rest of the divisions to come. I'll start with you, Black. Got a last thought?
I thought SAG was going to put up a little bit of a fight, a little bit better of a fight, especially after game 1. Like game 2, the draft was just not really cohesive at all. And yeah, the top 2 is already decided. Obviously, IG. Will they still super try hard for the next game? They have one more game to play, right?
Yeah. I don't know if it really doesn't mean anything.
It's up against SAG, so
yeah, so it's pretty important for SAG if they want to play for more money. But yeah, overall, there's not much left to play for these teams. It's only Phoenix. It's only Phoenix now that can really decide anything in terms of standing.
Yeah.
But yeah, Division 1 is going to be very spicy. Like the upcoming matches we have in Division 1, they are all going to be very, very telling of what's going to happen. Lots of tiebreaker possibilities, lots of cool action. Gonna go down.
Yeah.
Very exciting.
Definitely should be very exciting. Ricky, any last thoughts before we go?
No, I mean, Dandelion have been super impressive. I called them as the #1 seed at the very beginning of this season, and people doubted, saying there's no way this team beats IG in Division 2. And here they are, 7-0. So I'm just gonna pat my back on that one and say that Dandelion, well-deserved run through Division 2.
The redemption of Shylock.
Yeah, dude, right? That's the thing. Like, he's back.
I will never forget his Lycan, man. Never. If Lycan is back in the carry meta, he will lose again.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold off on saying he's back. I mean, I thought this team was gonna make it to Division 1, but I don't know where they're gonna stand in Division 1.
It's still tough to call. It's still tough to call because you can see a lot of things lacking still from their side. Yeah. But they will have a lot of time to prepare, a lot of time to get better. So we'll see how they fit in, or if they will pull another LBCS/Magma performance and go straight back and say hello, we're back, boys.
Hello,
welcome back to Division 2.
Yeah.
Or at that point, I guess TI quals. Yeah, it should be a fun Season 3 for these teams coming up to Division 1. We're still yet to figure out everything for both these divisions. So we've got 2 more days coming up, and we'll be back tomorrow with even more Dota. Guys, we'll see you soon, and we'll see you on another day of Chinese DPC.
Hey, maybe you'll ride away or maybe you'll stay. But hey, this old guitar and me been thinking for days how to say that our love don't care too much for the unpaid bills on the bedroom floor. Our love lives on cheap wine and singing songs to a wasted sunrise. With you, with you, I feel like I am. With you, with you, I feel like I am somebody, somebody, somebody. With you, I feel like I am somebody, somebody, somebody. With you, I feel like I am somebody in control, like I feel it in my bones, like I'm somebody, somebody, somebody. With you, I feel like I am. Come with me from New York to LA. Hey, we'll play this song in every city we stay. And hey, times in one day be on our way. Our love don't care too much for the unpaid bills on the bedroom floor. Our love lives on cheap wine and singing songs to a wasted sunrise. With you, with you, I feel like I'm with you, with you, I feel like I am somebody, 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 somebody in control, like I feel in my bones. Like I'm somebody, somebody, somebody. With you, I feel like I am. So we made it in New York and LA, and how they sang in every city we played. I hear we streamed 1,000,000 times yesterday. Oh, how things change, and how the years keep ticking away, and how I wish that you were with me today. 'Cause I'd give anything to do it again. Oh, how we've changed. With you I feel like I'm somebody, somebody, somebody. With you I feel like I'm somebody, somebody, somebody. With you I feel like I'm somebody in control, like I feel in my bones. Like I'm somebody, somebody, somebody. With you I feel like I am.
Your first line is, my name is Claude, so just repeat after me. Je m'appelle Claude.
Je te coupe là.
Let's try it again. Je m'appelle Claude.
Je te clean blue.
Gotta smile it out. I've never been a sweet time, hardly even smooth when it comes down to a cute girl in my room. I'm not even that young, can't blame it on the booze, 'cause whenever there's a cute girl, my brain hits the snooze. I got a prickle on my skin, I can play a violin, sing a serenade. Wow, summer flowers from my sleep, so caught up in your smell. Down to whatever you say, girl, I know we just met, but you make me speak français. Salut. Oui. Je t'aime. Très bien. Oh, do you know who I am? But you make me speak français. It's like we're in Paris, away from our parents. I'm kind of a chain smoker, but with you I wanna do better. Never been a go-getter, but I wanna get with you forever, ever. 'Cause you're not just a cute girl in my room. Never. Feels like we're in Paris, away from our parents. I'm kind of a chain smoker, but with you I wanna do better. Never been a go-getter, but I wanna get with you forever, ever. 'Cause you're not just a cute girl in my room. Never. I got a prickle on my skin, I can play a violin, sing a serenade. Wow, summer flowers from my sleep, so caught up in your smell. Down to whatever you say, girl, I know we just met, but you make me speak français.